do have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner. Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in. Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally, the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox clubbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
They've done to the early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill. They're just gonna move, and on Knights now they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here in the box.
Feels a little dicey. The diving in. It's pretty low. Look at that C4 down, which is huge. He's going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is two really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round, and all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
West Foxy already, that might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. More bang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe Unlights will actually try and not get complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Nemesis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself two. Oh, why not make it a third? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple two. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, insane! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This
Very disgusting. It will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snakefall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra-aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double two, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
pretty much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets 2 very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final 2 players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. And now the force through from Long. Vitality up against it. And that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Satan get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous 2. Oh, a third is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Todson! His teammate just thought that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox tubbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, let to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todson and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
Done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kai's is so blind.
Double kill.
They're just gonna move. And on Knights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. They want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot, needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the box.
Feels a little dicey. They're diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. They're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills. And
Oh, I've not.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving, now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one, Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance, he's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will, him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox thumbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a fourth. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todd's in and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse him, but he goes for the fake.
Those lives for free. What they've done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
They're just going to move. And on Knights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1. Make it 2. And there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. Now for LCK, where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail. Knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kais will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here in the box.
Feels a little dicey. The diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
So by Spoxy already, that might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? maybe not. Maybe Unlights will actually try and not
Oh, hang on.
embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Anubis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. How does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, Insane! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that?
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double 2, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. That's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that's not good too when you give your backup like that. And
pretty much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets 2 very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final 2 players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. Now the force through from long. Vitality up against it, and that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Snake get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous 2. Oh, a 3rd is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis is 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here when Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Totson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox topping it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, making a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, to go now. Oh, coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a fourth. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todd's in and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
Away those lives for free. What they've done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
They're just gonna move. And on Knights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. Now for LCK, where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my God.
Well, it's a beautiful day in Egypt, and it's a beautiful day, of course, to kick off CFWL group stage, as we have just finished phase 1 of the entire tournament. And of course, as always, I'm gonna be your host for today, and by my side, Penguin. How you doing, Penguin?
Good, all good. What about you, Seki?
I'm just having fun. Just had a very late night yesterday. I was watching World Cup, but of course, we just won versus wait, what's the name? Anyways, yeah, it was like a really good night, a very long one, of course. But for me today, I'm really looking forward to see what's gonna happen here in Crossfire. Of course, we just finished phase one. We had a lot of ups and downs for some teams, and of course, some of those teams ended up with some really good storylines with some really good changes. And of course, you'll see the highlights here will show you some of the players that actually made a lot of good impression for us.
Yeah, as you mentioned exactly. Phase one can be wrapped up like there is an ups and downs. Ups and downs. There is nothing we expected to go as we wanted them to go because we had phase one, season one. We're talking about top four teams. It was Knights, it was Nemesis, it was LCK, which is Titans Esports right now. It was Vitality now. Two teams changed. Anubis and 3BL are joining into the elite. That's the ups and downs I'm talking about. So I believe that the ups and downs is kinda the thing that we're looking for here because phase two, things gonna get different.
Of course, especially in phase one, as we have just watched what happened in the previous week, the three best of threes that we had were not an easy ones to take. Of course, we had Imperium trying to live the live versus, of course, TC, but that was not the case. TC found a way to just close it up with some really good and crazy plays and stats that you will see here, especially watching a player like Spoxy stepping up, other players that got their way and they found a way to just close it out. And of course, that was our last series of third week, and it was between 3BL and Swamp Gaming. And speaking of those two teams, Swamp Gaming will stay at the bottom frag with 07 when it comes to the scoreboard, and on the other side, 3BL 6 wins, 1 loss, and it was versus the big dogs, of course, the team that showed us that anything can happen, but not beating Vitality is something. Yeah, that's not. You're not gonna see this thing at least in phase one. We'll see how it goes in phase two. A lot of changes, a lot of ups and downs in the entire league, and of course, a lot of storylines for the players, for the teams, as we were just speaking. A team like 3BL, they came in with a new roster with players that we didn't expect them to be at this level, or at least we didn't. It was just a huge surprise to see them finishing 6-1 when it comes to the scoreboard, when it comes to doing everything that they can. And of course, the trivia will be going around this thing, and especially that last season, 3BL and I believe Anubis were the teams in the competitors group, and now we are going vice versa. They just tagged in, they go to the elite and bring down Knights and TEC, which a huge shocker of an event for a lot of CF fans.
Well, I think I like a good thing that you said. We maybe expected 3BL to become on top 4, maybe, or maybe they're doing better than season 1, but we haven't expected them maybe going 6-1. Second place, they only lost to Vitality. They had 2-0 versus TSC. They had 2-0 versus Nemesis as well. They almost lost to Swamp Gaming. They came back. So yes, as you mentioned, they did something we expected. They play better, but we didn't expect them at all to become 6-1. And this is one of the surprises on phase 1. That's why I'm saying phase 2 is going to be way more surprising for us, because teams like TSC, teams like Knights, they need to step up. Teams like Anubis, team like 3BL, they might fall. They might stay the same. However, I believe that if we are going on the same line, 3BL should still show strong performance with Anubis and also with Nemesis, because they were kind of consistent across the phase 1 until now.
Of course, and they are still very relative to the conversation. And speaking of a very huge and important one, you will see that in the elite group, as we have just mentioned, 3BL, Anubis, Nemesis, they came a long road to secure this spot. Vitality with just 7-0 on their, of course, standings. On the other side, you'll see the contenders, the remaining parts of the teams. And here it is, just like 4-3 for both Anubis and Nemesis. I believe the difference is only about the rounds. Anubis are -2, Nemesis -4, and on the other side, Unnights, which is pretty insane, like being on the 7th place, 2 and 5, and they have only -1 round. It feels a bit wrong, but I believe it might be viable.
And it's very tough season for them, but the win that they got versus Nemesis is actually signs of life for them, at least, because if they didn't, that means that they have only one win. So Imperium, if they can close with one win, that means that Unnights needs to beat Imperium, Swamp Gaming, and probably have a good game versus Titan Esports, not to match the set difference that we're talking about, because they have -5 and also Imperium. However, right now, Unnights, they are doing very good. Because I expected worse. I expected them losing to Nemesis, honestly, and I remember that I voted them losing to Nemesis, but they made a good upset versus them, so they have signs of life. For Imperium, they started very good, but then they ended shaky, which is, I believe, it's gonna be tough contender group for them, especially that they have Unnights and TEC, two former Phase 1 Elite group from Season 1 2026.
And this is our schedule for today. Of course, we have 3BL versus Vitality, the first game, and like the reigning champion versus a team that's currently in the second spot. Second game will be Team Nemesis versus Anubis, two of the really high contenders teams in they're still in the equation. Imperium versus Titan Esports. Like, that one is just hard. Like, we have just watched the same match, I believe, last week. So this is something would love to see again. Can they change the outcome? Can they find another answer? Like, can they find the answer to Titan Esports? That's a really good question. Or will Titan Esports keep going and keep doing what they do? I believe the competitors group won't be as easy, as you have Titan, you have of course Unnights, so those two teams are not gonna make it easy for the other parts of the group.
Not at all. I mean, imagine I'm in contender group and I'm supposed to be, okay, I'm in contender group. I'll try to get the wins I can so I can get the 6th place and can go to the playoffs, of course, the 6th and above. And then suddenly in my contender group, there is TEC and there is Unnights, the 3rd and 4th seeds for the Season 1. And they are with me in the contender group, and I have to beat one of them in order to survive. And of course, one of them also have to fall, or probably Imperium or Swamp Gaming, as we expected at the beginning of the season. But for an Imperium fan, they had a very strong run on the first one. They started very well, so they had good hopes for going into the playoffs. Then suddenly they clash with two top-tier teams, are kind of having a downfall, yes, but still, their experience is just unmatched for them.
Yeah, to back up what you just said, I wanna give it a shot to Unnights, since I was watching like lately some of the streams that goes to Crossfire, and I believe I have seen one of the GOATs returning, and it was famous. Like, he did a couple of streams in the past few days, so that shows you that man is back on the grind. He doesn't like the outcome of the first phase, and he will just change everything. And other than this, we'll go to our top frag. Of course, that's only for the first 3 weeks of this season. We have Snare on the first one, the Zane, Tadzin, and Gainer. All of those players have some really high rating. They have a lot of I would say those are the players that you would normally be looking at, and oh man, like, I don't want to be getting anywhere closer to those guys.
Yeah, top fraggers you're talking about. Then you talk about top fragging, it's definitely Snare, and this guy's always been the top. He's always been there. Dezane as well. I honestly count this season for Dezane as if he's kind of underperforming, because in my opinion all TC they are kind of underperforming, and we've seen also Spoxy whiffing some shots. It's quite normal, but this is not a Spoxy that we used to see. The guy is just hitting everything. Sometimes he has his ups, he has his downs as well, but now he's not in shape. However, Dezane is claiming one of the top fraggers. Todzin as well. We are having Gainer from Anubis. Gainer is actually having a good season 2, and we talked about it, and you mentioned as well how good Gainer plays, and when he plays very well, we usually see Anubis with Muffin having good fair games, and this reminds me of the game where Swamp Gaming played versus Anubis, and only Gainer and Muffin just carried Anubis through this win. It was a series of throws coming out from Swamp Gaming, if you remember, on Compound, on B-side, 5v2, and they just, or maybe 4v2, and they just clutch it. So it was just perfect moments for Anubis.
Of course, it was not an easy one for Anubis, but of course now we will head to our game for tonight, or at least the first one will have like a small chat about Vitality versus 3BL. I believe the last time we had this conversation, it was 2-1 in the scoreboard. I believe it ended up with Team Vitality winning over Team 3BL Galaxy. It was not an easy one, I would say. But at the same time, Team 3BL, they did their best to try and stay relative and be part of course, doing something versus Vitality. They had the Black Widow. They know how to use their long shot runs. They know how to keep relative to the game. But after that, we went into sub-base, and it felt like that's a different team. It felt like Vitality, they woke up and they shifted everything around, and then like the last map, it was just a one-sided one. Went for the big dogs, and yeah, they always love to give us like a taste of the Vitality circuit. Yeah, of course, it's a cool. But like, yeah, it's just like that. That's how Vitality like makes you, like we have a say in Egypt, like the guy takes you to the sea and like you go back to your home like you're still thirsty. It's something that we say, which is basically like you will see everything in front of you and you won't be taking a dime out of it. Like you see a huge box out of gold or like whatever it is, but that's a say in Egypt. But now we'll get back into stats, the things that we will see, the things that we would love to see from those guys. And for me, I would love to see the sniper duel. You have the one from 3BL Galaxy and the other one from Vitality. They're just making it very tough to not talk about them.
Yeah, not only the main snipers. If you're talking about the main snipers, of course, it's Sad and going to be Snare versus Sad. However, let's look at the secondary of snipers for 3BL and Vitality. It's Slayer versus Hunt. Both of them are kind of, let's call it crazy plays. They usually go for the aggressive crazy plays. They usually go for the aggro gameplay. They usually try to go take more risks because they are free to do it. In every team you play is playing Crossfire, usually there is a guy that he's risk-free. He's the guy that he's taking the risks for his teams. He's trying to risk maybe one peak, one round for his teammates, and it might flip, it might work, it might not. However, everyone accepts that. It's Slayer on Vitality, and definitely it's going to be Hunt. Also the IGL, which is on 3BL Galaxy. So Losha as well, I want to talk about Losha. He had a very good run, he had a very good debut. This guy is doing very good. He's pushing 3BL to the second seed. As you said, we expected 3BL doing good, but we didn't expect 3BL going 6-1. Maybe 5-2 would be okay. Maybe 4-3, where should they lose to TC or maybe Nemesis? We expected that, but this was not the case. They only lost to Vitality. They had a very good run. Omega had a very hard games versus Vitality last time. I believe that in the third game it was Port, he didn't get a single kill. I would love to see him just kind of getting back into shape right now.
You touched on that. I really did want to bring that up. When Omega didn't land a single frag in the entire game, and Mel, like I remember that, I was like, huh. I was like, guys, are you sure that the stats are right? Or
it was good.
Like,
it was right.
Like
it was
a small virtual bug. I was like, yeah, it's fine. I won't bring it up. I won't talk about it. And like after we finished the stream, we went to talk to the guys, and especially you did ask them, like, guys, did Omega land a single kill? I was like, well, yeah, that didn't happen.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what they are typing right now. Can Omega and Noxin step up? Because Noxin had a very bad first and second game, I believe. Omega had a good game on the first, where they won Black Widow. I believe it was Black Widow, sub-based in Port. Black Widow was won by 3BL to 8. Then they lost Subbase 10-6, which is one of the best maps for 3BL, but one of the best maps for the Vitality and probably across the region. And then they play Port, which was not going as expected for 3BL, of course, but going as expected for Vitality, because Vitality, we used to see them when they are putting Port on the line, when they are putting Port as a decider, they never miss, they never just fail to close the series, and they did. So right now, Noxin and Omega, the guys that carry the future of 3BL, exactly needs to step up today. Otherwise, I believe it's gonna be a quite, and I don't want to say easy games, but I can say that it can go to 2-0. It has a chance of going 2-0 in favor of Vitality if Noxin and Omega don't just step up today.
I mean, let's say that like if we have a 0 kills player on our side of the table, I believe it would be a pretty hard one to try and expect that we with that to drop a round or like to drop a game to your side. But on the other side, you still have very high hopes for a team like 3BL. They're still pretty young, and watching what they're capable of doing, that's something unique. And on the other side, you have Team Vitality, which they actually started playing together back in the days, back in 2020. For later on 2023, I believe the deal was made to play under the name of 3BL. 3BL back then was not 3BL Galaxy. So it's always that place that brings you huge talents, or at least shows you a really good formation for the team. Like, those players were really good. Like, some of them were in Team Meth, some of them were in Anubis, some of them were here and there, and then you got 3BL Galaxy. They brought them all together, and they formed the most dominant roster in the history of CFWL. So we'll see, can they remaster it or remake it, or it's gonna be a one-time wonder.
Well, I mean, they're kind of trying to, they're trying to remaster it, and they're trying to have a good roster. They showed a very good performance. They were consistent. However, I want to just highlight a few things. That Phase 2 is basically, for some teams, it's exactly one of them is Vitality. They go in, they try to play, maybe, I don't want to say different than Phase 1, but it's kind of, they don't want to show strategies. They just want to play very, very basic, even more than Phase 1, because Phase 1, for them, it's a placement for Phase 2. After that, if they got the 7-0, which is the case right now, only one win can secure them number 1 spot or slot on the playoffs. So they have 3 games to play. They need only one game. They need only one win. So why risk anything when if you just got one win, and you will still have the first place, and you will be moved to second phase in the playoffs? And that's what Vitality looking now. Same exactly for 3BL right now. If 3BL can win today versus Vitality 2-0, I believe they can still go up to the first place, and they will also secure the second place or first place at least, and they will be bypassing the first, let's say the first leg on the playoffs, which is, in case right now, it's the goal for 3BL. And as you can see, Phase 1 for Vitality completely undefeated. However, most of these wins is very close, not unlike you are seeing like Imperium when it's 2-0, but it was 2 golden rounds. Swamp Gaming, there was 1 golden round there for Swamp Gaming as well. And 3BL Galaxy, it went very, very far on the first map, but kind of stomped for the others. Maybe I would say Titan Esports, they had a very fair chance of beating them as well, because they went also into overnight. Other than that, it was convenient win from Vitality.
Yeah, I believe that we had like that stat back in the days, like in later on week 2, that Vitality, they played more than 270 rounds in just 2 weeks of Crossfire. That was insane. Some players didn't even get to see all of those rounds in their entire season, and they're like casually dropping a lot of golden rounds, casually going to distant, casually managing to turn all of those things around and managing to get back on their feet to win their games. And on the other side, you have, of course, we talked about those guys a lot, their formation, their play style. We still need to touch on that part, but other than this, we will see a team like that one, like you got Lucia, you got a lot of new players to be in this picture is pretty important. And for me, I would love to see them playing internationally to see what this roster can actually do, and will they go for distant in the international events or not. Like, anyways, like a lot of hopes for this team, but we'll see how everything's pan out for them. But for me now, we need to have like a little bit of conversation when it comes to maps selections or the things that you would love to see them do, since I believe that if we're talking about those two teams, they have a very close map pool when it comes to the maps that they really like. And of course, when we speak about that, he should bring up sub base. Oh, look at those stats.
Well, you're talking about two IGLs from both teams, and Snake is having one of the best season in his entire career, I believe, because we used to see Snare, the casual Snare. He's IGLing, he's not top fragging, he's not the guy who's clutching, he's not the guy who's claiming the MVPs, and however, he's not the guy that we are expecting him to do that. So, however, in this season, this guy's just doing extraordinarily good when it comes to fragging, when it comes to clutching. And we remember his clutches versus Nemesis, versus TSC and Mexico, and everywhere he's just there. And now also Hunt from 3BL, the guy that is leading a bunch of rookies. I'm talking about Lucia, I'm talking about Omega, I'm talking about Noxin. Maybe Noxin, this is only his second season, but Omega and Lucia, those are their first seasons, and he's still leading them with 1.23 KD. That means that he's just carrying his teammates on his shoulders and also IGLing at its finest. So both IGLs being head-to-head, that's something that we do not usually expect. You would usually see snipers on the head-to-head, or at least one sniper from one team.
True. Like, usually we don't see a lot of head-to-head when it comes to IGLs, but those two are not your type beat IGLs, not your Sundays IGL that will just like woke up trying to go with the grass, like do whatever they really want to do. Those guys are the big deal when it comes to playing with their teams, and of course having their name to be put up there is just like it's totally fine to have them. And it felt for me that watching Hunt evolve as an IGL brings me that he's trying to build up to be one of the I believe in a couple of years he's going to be one of the craziest IGLs, or like the better IGLs that we have in the entire region. But of course, I believe we are all heading
Talk a
to
lot about
one
3BL
place.
and peak vitality.
Hear me out. Like, the stats, the hope, the belief is here, but like statistically, and like if you just move your heart and go with your brain, it just like that it all bans out like this. Like you can just try and predict 3BL winning versus Vitality and dropping the first bomb versus Vitality. That's something we usually don't see. So this is the logic part.
I like you said that if you just neglect your heart and to go with your brain, you will pick Vitality. If you go with your heart, everybody will go with 3BL. It's not because we don't like or love Vitality. It's because we love the underdog story. We want to see someone beating our top tier team. And we want to see someone beating our champion in order for our champion to improve, in order for our champion to just adapt and change strategical wise. However, everything on paper says Vitality have the upper hand, even though when 3BL had their best, which as in my opinion they had the best performance for a while on phase 1. I don't think they can maintain it totally throughout the entire season. However, even though when they had their best, they still lost to Vitality, and they had one of their best 2 picks. It was Black Widow. They won them, and they went to sub base and they lost 6-10. So when you're going to be closing the game, when you're going to be having a chance to close the game, because Port, New Mexico, Ankara, I believe also would say maybe I would say also sub base are going for Vitality, but Compound maybe goes for 3BL, maybe Black Widow it's 50-50, but sub base definitely for Vitality. So that's why I'm saying better Vitality have a better chances of just closing this series.
Of course, they have the chances, they have everything, but keep in mind, I believe, as you always say, Penguin, when it comes to Egyptian derbies, it's all about mentality, it's all about can you maintain the same performance, the same level for the entire season, and I believe those players should be happy. Like, we just had our like national team win yesterday, so they're happy, they're motivated, and they wanna double down on that win. So that's something we need to have in consideration. Of course, the map V2 will have new compound for 3BL port on the second map and Black Widow as the decider. And ironically, it feels like a really good map V2 for 3BL.
It's
It
good
looks good for
because
3BL.
as I said, new compound is very good for 3BL. They have a good success. Maybe Vitality. We haven't seen much from their new compound, and we haven't seen them playing this game so much. But new compound is all about IGLing. If Hunt can IGL today on new compound, he will definitely carry his team into the win and then go to port on a global side. It's a double-edged weapon. If you go on the global side and you don't end with a 6 rounds or more, technically the game is over for you because you're playing Vitality on the global side. If you don't have a buffer 2 or 3 rounds, you're done. You're completely done when you switch to the blacklist side. And this was the case on port first phase, where we've seen they started on the blacklist side, 3BL, they started on the blacklist side, and they got only, I believe, 2 or 3 rounds, and they couldn't close any of the next rounds. And we remember of them, some of the players are struggling. So now, new compound should be on the line for 3BL. If 3BL cannot get new compound into a win or close it, I believe it's going to be a 2-0 for Vitality. Taking into consideration the port is one of the strongest maps for Vitality right now, as long as Black Widow, which is going to be the decider. I think that Vitality had some change in their Black Widow, because last time we've seen them playing Black Widow, it was not the best. They're playing in a very basic way. Yes, of course, it's phase 1, also it's phase 2, but playoffs, different way, different style, so Vitality are preparing for it right now.
Of course, and I love that you did touch down on port thing. That it's one of the really good maps that Vitality have, and I believe when it comes to the stats for this season, they always go like unmarked on port. They always just like lean their opponent, and I believe in most of their games they had port as the decider, and they definitely did win it. And speaking of that, they had port, the Bootport versus Imperium as the decider. They won port in I would say a TEC matchup. They won port versus 3BL. It got banned versus Swamp Gaming. So port is always on the picture for Vitality. And yeah, of course, to speak more about it, they had it in Unnights, Nemesis. So most of the games was port part of the picture. So to have it in the second game, they are showing a lot of respect for 3BL Galaxy. And on the flip side, you have the final map, the final thing, which is Black Widow. I believe it wouldn't be that easy.
It's not gonna be easy at all. Black Widow, I believe the changes that Vitality did, maybe 3BL will not be ready for it. But this series, I believe that it has a very high chance of just going to 0 if 3BL just gets the win. If they get the win over New Compound and they go to the Globers half and they just have heads high, they have confidence, they have momentum, they can close it 6-3, probably 7-2 versus Vitality. And if they did, we are about to witness a 2-0 for 3BL. But if 3BL didn't close the first map, which is New Compound, their own pick, Newport is going to be very difficult for them, because Vitality is just going to steamroll their way and try to find an angle to close it to 0.
Of course, 2-0 is the big thing I would say that Vitality would be looking for to just secure their place as a top 1 team, not trying to play a lot of stuff or just give it room for any other teams to do anything. But for me, I would say it's still a 60-40 situation. 3BL need to do something in this game, and of course, I believe that if we really want to see the game, we'll have to go to our casters. And of course, for today, I believe that we have Elfish and we have Trev. Man, hard luck on yesterday's match.
Thanks, guys. Yes, that's all right, though, because we're all going to end up in the same place anyway, and that is eliminated to Argentina. So I'm not sure why you guys are getting so excited about that, to be honest. But Trav, you know, I think they might have even been potentially talking to you when they said hard luck on yesterday's matches as well, because as I understand, you had a pretty big day yesterday. Hopefully not going to be so bad for you today. We'll see how things do start off. Obviously, first day of Phase 2 here of CFWL, and we have a pretty big match, I think, in the Vitality versus 3BL matchup, which was a game that actually kind of did go the distance in Phase 1. So I'm quite intrigued to see where this one is going to end up.
Yeah, look, I like to think that Crossfire has prepared me for long days in my career, and it has conditioned me to be prepared for anything and everything that's thrown at me. So, yeah, thank you to Crossfire, and thank you to CFWL for that. We'll see if that happens again today. Yeah, this is a fun game, obviously. It's the two teams at the top of the league in that regular season. I think 3BL have got a little glimmer of a chance here. I kind of want to see it, as Penguin mentioned on the desk. Like, you kind of want the underdog to perform well. And 3BL have proof they can beat Vitality historically in different tournaments as well, in maybe longer, longer format matches. So, yeah, it's going to be really curious. Vitality should win, and you expect them to ramp up. Now they've saved all their tracks in the regular season, 7-0. You expect them to show their true face here, but 3BL will be doing the same thing. So we'll see which way it's going to go.
I mean, I think obviously there's a precedent set that 3BL could definitely take a map here, and I like what they've done with the veto. They've obviously picked into new compound. They've managed to get Black Widow through as the decider, which was the map that they did actually beat Vitality on back in their last matchup, which was week 2 of the season. So I think, you know, assuming you can have confidence that they'll pick up the map of new compound, then you could say there's an argument to be made that they could still potentially walk away with this series. But in counterance to that, I would say Vitality have looked a lot better the deeper we've gone into the season. You know, it sort of felt like as of week 2, midway through week 2 was where they actually started to wake up a little bit. So we'll, see if that level is actually going to come into play here as we start things off for the second phase of this Season 2 of CFWL. It hasn't kicked off well for Vitality, losing Snake, who has perhaps been their standout player of the season so far. Saw in a lot of those graphics, top kill leader for Vitality, which is a little bit surprising, or not ordinarily the player that you'd be expecting to be in the fragging department, but has been doing a pretty good job here. Now it's time for Horus and Slayer to try and salvage the situation, and they do enough to bring it back to 3-on-3, but that's not going to be enough to win the round.
Not yet. Sad is lurking around, looking for Totson. He's going to find him. So man one gained, but then comes Snare in the end to hunt down Mr. Sad looks to try and get that trade, and he will. He'll push quite further forward to grab that. Your lineup! It is a lineup straight off the bat. Vitality find themselves a clutch, and that has been kind of the main thing and main talking point of their season, is that even if they have rough games, even if they have rough rounds, it has been the clutch players in the late round that always seem to find a way.
Yeah, certainly. And that is something that I think, we didn't really get to see too much in week 1 and early on in week 2, but it did start to come back a little bit more for Vitality. Now, Snake's going to know here that he's under a bit of pressure, so he does call for some assistance from Totson. A couple of players trying to push their way through the smoke, and Snake has that on lock at the moment. Hunt jumping out the window in middle. There's multiple players watching for him. I don't know about that one from Hunt. A very isolated maneuver on his behalf. And that will be the better of 3BL for this round, you'd think. A 5v3 Vitality should not be dropping these.
Never. And I think that's one of the main things as well. Like if 3BL don't find new compound and they lose it to Vitality, they're not in a good position in this series. This could be a quick 2-0 if they lose map 1. If they win map 1, then we're expecting it to be a bit of a long drawn-out BO3. But you're going to need to answer back quickly. So if Vitality make a mistake here, there's no reason for them to. No reason for them to overpeak in any way in this 5v3.
Well, Slayer's going to have a little bit of a look here, and he's kind of on his own. So if he were to lose the same duel, it might be a little dangerous. Luckily, that's not going to be the case. It does come down to now just a couple of 3BL players remaining. Horus wants to sort of push the issue, and that will be a mistake from him. But probably not a round-losing mistake just yet, unless the bleed continues. It is a trade in the end for Snare to bring it down to a 1-on-3, although Snare is solo holding A. So maybe a small chance in here for Losher if he can find that opening kill on the A side, get the plant down, play out the 2-on-3, or the 2-on-1, I should say. It will be maybe an angle. Snare has spotted him out, though, in the end, and so no harm done for Vitality. 2 reasonably okay rounds. And the first one did come down to Slayer solo, but this one looking a little bit better than that, looking a little bit cleaner, and so they are underway nicely on their opponent's map pick early on in the piece.
I think already an example of how Vitality are looking to try and obviously Slayer push aggressively in middle. Slayer is kind of doing everything right at the moment, right? It's not just the 1v2 clutch, it's referring to the 1v2 clutch in that first round of the game. It's how he took that fight in the middle of the round, in that previous round you were referring to, when they were 5v3 up. He made it a 5v2. He was about to be traded, and then he, rather than refacing, like maybe we'd see a bit of a lazy reface from a Vitality player early on in the game, he fell back, he played space, and he gave him no space at all. And at the moment you can see in this round, Vitality doing exactly the same thing. Slayer pushing aggressively to begin with, falls back with his kill, and Horus plays off his contact, pushes his side of the map. They are pinning 3BL back right now.
Yeah, really bullying them, and that's more of what we've come to expect. And the more we see of Vitality this season, the better they are starting to look. I remember, being quite critical of them at the start of the season and saying, if this is the team that we get to see going over to EWC, for example, they're not going to do very well. But I think they've definitely shown the improvement that we would want to see. And Sad, yeah, his elbow showing around the corner allows Snare that early heads up that there was a player about to peek him. So an easy kill. Again, Vitality start to take that map control early on in the piece. 3BL are trying to work their way in through middle. But it seems as though Vitality are very aware of what is about to come for them. And so they just wrap in behind them. And Snare able to tap away a couple times through the smoke. One of them being a connection. Another 5-on-3 ensuing here for Vitality as they do look to hold on. Horus would not want to go down right here, but it's going to be a crunch into GR Spawn that goes wrong for Vitality. And Snake is there a little bit too late to make the difference. Vitality just maybe overcooked that round a little bit.
Yeah, that one was a little bit too much. I appreciate what they were trying to do. Firstly, Snare was all the way around on the flank and almost had a collateral lineup. I was surprised that first shot he took through the smoke didn't connect anything at all. That was weird. It felt like it was bang on when he was lining that up through the smoke. But it didn't work out, and then Vitality make a little bit of an error by pushing a little bit too hard. Horus went first. He tried to play with his teammates to push it as like a trio as such. I saw the vision, but it took 3BL, unfortunately.
Yeah, I agree. I think it could have been a little bit slower from Vitality, and it might have worked out a little better. But regardless, up 3-1, they can afford to take that risk. I would say, as long as it doesn't result in a bit of a string of rounds here from 3BL, which for Vitality is maybe a bit of a concern now in the 3-on-3. Snare's going to go hunting. He does spot a couple of players, but Snare a bit isolated here. He's going to have to be sharp with his shots, and he is at least for the kill on the Hunt, who was quite low. Flashes himself back to safety. C4's dropped at the moment for 3BL, not going anywhere too quickly. Still got 1 minute and 15 on the clock, so that's okay. But again, good map control being taken by Vitality as Slayer has wrapped in behind middle to ensure that no rotation can come through.
Good shot from Snare. And it's probably the right time for 3BL to be a bit concerned. Vitality, you can kind of tell they've shown up to the punch today and have not wanted to take any prisoners. And 3BL are going to have a conversation about that right now. First tactical call of the game. And the crazy thing is they should really be down 5-0.
I'm surprised that we get a tactical timeout maybe this early on in the piece for them. I know the score's not obviously fantastic, but it does feel like they are, in a sense, competing in a lot of these rounds. Maybe it's just a little thing they want to try to figure out. Maybe someone has noticed something. And I suppose you also know this is our map pick. If we're going to go down here and we're going to go into our opponent's pick of port, then yeah, maybe things could be pretty bad. So try to get on top of this one early on in the piece so we can front run a little bit. Quite a lot of things to think about, I suppose, for 3BL, but Vitality are looking pretty cool, calm, and collected, as they usually do. In spite of that, though, Stray has got a lot to say.
Yeah, which is a good sign, right? You can never be perfect. There's always an extra 1% you can find that you very rarely do. The strive for perfection is always a factor, which is why people play these sort of games in general at a high level. Try and hit their absolute peak. There's no need for Vitality to hit that at the moment, though. It feels like they've kind of been coasting while playing that little bit differently, while being that 5% extra sharp compared to what we saw in the regular season, even though they didn't lose in the regular season.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say they've been coasting for the most part.
Yeah.
I mean, throughout the entire season, I feel like they've generally been pretty relaxed and coasting along pretty okay. But as we get deeper and deeper into the season, that is going to have to start to change. 4-1 though at the moment here for their start to phase 2. Probably doesn't prompt a whole lot of change as far as Vitality are concerned. Very happy with the proceedings thus far. Attack timeout obviously gone now for 3BL. So we'll see what they've been able to come up with in terms of a change-up adaptation in the strategy. It's a 1-3-1 from them at the moment. 3 players trying to force their way in through middle, and Snare already dealing with Omega. So the plan hasn't exactly gone to plan, so to speak.
No. They try and make their way past the corner of the smoke, and Snare just puts a few shots through it, finds one. Quick fire shot. And already down a man. Vitality are feeling fantastic at the moment. Toxin will get legged. We've not really seen that combination of Hunt and Sad activate in this game yet, like we've seen them able to do. I think that's a conversation that we've also been having over the course of the season, is that the reason 3BL, when, 5-1 in the league this season, is because TC and Unnights have fallen off, and Nemesis aren't exactly that consistent either. So that they've taken the mantle that has been left by those 3 other teams. Their slight regression has meant the ascension a little bit of 3BL. And while 3BL were very clearly growing as a team and looking a lot better, which wouldn't surprise you for them to be, maybe in the top 4. Being second is maybe the main surprise, and maybe now playing against a team in the league, they're starting to get a taste of their own medicine. They go straight into Slayer, and he absolutely demolishes them, dismantles them, and that pause is not worked out for 3BL.
Yeah, I think you definitely hit the nail on the head, really, with regard to 3BL. Other teams' downfall has been their rise, but the question is 3BL genuinely a top 4 team, or are they just in this position because other teams have kind of let themselves down a little bit this season? And I think throughout phase 2 we're going to get the answer to that. Well, right now, at least in this game against Vitality, it would seem that they are not up to scratch in terms of a top 1 or 2 position potentially, but maybe we've called it a little bit too early, and we'll see how things do end up panning on out. Horus goes down 1-for-1 in middle, but that alerts Snare to the presence of 3BL headed in his direction, and so Hunt goes down. Pretty easy kill for Snare there. Just sets on the line, waits for the swing, gets the kill, backs away, plays for the retake. Slayer wrapped in behind here in middle as well. This should be, I would say, pretty routine for Vitality unless something unorthodox happens. Potentially Losha pushing through that smoke would be that X factor, but Snare is way too aware of it. Watson is going to be able to take down Noxon, and so another easy retake for Vitality, and this is very much starting to see a bit more like a foregone conclusion.
Look, it could very easily switch around a bit here, and 3BL could end the half 6-3. They could start the second half well, and I could be talking at 6-6 and feeling like a fool. But I feel like the real Vitality has hit me back on their screens again. This is way more like it. This is exactly what you want to see from the team at this point. They have been just destroying them. They're all over them. And you can see the change up from 3BL in this round, just to try and like say to Vitality, stop it. Like, we're still here. We're still good players. We want to try and make something happen. That is why they went so fast toward that B main side of the map. And they are going to make something happen here. They've got a 3v2 all of a sudden. It was recovered pretty well from Vitality, despite the shock of the pace of the move from 3BL. Could still win the round, 3BL, though, even though they did get pegged back to the 3v3. They now know Snake's position. That's good jiggling from Noxin. And Snake is pretty low HP as well, so it might be down to Snare.
Yeah, I mean, might not be over, though, if Snare is able to hit a couple of shots on this entry. Doesn't seem to have been the case, though. Sad set up nicely, misses a shot. Oh, it came down to Nox and Solo. That almost would have been too much to bear for 3BL had they ended up losing that round as well. They do at least get it over the line. They do keep themselves in the conversation for that 6-3 that you were talking about, which would have them in a, I'd say, a fighting chance, a fighting position, at the very least, going into the second half. But it would be by no means a fantastic first half. And it might still get worse for them, as we are now lining ourselves up for a 7-2. The opening pick straight away of Vitality. Quick response, though, from 3BL. And if Horus falls over here, the site is going to open up. Now, 2-on-2. Snake and Totson trying to wrap across. Losha might be caught out in no man's land. There's a big dive on in from Snake. He is feeling confident, and Totson is there to back him up. So Vitality will indeed go to 7 and secure a very solid first half.
Very, very solid indeed, and I'll be delighted with that. I think for me, the main thing for Vitality there that they'll be really encouraged by is firstly their sort of refreshing revitalization of, okay, this is the way we actually play. This is not us saving some of our level, for the in the early season games. This is the real Vitality, at least a glimpse of it. And secondly, it may be a dominant half for Vitality, but they could have won every single round. They were in every single round in this half, right? It's not like 3BR won one at a canter in any way. Even that chance in that 3v2 where Noxin only just wins it 1v2, right? Where he was in the right place at the right time to get the double spray down. Even that could have gone awry with a slightly different timing or a crazy reaction from Snare. So, yeah, they could have won every single round in this half. That they were in every single round, and there was one of the ones earlier on in the half as well, if you remember, where they went a little bit too aggressive and overcooked ever so slightly with Horus and the push through from A. So, look, they are just well in control right now. And as I said earlier, if they find this map and go on to map 2, their pick, that's going to be way too much, I feel like, for 3BL today.
Yeah. There's 3BL, nice little setup there with some noise-cancelling foam and whatnot. I don't know whether or not that kind of foam actually does a whole lot for you in terms of dampening the sound, but
true, I don't know.
Looks nice
either.
At least.
It does. It doesn't look too bad. Like, I feel like it's one of those things that, like, aesthetically looks a bit strange, but at the same time doesn't look too uncool. Like, it looks good. I think it looks good.
Yeah, I've actually done some research on it, like, because I was like, oh, what if I, noise-proof, soundproof my room and stuff. And most of what people say is, like, it doesn't actually really do anything. Those sort of small foam tiles, you need to get, like, proper, big noise-cancelling, like, boards almost.
Right.
Which is just a bit too much effort, I think, for a home studio.
True, very true. Mine is like a little mini office, like it's a small very, very small room in my house next to my bedroom. It's like it used to be a a spare bedroom to fit a very small bed in, and yeah, it's now my office, and there's not even any room on the walls for me to put soundproofing. So yeah, it wouldn't make much of a difference. In general, I feel like my microphone and my settings and how my setup has been for like the last, I don't know, 4 years now at this point, maybe even more. I think I was the same mic for 4 years, at least. It's always been pretty good when it comes to like cutting out background sound, unless there's sirens going past my house because I live in London. That's the only exception.
That is pretty common, actually.
So that's the only thing that's a little bit annoying. But other than that, I feel like it works pretty perfectly without the sound.
All right, well, back in for the second half, so no need to continue on that trajectory of a conversation. It is Vitality that are moving on to the attack. Now, here's where things, may get interesting, because I think we've seen a few halves from Vitality which have gone quite swimmingly, so to speak, 7-2 being one of them, and sometimes those halves just get pulled back in the second. That was an occasion that I felt we got a few times in phase one. So let's see if Vitality have sort of picked up on that and they're going to close this map out as clean as we would normally expect, or if once again we're going to go back to a bit of a more extended purview from Vitality.
And it will be the BL side, so you could argue ever so slightly more difficult, but even map overall. So let's see how it goes. You're going to go for a good angle held by Omega, but he gets one. He's run down by Snake, and he's a bit sad. They haven't managed it yet, though, and he's only going to get the one, I thought, for sure. He's going to find that second in a little switch to the USP, but not happening. Snare trying to hold off against the rotations as well. His timing is like, and of course he has slow. This is where Nosher is, and Snare has really showed up today. Not the first time he has put his foot down and said, no, you are not coming through on either side of the map. And this is the real Snare. This is the Snare who is the best player in the league.
Yeah, 100%. It's been a very good display from him. Vitality will win the opening round of the second half as a result of his heroics. 5-on-5, we're back again. Noxon looking to set himself up in pillars. Multiple players tagged up by some grenades. Slayer Horus and Snare copying a bit of a beating. But if it is just going to be these 2 or 3 players over towards B, there's still a world where Vitality can sort of knock that over. Noxon looks like he's about to pop a grenade and does eat a significant portion of damage as a result. He wants to change up his position. Vitality are not pulling the trigger on this B hit, though, which is probably a good choice considering there is 3 players stacked over towards B, which is maybe more than one more than you would ordinarily have there. So just a bit of chip damage there, and then Vitality going off to explore elsewhere on the map, see what they can do with the remaining minute and a half of this round.
Omega is going to get tested here, but hard cleared by Slayer. He's going to cover. Toxin is going to get caught looking the wrong way. See over the windows, through the windows, and towards A once again. And again, Slayer continues to hit shots. This time, though, he's not expecting Hunt to be so close. So people are holding on by the skin of their teeth here to keep the advantage. 2-8 behind is a long, long way back. This would be step 1 to finding a little bit of something, but the C4 can be planted. Snake is going to try and move, but it's a lovely shot hit by Hunt. It's now down to Snare, stuck in the window. Finds himself one. And he will.
Yep.
So
yeah, not much you can really do.
Finding something.
That's a very nice retake from them. But again, it's going to take a lot more than just that one round to really get us excited. 8-3 is still a bit of a debacle of a scoreline on your own map pick. See where this ends up going, though, as maybe 3BL can continue to pull it back. A more aggressive position opted for this time by Noxon, and again, some early chip damage onto these Vitality players. There's going to be a swing here. Morris is going to be the unfortunate benefactor of a bullet in his direction. The trade needs to be clean, and it will be. Vitality do what they kind of need to do in the circumstance. It was a heavily offensive hold from 3BL that's been dealt with, and now we're back to a 3-on-3. So the rest of this round really comes down to mid-round decision-making and timings. And there's certainly a fair bit of time for that with 1:40 left on the clock. Vitality looking to creep their way forward here towards the B site.
Is Hunt ready? Second, he's done very, very well. Okay then. Hunt getting a little bit pumped up for that one, and why not? Very, very seldom do you see a single player get all three from that position. He holds down mouse 1, and it works out for him. And now 3BL, maybe a little something to shout about.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be a big win condition for 3BL, and we've sort of said it in the past that Hunt has been one of their standout players this season. So if he can come online, maybe he can find a way to have that individual impact that could just get them close, or maybe even over the line still here on the compound. 1 for 1 at the start of the round. Perhaps should have been 2 for 1, and it will be in the end as Totson does eventually wrangle that kill. Snare does fall to Losher, however. So again, we find ourselves very early on in the round back to a 3-on-3. Which is going to slow things down somewhat.
Second round in a row, that's been the case. Always recovered very quickly. They know where Sad is, and all of a sudden the reactor knocks in position immediately. Double kill! Now Sad is exposed again, so the individual level of 3BL is starting to warm up, and it's saving them in this game. In the previous round, Hunt could have easily been run down. He wasn't. Here, Sad gets 2, and he probably should have only got 1. Now, Losher has a chance to deliver in this 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, Totson also has that opportunity and can get his team to a 9-4 lead. Look to close out this opening map. He will be getting a plant at the very least, so that's going to have the round starting to swing in his favor. Smoke down as well for Losher to try to push his way through, and again, Totson would have the advantage if he does push his way through that smoke. Losher instead tossing a flash. See if he can force Totson off the line, which is somewhat successful, but Losher still not gambling through that smoke just yet. 15 seconds on the clock. He's got not a lot of time to actually try and clear out Totson's position, so I'm not sure that he's going to catch him. And in the end, Totson will win the round, so it will be map point available now for Vitality.
Yeah, just expertly done there from Totson. I feel like, again, another example of just a different Vitality, a different time in the season. They played that a bit different, like individual players on their team would play that a bit differently. Play that a bit more lazily, maybe a bit more lackadaisically. There, just Totson gives him no chance at all, right? Doesn't offer himself up at all in any single situation, doesn't reveal the information of where he's playing from, and it makes Losher have to gamble to swing all these different angles. And yeah, in the end, looking the wrong way at the wrong time. So easy for Totson. And as you say, Vitality is 1. And that'll put them on a pretty quick path on port, you feel, for a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't write it off just yet, but it certainly would be my suspicion as well. Vitality to start this one nice and clean. Going to kill onto Omega. It's going to fall as well, and then Sad too. So that is the A site taken without too much recourse at all from 3BL. Just Noxon and Losher here dedicated to trying to push this club into a 5th round for themselves. They're doing a decent job considering the circumstances, but now Losher finds himself alone with 21 seconds left on the clock, and Vitality kind of throwing bodies at him. Again, giving him the chance at some of these fights. Eventually they think better of it. No, you can't be throwing away a 2v5. Like, they had to throw one in there, didn't they? Like, it looked like it was going to be a good map for Vitality, and then they just thought, you know what? Maybe we'll throw one of these rounds away at least. Raise some question marks again.
They're so funny, aren't they? I mean, look. They completely did everything right to win the game then and there, apart from like the last 15 seconds. They just love making us, or giving us something to criticize them for, don't they?
Yeah.
Look, they gave Losher the fights, but still fair play to Losher for hitting those last 2 shots. They weren't like the easiest shots in the world to hit insta like he did. So, you know, he offered them up, or Vitality offered them up. Thankfully, Losha was able to grab them. But still, yeah, that is an unlosable round. Classic Vitality.
Very classic indeed. Mate. And Omega's found himself the double to start this round off. Trade does eventually come through from Slayer, but maybe the wheels are starting to fall off again for Vitality. We'll see what they can do to negotiate this 3-on-4, but a good chance for 3BL to at least, if not win this map, restore a bit of pride, a bit of confidence, a bit of momentum going into map number 2. Is starting to be pulled away by Totson, who eventually will fall, and so too will both Horus and Slayer. So in the end, the job does get done. But 9-6, still not a super concerning position to be in if you're Vitality. But I think another round goes the way of 3BL here, and Vitality do have cause to be a little bit upset about things.
And they have cause probably to throw in their attack pause maybe as well. So we'll see. Did so well to get themselves into such a position, and now they're looking a bit more discombobulated. It's like it's flipped a switch somewhat. Hunt's going to push forward and catch Horus on the side. She's not from the window, but Slayer's missed his shot, and Slayer's going to be seen as well. He hits a massive nade on his push through, and just like that, as I said, it's like something has changed entirely. Vitality switched their brains off, allowed 3BL to get back into the round, and suddenly 3BL could be back into the entire game as a whole. Slayer does find one, pushing forward. It's a good catch in the side. He does have full A-site control, but he doesn't really have the help of Totson yet.
I mean, the plant is going to be an easy part of this puzzle. The issue for me is Slayer is pretty tagged up. So he's not necessarily going to be the biggest of factors if he cops a couple of stray bullets, but not to get too far ahead of ourselves. It seems as though 3BL may be going to 7. We'll see. Opening kill, though, will go the way of Slayer, and spacing not great for 3BL. Trade wasn't instantly there, so that brings Slayer down into the 1v1, and he might indeed actually, after all, have to be the one to get this done. Low HP, it will not be a concern if he hits that opening shot. Noxon given way too many opportunities there. Slayer uncharacteristically missing a couple of those sitters, and so another round will go the way of 3BL, and here is indeed where we will get that tack timeout coming through from Vitality. And I mean,
Stray.
I wouldn't be happy if I was Stray. These boys would be getting some words, because it's like, you know, this map was over. It was over. It was 5v2 post-plant. That is unacceptable to be losing that round. And when we're a team that is, you know, hoping for bigger things than where we find ourselves here, obviously, in CFWL, we want to go to EWC. We want to be a top 4 team in the world. We want to be a top 2 team in the world. Maybe we want to be the best team in the world. You know, obviously these are ambitious, lofty goals, but for a team that has managed to place top 4 at an international tournament at one point as a core, these are the goals that this team should be aspiring to. And losing a round like that, okay, it's probably not the biggest of deals in this environment, but if that happens on stage at EWC, your run is probably over. Let's be real. Like, if you lose that round against, you know, All Gamers or like Baisha or any of these like top Chinese teams or any of the Brazilian teams, like, you probably don't get to come back from that, actually, mentally, and also just in terms of where it sets you up for the game, even if you're ahead. So I think you, again, kind of do have to be practicing the way you want to play a little bit. And sometimes I don't feel that Vitality really practice the way that they want to play a lot of the time in these bigger events. They kind of do take it a little bit too easy in some of these CFWL matches, and I do have to question whether or not that actually hurts them in the long run.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that in any way. I think it's just obvious that is probably something Stray is talking to them about, and just being like, look guys, we have to just lock these down. You can't be playing lazy and lackadaisical like that, because one, it's costing you here extra stress for no reason. And secondly, talking about those big events, right? It's bad habits, purely bad habits that you're talking about. So yeah, it's not one they're going to be too happy with. It should have been done already. Should be. I'm sure they're even thinking about map 2 at the 5v2. At what was it? 9-4 was it? I think it was. Again, they're going to try and fix things, and Horus is like, okay, well, we've had a conversation. I'm going to take matters into my own hands. Screw the strategy. I'm going to find 3 entry kills. Sure, they can't lose another 5v2 to lose the game. I think this one's a little bit too far, because Sad is now 1v4. And the bomb will be planted. And if they chuck this one after what's gone before, then they need to be, I don't know, they need to be investigated or something, because this is going to be impossible. Sad is low HP. You've got 3 players posturing. And they're not even going to allow him in at all through that door. Nothing doing this time, and Vitality will have a quick chat and get it done. And Horus, so often the main man in making this sort of moves happen. A little bit of trolling. We do like to do a little bit of trolling over at Vitality in their camp, but they won the map in the end.
Yeah, I mean, if only it was so easy every time, right? You take attack time out, okay, Horus get a 3k in the next round, we can win the game. You know, it's not going to be like that every single time. But like I said, in this particular instance, it's obviously not going to hurt them too much. You do get away with it in CFWL, but I think it's definitely something that, you know, I'm seeing crop up a little bit more frequently than I would really like in this season so far. Still got a lot of positives to take away from that game, though, I think, for Vitality. Obviously, you win on your opponent's map pick, and you're going to go into your own map pick in the next map and look to try to close this series out 2-0. So not too bad, but I'm still a little bit concerned about that 5-on-2. We'll see if maybe the desk is as well, as we hand it back over to them to break down map 1.
Of course, it's a bit weird to watch. Like, those guys, they were 5-on-2. I believe that they had their knives out and they were trying to just close it out with like a couple of kills. And after that, like, it felt like the motion has left their side, and Cfwl are starting to get back into the game. And yeah, just like that, Horus just spawned, got 3k, and guys, there is no time
The round's over.
to be wasted there. Of course, it's just like that. Like, thank you for your time, and let's move forward. And for me, I would also love to add up that new compound was not a map that we always used to see Vitality play in this season, at least.
Well, yeah, talking about new compound, starting from the first half, 3BL had a very, very bad half, in my opinion. The Blacklist side was, they were just so completely disconnected. The guys had a lot of miscommunications. If you watch all the pushes that 3BL did, especially in the first 3 or 4 rounds, when it was 3-0, 4-1, for Vitality, we've seen 3BL trying to play slow, trying to take long control, to shift the map, trying to bait Slayer into B side in order for them to go to the A side, while it should be a completely free side for them, which is not the case. It didn't happen because Slayer always kept holding the alternate position, and he didn't move an inch. He knew exactly that 3BL were kinda trying to push him into the B side by the pressure that they are usually doing for him to move, and then they eventually come to his side. So he waited for them a couple of times, not only once, twice rounds, I guess, and he completely shut down him. So then after that, we've seen 3BL, they changed the pace, they took the tactical pause, then they changed the pace. After the tactical pause, they went all in, they went playing very fast, they didn't even take controls, they just take control and push, take control and push. They didn't go for the shift or the map rotations versus Vitality, which actually was better. Yet some other some players or some audience, if they are watching the game, they're gonna be questioning why 3BL is playing fast. This is the only way 3BL can get rounds versus Vitality. But looking how fast they played also with some miscommunications. If you compare 3BL pushing into a side with Team Vitality pushing into a side, if you look at the first Blacklist round for Vitality, Vitality pushed 4 players A side all together, all as a group, trading each as a perfectly good. Unlike 3BL, they were going one by one. We've seen Omega going one by one, he dies, then Hunt tries to trade him. he dies to Snare, and then Losha trades Snare, he instantly dies to Snake or a Slayer in Elton. It's completely, it's a complete miscommunication coming out from 3BL, guys. That's the big difference between the Blacklist side from 3BL Galaxy, which is, my opinion, was below average from 3BL Galaxy, and way so good from Vitality. And yes, talking about the round that they threw, it was 9-4, I believe, and Snare just brings the axe and he's trying to knife Losha in the altar. Yes, he maybe thought that his teammates will be able to close it, but as Trav said, shout out to Losha because he got the last 2 kills, was not the easiest kills because it was 2 different angles, and he was able to get it. And if you're playing with the 3BL Galaxy, a team that always plays on momentum, and you give them such a momentum, you need to be ready not only for this map but for the next map. In my opinion, the tactical pause that they took, yes, Horus closed it, but if Horus didn't get these 3 kills, I believe that 3BL Galaxy could have went to the overtime, and if they went to the overtime, the map could have gone to teams 3BL Galaxy in such a very strange way.
I totally agree with you that at a certain point it felt like 3BL are finding a way to ride the wave, but on the other side, like, yeah, Horus was like, yeah, let's just close it out. And I don't want to just speak about Horus, since a lot of Vitality players did some really magnificent work, and here is one of them, Slayer. That guy is like a hell of a player. Like, you won't be expecting him.
Yeah.
He's always holding some tight corners, pushing when you're like not seeing that place, or like he's always on your blind side. You'll see like that 1% that you won't see anyone, that guy will be coming out from this place.
Well, yeah, exactly. Slayer is just a player that you need to watch every single season. He was the MVP for Season 2, 2025, MVP. One of the MVPs, of course, of Season 1. If not, he's the MVP because Vitality is also winning now. He was underperforming the first couple of games. Now he's doing very good job. And I told you that the whole game plan for 3BL, it was obvious. They were playing on Slayer, and Slayer just didn't move an inch. This guy just kept his composure, and he knew that they are trying to bait him, to try to bait the rotation from Slayer going into the B side, so they have an easy extract onto a side, which is the side that you usually want to hit because it's easier than B side. But Slayer didn't move. He knew. Also, big shout out to Stray. He knew that 3BL gonna be doing this. So he stayed in his position. He played the Elton perfectly good. He got a roll of kills, and he made 3BL completely change their strategies. And this was one of the key factors why 3BL failed on the Blacklist side, and why we've seen Vitality have a very good Blacklist side and have a fair number of rounds to play, and also to bring the knives and just give us the circus that we usually want to see.
Yeah, it was just like 2 rounds of circus, like not much. Like we used to see more, like we've seen
More, yeah.
back in the first week or two. Like it was the absolute circus, I would say,
the golden
coming
round.
from Vitality. Like each
Yeah.
game, every time you'll see Vitality, know that something up is gonna be happening. And of course, for today versus 3BL Galaxy, I would say that Vitality, like till a certain point, they were doing their A game. They're winning. They're making a lot of really good duels, and for that, I would say that Vitality are very close to end this series on 2-0. So, of course, to talk about the series and see how it will break down, I believe that Trav and Elfish are ready, so we'll head to port and see after that game.
We are indeed ready, Trav, as always, to cast some Crossfire. So looking forward to jumping into map 2 here. Yeah, I think we've kind of given our thoughts. I think we're very much on the side of Vitality getting this one over the line at 2-0. The only question mark for me, I guess, is the fact that obviously 3BL will be getting to start on this GR side. So if they can put together a pretty good GR side, maybe make it some kind of insurmountable odds in the second half for Vitality, that's when potentially we might have something a little bit more to talk about. But I suppose we'll have to just wait and see how these first few rounds of Port do go before we get too invested in any potential comeback for 3BL.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a shame. I part of me does want to see 3BL fight through this one and look a little bit better, but we just know it's Vitality's home. And Penguin mentioned that a certain amount of rounds in the first half on the GR side to have any chance at all. Or it's probably going to be a bit of a done deal. So Yeah, I'll have to see how they're able to do that. And the main thing that worries me is that Vitality didn't just look like they were locked in for the majority of that map anyway. In terms of their strategies, it was their individual, like a slight cut above, right? It was a 5% increase, if not more, than what we've seen from them over the course of the regular season when it comes to their shooting. So, we'll see.
That we will indeed. This round has started off with a little bit of damage already having been done to Horus, and now Snake copping a little bit of a chip there as well. It's nothing necessarily too concerning for Vitality, who are not really moving and shaking too hard just yet. Happy to take their time. It's a bit more of a default setup, maybe waiting to see any kind of aggression out of 3BL. Yet to really appear. And so I think it's going to come down to Vitality making a decision of their own, and that decision would appear to be at this stage maybe to be push it towards B. Potentially a mid-B split. But as the round continues on, Vitality have got other ideas. So back and forth across the map, minute left on the clock. Eventually they will have to make the call. What's that call going to end up being? For me, a hit in through mid perhaps is the answer there, as Hunt goes down early on in the piece, trades nicely from Noxon, but he himself will fall, and still numbers in position for 3BL. Snake is caught in the back as he tries to exit, and it's all on Slayer, who is now isolated, but at the very least does have control of the C4. Can't imagine that he's going to be able to put this one together, but we have seen crazier things than a 1v3 today already. It will not be that crazy to finish off round one. So good start for 3BL to kick things off on map 2.
Yeah, something to work with, something to build upon. Don't mind the Vitality call. The timing on their push through was good. It took Hunt immediately, but extra players in position meant there was no extra progress able to be made for Vitality. Has something to work with, and a bit of confidence maybe at the beginning of the map is it might be what they need, considering how the game's gone so far today. Push through this time though, and Horus again will delete one. Standing a jumping shot on Horus, which was very nice, and Hunt will at least be able to help against Toxin as well, but taken down by Snake immediately. Need some reinforcements, they've got them, and Losher is already on the big flank. He should get it here. There is the one, a bit whiffy on Slayer. Only got 9 bullets left in that magazine, I believe. So Slayer's a good chance just to set himself up and reposition. Chance to take some duels. Almost finds Sad. He knows big damage has been done. He's going to go looking for him first, but Sad is trying to leave, trying to get out of dodge, and he's done that. Good positioning from Sad, just to avoid taking the fight at all. Eventually he'll go down the side, not realising that he'd crossed though. So it was good to begin with, but he loses his life, and now Slayer has a 1v1 to play out.
Very winnable 1v1 with time ticking in his favour, and now information as well as to where Losh is coming from. Slayer's just happy to take the fight. That's his aim, and why not? Finishes it off. So that's the first round on the board for Vitality. The first piece of the puzzle being put together. You don't necessarily need too many in this first half, really, to be feeling pretty good. So 1 out of maybe 3 to get to the par score. More than that, and Vitality are certainly on their way to closing it out 2-0. So again, still early days, but if you just trade 1 for 1 and this ends up being like a 4-5 half or a 5-4 half, that's not going to be good enough for 3BL. They are going to need to do better. They're going to need to go 2 for 1.
Exactly. Feeling out the map a little bit here, 3BL. A bit of an aggressive move forward. Horus is going to pull back a second and set up his util. Straight away, and it works to perfection. Wow. You can just tell Vitality have planned that one, and that has worked to absolute perfection. 5v3 off the rip.
Isolated defender over towards A as well, and Horus is going to catch Sad. The spray is really not clean, but Sad must have missed a shot or two in that as well. So Horus gets away with it, and that is very, very comfortable looking round for Vitality, up 2-1, and this is not the 2-for-1 I was talking about. This is the 2-for-1 that's going to be quite disastrous for 3BL if it continues.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's setting them in good stead. Might be time for a change-up, and that change-up is a little bit further on the field. Ready for that? He's not. Josh has got two players on his screen, and this time I tell you a little bit more split up. How that it's a bit of a fake. Longs into the attack, but only works out for one kill on this occasion. So 3BL will answer back, 2-2.
That's okay. It really only just gets them back in the conversation. Certainly doesn't put them in a position where we're feeling entirely confident about keeping the series alive here on the court. Vitality going back into another round. Alive and kicking. Totson copping a little bit of a beating at the early stages of this round, but okay for now. Mid certainly been established for Vitality, but aside from that, not a whole lot happening in this round so far. Vitality again happy to take it slow on the BL side until push comes to shove. Hunt is spotted out in middle. Omega could be on for the double, both Snake and Horus falling. It's a good exchange as far as 3BL is concerned, and this round looking, dare I say, a little bit, you know, sort of isolated, really. Enthusiastic maybe for Vitality. They just sort of try and make it happen on an individual level. That's not quite going to be good enough today against 3BL. They do need to do a little better than that.
Yeah, it's a bit of the first poor round of the game, I feel like, just in terms of how their timings work. Even the previous one wasn't too bad. I understand what they were trying to do. This one was a little bit more bitty. Slayer has no chance really in this 1v4. It'll be something giga special. Much looking for him in these last 30 seconds. With Slayer's positioning, kind of indicates to me that he might just be keeping himself alive to take a free tack pause in a way here for Vitality. Just talk a bit longer. That's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, that's good value out of the time that you've got available to you there. You're right in saying that it's pretty unlikely that he's going to be able to win that one alone, so might as well just take the opportunity to have a chat, see if they can figure out how to, in a sense, kind of like right this ship. It was a pretty good start. Really starting to claw their way back in now, similar to kind of what we saw a couple of moments there on our first map. Vitality obviously were able to lock in and get it done largely off the back of a nice individual play from Horus. Not sure you can necessarily rely on that every time. You'd love a third hero's Vitality just to put that extra added pressure back onto 3BL. So really trying to work their way through this round methodically as well. But it's a similar approach, right? It's like take mid with 3 players, have a couple watch the extremity, one toward B, one toward A, and then make a mid-round call off the back of that. We have not seen any spawn-based calls at all from Vitality in this map so far.
Exactly. So there's going to be a bit of a change up in that face in this round. Playing it a little bit more calm. I wanted to lose a player early. There was at one round where they, I think it was Horus in middle, set up some nice utility to burst his way through, and it worked out for a perfect opening kill. That's kind of the only thing that I've seen so far in those sort of moves. And that kind of works out for Snake. Comes in, not ready for a double peek in return though in that position, and Losher will be the one to take the kill. Sad has been very reliable in this position. He's seen Snail already. He's backing up into his crosshair. That's going to be a free kill. Horus has let him live. He's getting the flank kill on the side pretty quickly. He will. Takes his time on that one. And it's a great kill from Snake at long range and knocks in as well. I don't think Losher was able to find Horus, so it's still 2v2. Vitality kind of need this one just to feel like they have full control of the game again. Through, it's dodged by one, but Losher still finds the frag, and now Slayer needs to win this clutch. He knows where Losher is. He's in the corner. Trying to hit the pre-fire, and the tap there is clean. That was nonchalant from Slayer. And Vitality will make it 3.
Yeah, no mistake made by Slayer. It's tough, obviously, for 3BL that it comes down to such a close round, but that does give up that third round. So we kind of hit that pass score for Vitality, and they've got another 3 rounds in this half to see if they can just push the issue even further. You know, grab another 1, grab another 2. And at that point, it's a real threat for 3BL. This time, Totson certainly going to be anything but a threat in the round, as he is just spammed through the smoke by Losher. Vitality more interested in hitting A this time around, not something that we've really seen from them too much so far, but with shots like that, kills like that from Snake, it might make the job a bit easier. They don't know that it was a double up on the site, but even still, Snake gets in underneath Noxon. And so this round is starting to look a bit like a foregone conclusion, unfortunately, for 3BL. They're going to try and make the retake happen 4-on-2. They did win a 5-on-2 retake on New Compound, so let's not count them out just yet. They're having to walk through a smoke into Snare. I think there's not much of a chance at all. So that is 4-4 Vitality. They kick their noses in front. And once again, that pressure shift is back in the direction of 3BL.
Yeah, I think as you were saying earlier as well, having 4 is enough for Vitality already, and it could even be 6 still. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, really nice moves there. Snare is always reliable when he has smoke like that. Knows these players coming through and win those fights. Nade may have dunked in from 3BL to have a chance at that retake, bringing back into a TV3, but no position of control at all.
Once again, back into fairly similar setup. Mid control for Vitality early. Players watching the extremities. This is a bit more of a passive start for Vitality. Maybe expecting something out of 3BL now that they're at a deficit. And they may be proven correct. There's a push happening on long. How far does that push actually go? Noxon looks like he wants to go forward. Slayer is kind of watching for it, but he's got a grenade in hand. He's lucky to get away with his life.
Headshots!
Oh, nice tap from Totson. And a lot of damage done, but Hunt needs to find the kill from somewhere. Now it's Horus who's tagged down low. This is one of the most winnable 3v5s I've seen in a while. We've seen them won even when players are full health, let alone when they're this low. And they're just going to go searching. What's up and wants to try and recover something right here, right now. I'll take the first of the three, low HP players. We'll go diving down, looking for a bit more. Totson and Snake might have to be the main players here, as then he looks for Slayer, finds him. Second, low HP players taken down. Recovered, but of course that gives up information. That means Snake can play a bit more aggressively. Now Noxon's going to try and chase him down. Wins the fight with the pistol. There's quite some space there. Plot can come through over toward the A side of the map and look at the re-smoke as well. both positions. That'll do a lot of damage with that smoke. That is what makes the difference. And Totson, he holds on. Again, a smoke, just making it easier on the B-bomb site. But when both players come through that area, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, and certainly starting to look a little bit concerning now for 3BL. The scoreline really should read 5-3 in their favour, not 5-3 in Vitality's favour if they were to be competitive on this map. And this could, it could even be I was going to say a 6th for Vitality, although that seems a little far-fetched at this stage now, as they are down in a 2-on-4. But we haven't really seen any big clutches out of Vitality so far today, so I think maybe they're due 4-1, and it's a chance for Totson, a 1v4, which obviously starts well with that kill onto Noxon. Still got another few players to find, which is going to be a tough ask now that they've grouped up over towards B, and he is actually going to run into them as well. So I don't see this ending very kindly for him around the corner. 3BL go, and Totson, yeah, is greeted by a shooting gallery. Not much you can do.
Yeah, not there. But Vitality do win the half, which, you know, kind of confirms to me that they're just well in control. Even through the one round, I thought this is enough. It does feel like it should be enough. We'll see. They lock it down now and win this 1-2-0. Make any too many egregious errors with some timings and their aggression or whatever, and just hold down the bomb sites, and they should be fine. And what is a GR favoured map, and in general a Vitality favoured map.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely a good spot to be in for Vitality. Snake, though, might be in danger of losing his head to Lost Shot. Not sure that he has spotted him out just yet. He's going to be able to push his way all the way in through middle. On top of Snake, Totson there. In time to trade for one, but a little bit too slow to get anything done. Hunt eventually, after his killing spree, is brought down by Snare, who had a chance to initiate this retake on B, but unable to land his connection. And so 3BL look to be starting the second half with a round win, which is, you know, you're just going to keep this conversation interesting. Essentially, 3BL saying, hey, we might not have got it done on the GR side, but we can still get this done on the BL side.
Yeah, they started the map with a random half of the round. So, you do like getting some clean beginnings, but keeping it up consistently, which is something that Vitality have shown a little bit better today. 3BL have previously beaten Vitality in various other qualifiers and stuff, but this season they're the only team that 3BL have lost to. Why this is a relatively intriguing matchup when we get into the elite group between the unbeaten Vitality and the second place team. Don't expect 3BL to get totally run over, but just to expect Vitality to squeak it like normal. Slow start to 3BL's round here. Just a little bit of feel out utility. Something over the face. B and stays in the open. Caught just checking the angle. Damage done. Relatively significant damage done. But doesn't get a kill for his troubles. So again, 3BL working as a pack, moving around the map as a duo and a trio. Working out for some success at the moment.
Snake in position. Then the B side. Oh, and Noxon just maybe overplays his hand a little bit. Information given there as well for Vitality. There's not much more of a hit coming in the direction of B. So they're going to start to rotate their way over towards A to try to deal with this push, this aggression, and it's working out nicely. Horus and Totson with a killer piece. Brought this round back in the favor of Vitality. Sad will fall ultimately as well. What was a round that started decently for 3BL has very swiftly turned back on its head, gone the way of Vitality. And again, Vitality maintain their advantageous position. It's a 6-5 lead, so it's not a massive lead, but a lead nonetheless when you are on the GR side of Port is going to have you in a pretty comfortable position. So 3BL still have a lot of recovering to do. Chance here by Snake. In the middle, but he's not really effective from Snake. He's going to go for a little bit more of a look in. So he does get it on the second attempt. But still pretty at risk at this point. A number of 3BL players hanging around.
It's all too favoured for them. Double set up around A with that extra layer of Horus in the corner, but he is going to move forward. He's going to be caught in the open, you know. Yeah, that's a bit of a poor one. Has to activate Snake on site, and he'll have to fall away after his one kill. Not sure what the reason was for Horus feeling like he needed to move forward there. They had that position on lock pretty much. Check advanced position. And Toxin will do the same. Toxin will grab him. Nemesis is on site from earlier, and Mega will just run him down with the pistol draw. Easy headshot, and Slayer's too far away. So there's a couple of aggressive moves there from Vitality, which kind of make no sense. Like they could have just held their angle, and I think won some of those fights.
Yeah, 100%. Slayer, look here, but he's got a firing squad on the other side. So not much that he's going to be able to do. Scoreline equalizes once again back at 6 apiece. That's an early exchange from both Vitality and 3BL towards Warehouse. It is going to bring the Vitality players across. No commitment from 3BL, so once again we reset ourselves 2-1 split on the behalf of Vitality. A minute 44, 3BL don't have to necessarily go anywhere too quickly, but it does look like they want to explore toward A. There's no one there to defend it at the moment. I mean, you've got Snare, who is watching the cross. Or was watching the cross. And 3BL now have established a position that should allow them to make this cross. Sad falls off that line for a second, but yeah, inevitably C4's been able to cross onto A, and that happens a little bit too easily, maybe from Vitality's perspective. Now time working against them, they're going to have to retake together. Now walking right into a high-low setup. That's a good trade from Snare, however. Immediate other shot as well. Snare starting to come on, hey! He gets all three. And Vitality will take the retake. So they get themselves to 7. A little bit too close for comfort, though. In a 3-on-3 post plant, you're never really feeling great about that scenario.
Oh, definitely a bit too close. I agree. I think for Snare to have to do that to recover the round, it is not something you can necessarily rely on to be replicable in future retakes. That's just an X factor from Snare. Maybe I'll be thinking, okay, we've still got a chance in this one. We have ourselves our positioning. Just lost to the better player on this occasion.
Morris is in a good spot to deal with Lusher there, especially considering Lusher's been tagged up. So as soon as he pops his head up, he's deleted. Slayer also has managed to win a duel against Nox, and it's not the start to the round that 3BL were looking for. And Kent's going to go down as well. So 3BL really trying to push the issue, but just running into no real success. Sad, of course, does get himself the one there, but 4v2 is not where they want to be.
Yeah, they're surrounded as well. Horus will miss the chance, and to be fair, it's sad he misses his chance. At a split second there to find that kill back. They actually give him the fight, which is surprising. 35 seconds left in the round to find a plant. So they're still waiting in a pretty powerful position. Has to worry about a second angle in a moment or two, obviously. Be checking of course, it's a bit of support from a teammate. That is Snare holding that line jersey, jumps down now, but he does get taken. Time is the issue, and HP is the issue, and Toxin's going to jump on him. So Vitality well in control now, and 3BL will do the deserved thing, or the correct thing. Try and have a conversation about how to save the game from here, because they're not that far off, but what was it like? Vitality have got it sorted in a way.
Yep, yeah. Kind of do or die now for 3BL, and they recognize that. That's the timeout coming through. So they'll get a chance to see if they can adapt. If memory serves, they didn't really have a lot of success after their timeout on New Compound. And if anything, this just gives Vitality a bit of an opportunity to talk about how they are wanting to close this out 2-0, and what they're going to need to do in order to get that done. "45 seconds is not a lot of time for 3BL to try to figure out a game plan that's going to be able to beat Vitality from the weaker side of this map.
What do 3BL have left in this series? Vitality looking a little bit tired, a little bit stressed, but you think they'd be okay to get this one sorted. You've got a couple more games to come today. The other elite group matchup between Anubis and Nemesis is coming up after this, and then a TEC versus Imperium after. And we're going to need that to be a win for TEC, and an easy one at that, because they're going to be annoyed at TEC squad that they're in the contender group.
Well, 8-6. Not unwinnable, obviously, for 3BL. But certainly going to be tough. Sad. He's going to get a bit more aggressive early on in this round, see if he can find an entry. And that works out really nicely. The trade, again, not quite going to be there from Snake. He's able to wallbang for some damage. Doesn't find himself the kill. This round starting a bit better for 3BL. Their presence headed in the direction of A. The setup over there has Horus in sight. He immediately is dealt with as well. So Vitality starting to crumble in this round.
Yeah, I don't see any way back in this one. 8-7 is incoming. Snare will get caught by Hunt, and it's a sweet freebie for 3BL as long as they don't make any fumbles here. We've seen 3BL win a 2v5 today, but Vitality trolling slightly. This one is not going to really be a factor there, just purely outplaying them in this round. Slayer tries to push forward to find another kill, try and get something back, try and maybe flank a couple of players, but it's a bit too early. 3BL already had many players set up, and that tactical has helped 3BL immediately. Just happy with that one. Gap is 1 again.
Might actually grow even closer with that kill from Sad. 3BL thinking about maybe equalizing this scoreline. 8-8 potentially on the card. Snake's going to go for a swing. There's deal in hand, but Hunt still not able to get the better of him, and Snake's just going to try and get out of dodge. He can't escape around the corner. Omega will finish him off. Horus is closing around, looking to push into middle. That is madness. As he just drops into 3BL's waiting arms, and now we find ourselves with a 2v4. Two very low 3BL players, though. So they do have to be careful about how they try to negotiate this round. If they make a wrong step, they lose a couple of players immediately. And then it could be game on. Noxon with a sharp shot. He will not even be traded down by Snare. 8-8 is the score.
Yeah, beautiful shot there from Noxon. Some of the individuals are starting to show up now. And it is now anyone's map. Thought for sure that Vitality may be relatively secure after winning the first half. Maybe not so. This is just plainly impressive from 3BL. I mean, Vitality are taking a few extra liberties and playing certain positions a little bit more aggressively than normal, but 3BL are countering it well. Should be pretty proud of themselves for that. And now, it's Vitality who'll be feeling a little bit uncomfortable. I think this might be a bit of a change up here from Vitality. Now we're back even again, though. Just lock it down. Don't push anything too aggressively. See what we get when we're given fights, and that's the first example of it. Snare plays from behind the site in the most powerful position on the map, and he finds Sad. It's like 3BL are making a bit of a move off the back of that, though. Could be going into a bit of a blender in a moment if they're not careful. Seeing Slayer waiting for the push forward. He shows his position. That's the part worry about his flank now, though. He's going to get two of them. Two should be more than enough on that little switch round spray down. Omega needs to try and find a kill in the side, and he will find Snare, and all of a sudden that does put the baby on, but the hop up from Losher is caught by Snake. And Omega, I'm afraid, does not have the C4. That's the biggest issue. It's dropped in the open. And now Snake knows exactly where Omega's playing from. You can see Vitality plays around a little bit safer, a little bit more, as you could say, regular, with how they're holding from these specific angles to try and negate errors, and it works out for a night.
Well, Vitality 1 round away from closing this series out. 3BL 1 round away from forcing overtime on map 2 and keeping themselves alive in their first game of phase 2. So it is a pretty pivotal round for both teams, but for different reasons. So down in the middle early on in the piece, 3BL have been probably having the run of the opening kills in this second half. So they'll be hoping to try and emulate that once again for the final round of regulation. Not really putting themselves in any positions to get too overactive.
Yeah, 3BL really want this overtime. It'd just be a chance to reset the game and not have to play up against it. Invariably, we've seen recently that Vitality, if they do get pegged back to overtime, they do just sweep it. But there's a couple of games where the favourites have fallen in OTs recently. Slayer with the AK. He's ready and raring to go. They go towards the east side of the map, but Slayer gets two. Trades are okay, considering the lineup that was in play there. And that with the bomb still in their possession, they're allowed to fall back and try and play the 2v3 out.
Oh, yeah. But the good news for Vitality is they immediately get the info, because Totson didn't go down, that there was nothing really happening towards B, so they don't need to overcommit to that. Horus, again, gives up the player advantage, has a little bit of a peek in toward middle there to see if he can spot the rotate, and in the end, ends up dropping. So Snake has the responsibility of holding on to the A site for the moment. You've got Totson now starting to make his way across the mid as well, but because they lose Horus, they can't really plug all the holes in the defense now. There's gaps, definitely. And if the call was made to go towards B, then 3BL would get themselves a free plan. It's not going to be the case here, as Snake on the jiggle has managed to spot out Hunt. Be aware that Sad's going to be headed in this direction as well, and he does close it out himself. Gets the 2-0 and gets it over the line, of course, for Vitality, 10-8, a win in this map, but also a win in this series to start off Phase 2 with a 2-0. So they do improve upon the result that they had against 3BL at the start of the season. That one did go all the way to a third map, but still another reasonably close series, I think you could say there for Vitality, that had one or two more rounds gone a different way, then we might have a different result.
Yeah, I think they deserve a bit of credit, 3BL there, for making that one close, on map 2 in particular. I think they had a couple of really good BL rounds that caught Vitality off guard. But as I said, as I kind of expected, Vitality would lock it down once they got back to 8-8, and they did. A bit worrying. There were a few mistakes, of course, in Horus there, like we were talking about. But Ian Snake, he's been ever reliable. He's been the main man this season, hasn't he? He's played so damn well, and he will once again close the game for his team. And now we're going to see what Sekiro and Penguin have to say about it.
I'd love to say 2-0 as expected for Vitality after the huge win in the first map. And of course, on the second one, I would love to say that I was a bit surprised with the 3BL performance. They pushed the gas to their limit and they tried to go to overtime. But at the end, Vitality closed the series with a 2-0 score. And for you, Penguin, did you really expect that 3BL will go to 10-8 in port?
Honestly, after the first half, no. I expected the game will end faster for Vitality because, as I mentioned, when you're playing global side and you're starting on the global side, you need to secure as many rounds as you can. And that was not the case. And we've seen from the second round, 2v1 for Slayer, and he instantly crushes it, keeping his teammates alive and the hopes alive, not to have a one-sided half, and that was the case for him, and he clutched it and gave his teammates a 1-1. A 1-1 start as a blacklist on board is huge because you are just going round by round with the global side, and that was the case for them. They played very good. We see Vitality doing a very, very fast rounds on B side while they are pushing the sides, and also contesting multiple times. It was successful one time, but the other two times, and maybe the other one time, wasn't successful at all because 3BL were ready. The first half from 3BL was quite basic. They tried to play the basic fast rotation game. It didn't quite work versus Vitality because they already know how they play. And then when 3BL switched, we've seen the same fast-paced gameplay come out from 3BL. They went B-side very fast. They tried to control and instantly push into sides. They tried to contest the mid. However, when 3BL contested into mid, it was always a shutdown for Vitality, and that was the difference between Vitality and 3BL in this game that made Vitality kinda get the win only by 2 rounds.
Yeah, and also I want to speak also about something I loved that Vitality been doing. They were making some different strats. I have seen, I would say, a Slayer, or maybe I believe it was Slayer or Snake, one of them, holding A site with a rifle, and yeah, that guy was just making it look so easy. At some setups, they were not even trying to go with a sniper. They were just going with one rifler at that part, and that's something very important, that we are flexible. You can see a lot of things can be added into the mix here from Team Vitality, and that shows of course, the way that they can really control the pace of the game.
Yeah, Slayer had a very good series, in my opinion. Not only this map, throughout the series, I've seen Slayer. He was having 2.2 KD, I guess, in the first 2.4, sorry, KD on the first map, and now he's having like 0.10. Probably he can be the match MVP, but not the set MVP, because Todzin most likely will claim it. Yes, exactly. Todzin will just claim this set MVP. However, I would like to highlight how good Snare played this series. This guy is just getting back to his shape, getting back to his form. He's not missing his quick scoops. He's always on the right place. He's always hitting his shots. He's not whiffing. He's doing what is needed from him. Although, yes, he's not having the best KDs, but Crossfire is not being played by KDs. It's played by the positioning, by hitting the first shot, by eliminating the first entry, and this is exactly what Snare was doing in this series. So well played by him, well played by Todzin and Slayer as well, and a clean sweep for Vitality, which, as you mentioned, we maybe expected a closer first map, and we thought that might goes for 3BL, but this was not the case. 10-7, 10-8. 2-0. Vitality remain undefeated until now.
And I would say that the first game I would have expected a 10-3, 10-4 to Vitality. The second one, after the first half, of course, it felt like this game should be over with. But as a Vitality fan, I would say that they actually got it all done. That team, they're going back slowly to the place that we would love to see them at. And of course, I would love that we don't see those fumbles on international stages, since it's a really game changer. You can just drop a whole game based on one round. So don't put yourself in those situations. And I believe for today we have Slayer as the MVP, and also in few seconds we'll have a really good talk with the same guy, since you love to see Vitality doing good. You know that when Vitality is doing good, our region will do good in international events.
Exactly. That's what we look always when we are watching Vitality, and we expect them to do.
Of course, a really quick 2-0, and oh, hello Slayer, how are you doing?
Hello. I'm good. How about you?
Doing fine,
Good,
as
all
always. Like we just had a really good win yesterday as the Egyptian national team, and for today, congrats on your win. I don't know why I keep mentioning that, but of course, congrats on the win. Clean sweep, 2-0 versus 3BL Galaxy. And how does it feel that you have already secured your first place before you even touch on the second game or the third game?
Of course, it feels great. Even me back in here in the interview, like I had a really rough month. Like the last month was very pressure. Like I had so much pressure on me because of the graduation and this stuff. But at the end, it's good to be back here.
Yeah, of course. Actually, that reminded me of something. I believe back in the previous month, like you had to play from your own home based on your graduation things, and you were not in your best suit to play. But of course, it's always lovely to see you guys here and doing that good. And also, I would love to mention something. At a certain point on the first map, you guys all brought on the knives and you were hunting for 3BL guys.
Yeah.
Like, walk me through that point.
It was just funny. Like it was not intentional much, but it was just happened in the round, and we just went for it, just for fun.
Right. Bingo.
I mean, yeah, we all looked at this. However, I would like to ask you, how does this victory build your confidence for the remaining match, especially that you guys already secured first place? The rest of the games, and I don't want to say it's just games that needs to be played, but anyway, you will be on the first place. But how you gonna be going into the next matchups?
We will just go and play the same like as a practice for the next playoffs and the next EWC as well, and we will try our best as always.
Good luck, man, and we wish you all the best, especially for the EWC event.
Thank you.
All right. So another one for you, Slayer. Since you're bringing up EWC, and like we are talking about like international events, and like the West been always like going after one particular team, and that's you guys. I mean, like he had to carry the West League into higher and higher calibers, especially in back in 2024 when you did hit the top 4, and I believe all of us are here hoping to see that again. And I would love to ask you, what's your goal for the next international events as a player and of course as a team?
Of course, we're aiming for top 4 in WC. Like it's a big event, and we need to secure more points for the club. And for me, I just play normal. I'll just give it my best.
That's what I love to hear. Thank you, Slayer, for your time, and of course, it's always lovely to have you here with us on the interview. Of course, on the disc.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A very quick and warm one. Like that guy is just like making it very smooth.
He's happy he's back. on the interview.
He is.
Yeah. Classic.
And yeah, of course, we are happy also to watch Vitality to see how the things been panning out for them. And of course, that is for Vitality versus 3BL. To go to our second match, we will have Anubis versus Nemesis. So, just before we enter that game, before we talk about it, just guys, go grab your popcorn, get your snacks, and sit on your chairs. We'll head to a small break and get back to you with game number 2.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sads. Ducking and diving, now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one, Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance, he's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, man. Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo. A walking path through a small tight angle here. Takes another one, and a Snake pushing here. Pretty aggressive, holding the pistol. Not 1, but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Todzin! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox thumbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2, and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and a Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
They've done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
They're just going to move. And on Knights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot, needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here in the box.
Feels a little dicey. The diving in. It's pretty low. Look at that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round, and all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
West Foxy already, that might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. More bang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe Unlights will actually try and not get complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't News actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, insane! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This
Very disgusting. It will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snakefall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra-aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double 2, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets two very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final two players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. And now the force through from long. Vitality up against it, and that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. We'll stay.
Hello everyone, we just got back from our small break and now we are going to the second series of today. Of course, we just watched 3L play versus Vitality, a quick 2-0 clean sweep, and now we're moving to Team Anubis versus Nemesis, another, I would say, Egyptian-Turkish derby between those two teams. We have really big names on those two teams, especially I would say on Nemesis. You have Alucard, a guy been around for, I don't know, 7 years, 6 years, something like that. A guy won the league multiple times. You have also on the other side a fresh faces pulling from Anubis side that shows you that they are here and they're up to the challenge. Them and Nemesis both, they finished at 3rd and 4th, and as I remember, they both had the same wins and losses. So for you, Penguin, I believe like Nemesis been always the favorite between those two teams, but on the current state, would you still go with Nemesis?
Well, it's very hard because if we recap what happened not last season, let's talk about phase 1, because Nemesis and Anubis, they actually met on phase 1. It was 2-1 in favor of Nemesis, and now two Anubis players are kinda playing for Nemesis, because you're talking about Dipsy and Comics. They used to play for Anubis season 1 2025, season 2 2025. Now they're going for Nemesis, and they have to face their old teammates, and they have to face, especially we're talking about Doom, and they have to face the other organization. They finished 2nd on season 1 2025, and they were very close on making it into the EWC, but then they fall shortly on season 2 and they take the 5th place. Now they shift, they go to Nemesis, which they finished also as 2nd for season 1 2026, so they are trying to avoid getting 5th and they want to go to the EWC. That's Dipsy's and Comics goals. Maybe probably they are looking forward for this matchup as a first start for them, because if they can, which is hard in my opinion, but if they can secure the 2nd place, these guys already locked in their EWC spot.
I totally agree with you. It's a very hard truth that after you going to the of course getting the 2nd place and going closer and closer to reaching international, and then boom, you just drop down in the group stages and you're not even part of the playoffs. It was a sad story for them. Of them, they are just another reformed team. Hopefully they don't fall short like what happened last year, that will be a very dramatic and a bad way to close 2 years back together, like back to back. It would be pretty hard. But Comics, Dempsey, Beck, all those guys been doing really, really good together. I would say early on this season they didn't feel the energy got in, but you'll see Dempsey. Yeah, actually, speaking of Dempsey, I just saw his stories yesterday. He was partying after the international. Not, yeah, of course, the international win that the Egyptian national team got it. So you'll see him having the flag, getting ready, and that's something you'd always love to see from those players.
Yeah, exactly. He's locked in. He wants to get the win, and I told he has some deja vu from last season. Last season he secured second place. Everybody said, okay, Anubis just needs to secure top four, and they're gonna be going for the EWC, and they missed the top four with one spot, and they went for the fifth place. He don't want to repeat this. He doesn't want to repeat this. He definitely, his teammates also don't want to repeat this, especially Comics, because he had felt this with him, so they are kind of locking in. Although we mentioned that Nemesis, they are kind of underperforming because we expected them to go stronger on phase one, but it was only phase one, and we've seen that most of the teams they started very, very slow, like Vitality, and now they are just back into the game, back into the shape, and some teams started strong, which is like 3BL, and they kind of gonna be going down to the hill a bit because other teams will just rise. Nemesis, they are very close of getting to the EWC. They did a very good run. The teams that it's kind of might be missing the EWC, it is TEC because they are on the contender group, and if they don't improve, because we haven't seen much improvement from first season, especially if you're talking about season 2, but still a lot going on the contender group. Nemesis, Comics and Dipsy, all eyes on them. They need to close this game. And if we talk about Anubis, which is going to be appearing right now on the screen, I believe that Anubis have a better roster, I would say, than season 1.
Oh.
It is only one change. Yes, it's only Noor, but they are kind of feeling themselves right now.
I thought that you would say that they have a better roster than Team Nemesis. So just like, that guy is just shooting some bullets here. Like, I was about to explode. So, like, you're speaking about Anubis Gaming being a lot better than the season 1 Anubis, which is very obvious. Back in the season 1, they finished at the 6th place, and I believe they might be having a very rough time to trying to catch on international events. Especially if we're speaking about the EWC, gotta be in the top 3. So I believe they should either take second or win the entire thing, which is very unrealistic for Anubis Gaming at their current batch. But I would say that this roster, I will put them in the top 4-ish, maybe top 5 at the later on this season. But I would still say that, as you have mentioned, they are better than season 1. They have a lot of changes, and for me it feels like they're still not on their best case, or like not in their best suit.
Yeah.
Or at least they didn't find their peak yet. So we'll see how this team evolves with time. They have a lot of experienced players. I wouldn't say their average age is not as young as 3BL Galaxy, but fresh faces, good start, and good mixture between, of course, all the years that you have in experience in Gainer, and I would say a little bit of them in Dirty, like he got a couple of years in under his pocket, and of course with the fresh faces and the guys that played a lot in the open league.
Yeah, well, you're completely right when it comes to the age. Probably Anubis relies on the experience more than the young talents, and it's paying off very well for them. Yes, it needed some time, and a lot of times actually, because it costed them season 1 into a 6th place, but right now they went into the elite group. They started very good. They are having 4 wins. I believe that the whole season last time they had like 3 wins or 4 wins in total. Now they have it. Now they're going to start the phase 2. Do you look sharper? Do you look ready? Do you look faster because of Noor IGLing them and helping them to be able to adapt very quick on the games? If you talk about how this matchup is going to be played, we know that Nemesis they faced Anubis on phase 1, and it was not an easy matchup for both teams. By the way, yes, Nemesis won 2-1, but it was the games. Each single map that's been played, it was a stomp for the team who won it. For example, Anubis, they played Black Widow, they win 10-5. And then they played Eagle Eye and Port, and we've seen a 10-6, 10-5 win to Nemesis. So that's why I'm saying the games, yes, it is not close, but this is not easy because it's a stomp for either ways of both teams. And talking about head-to-heads, it's not an IGLing head-to-head right now. It's Beck who's IGLing Nemesis and doing very good job with the guy who's shooting heads from Anubis gainer. 1.14 KD, 1.13. It is very, very close.
It's very close, but there is a lot on the line on Beck's side since he's, as you've mentioned, the IGL. He's the guy who give the calls and trying to do the ones and twos, trying to decorate the place for the team. That's for Beck. And on the other side, Gainer, he is the second entry for the team, a guy who always either go as a second entry or sometimes he goes as a flanker. Like anything can happen from Gainer's side, and I believe that Gainer might be the player that you won't expect him to be like that flexible player, but I believe they're holding a lot of stuff on their back, on their pocket, come on, for the playoffs. So we'll see how it pans out for Anubis. So Anubis, with their mixture, they have a lot of players that loves to play on very, very long sides, and of course on the other side they still got the same thing. So we'll see how it goes between those snipers, and for me, I would love to see another Muffin versus Alucard, sniper versus sniper.
It's definitely gonna happen because Dirty is not the guy that he's moving and trying to go for the aim duels, and that's his style. And if you have two snipers, you would definitely pick one player to, or maybe one sniper to go for the aggressive plays. However, Muffin will try to go and hunt him. And talking about hunts, we've seen 3 of us hunting Nemesis, and all you going for Anubis, and I like honestly that you sometimes pick definitely it's not let's say that it's not 100% guaranteed win for Nemesis. It looks like we are voting Imperium will sweep Vitality. We are voting about Nemesis and Anubis, and it's very close, and Anubis have a chances, it's equal chances probably of winning. So I like that you picked Anubis, and that maybe you have some thoughts about that.
Well, like, hear me out. For Anubis, I've seen them in the past few days, or like not few days, few weeks, and for me, they have a little bit of a more convincing play style. Now, of course, not the Nemesis. Nemesis are still pretty good, but at the same time, when it comes to executions, they have that kind of flexibility. Sometimes they go for fast ones, sometimes they go for the late ones, and they make us go bored. But at the same time, they got the win. They got the wins like of those rounds, so that's something to keep an eye on, and caught my attention. I said, like, why don't I just give them the chance? Like, they been doing some really good work. Both got the same record, so it might be close. Yeah, when it comes to head to head, I would say that Nemesis been always having the better part of it, or just winning. So yeah, hopefully something change in the playoffs, or like at least in phase 2 here.
Well, you're right. We've watched the teams playing phase 1, and we cannot just compare phase 1 to phase 2, definitely. Because if you compare phase 1 to phase 2, we will all go like we did to Nemesis. But now it's phase 2. We've seen 3BL. They did very good job on the first phase, and now they're falling shortly. So might be Anubis' phase 2, and they might be showing us a very good performance. And now, talking about the V2s, again, we've seen Nemesis picking Black Widow, because last time we said that the Black Widow went for Anubis, and still, again, Nemesis picking Black Widow, and they want to be playing it, and Eagle Eye is going to be second. By the way, it's the same first two maps as the first phase. It was Black Widow went for Anubis 10-5, and then Eagle Eye went for Nemesis 10-6. And we are welcoming back Raffin. He's back on the roster again, and he probably had an emergencies, and now he's back into phase 2, because phase 2 is very important for Nemesis, because if they can secure the second place and bypass the first round on the playoffs, they are 90% securing the EWC.
Also, I love that you're mentioning the EWC and stuff for the team. And yeah, of course, getting to the runner-up position earlier on the season is something will back them up when it comes to the points department. And for the map V2, I love that it all goes to maps that needs like to have like a double sniper setup to play with, so we will see a lot of opening for both teams. But the question for me will be, will Noor be able to face back and be a guy who can be considered as one of the really good IGLs that we have on our side here, since I believe Beck been I would say the second best IGL in the entire league based on their stats, going to a runner-up position, so that's something to keep in consideration.
Yeah, definitely Beck is one of the best IGLs, and he's one of the experienced. Well, maybe he's the least experienced among the top 4 teams if you're comparing them to the phase 1. He's probably lower than Snake, of course, Petro, or Flex, but he did a very good job. Now it's his second season or third season as an IGL. He played with Petro a long time, so he definitely learned a few things, and he played alone. He knew
learned from the GOAT.
Yeah, of course, and he's learning from him, and he's getting a lot from him as well. And talking about Noor was one of the OG IGLs also for multiple teams. TBI, probably again Anubis, he played for Anubis for some time, and then he went for multiple open teams, and he came back again leading Anubis, but this time on the West League. So he's definitely going to be trying to prove himself again versus Beck. Yes, first time wasn't the best for him, but I believe that this time, if Muffin and Gainer have a very good games and they just hitting their shots, we might be seeing Anubis. I still think that Anubis will be the dark horse of the elite group, and I think they can beat Nemesis and Cfwl when it comes to these games, because Cfwl will not be keeping the same pace, and we knew that they only won the first time on phase 1 versus Anubis because of Hunt, which is not gonna happen again because it's just one time game. But I see that Anubis are playing as a team better than Nemesis and 3BL when it comes to long runs.
I have something like, man, like, hold up. We have Beck doing the most kills, most assists on this side of Nemesis. That guy is the IGL. Been just shooting ads and also doing some really good work here, so that's something.
Why didn't I do this when I was IGLing, man? Sorry, but
not a lot of IGLs.
I was IGLing. By the way, I only IGLed 2 seasons. I only IGLed 2023 because people think that 2021, 2022 I was IGLing. It was Geo. So I IGLed, man. I couldn't play the game. I just played the game only on regional finals. I destroyed my casual friends Anubis only. I didn't play any other games, I believe.
I mean, I love the fact that you're being honest with yourself. You're being honest with yourself, man. It was like, but also like, keep in mind you were the guy that always went to be the solo player. Like if they have 2-2, if you have 2-1 execution, you're the guy who's just like, yeah, I'm grabbing information and I'm going back to the alley to just watch you guys make the thing. But of course, that was back in your days, Penguin. We have a lot of encouragement for our IGLs to be shooting ads. We had Hunt, we have Beck, and I believe we had a lot of IGLs doing the same thing. So I believe that our casters are ready. So we'll see how it goes, man. We'll see how it goes, and we'll talk to you later about the IGL thing.
It's a good question, isn't it? I mean, why don't all IGLs also just top frag and top assist and top KD and top damage? I feel like if you were an IGL, if I was an IGL, that's what I would do. If you were an IGL, that's what you would do. So why can't everyone just do that, Trav?
I know, right? Like, I mean, they're telling everyone what to do. Just do it yourself, man. Like, come on. Like, if you know what to do, why can't you just do it yourself?
Lead from the front.
Ridiculous.
I've always been under that analogy myself, but, you know, not everyone can do it.
Well, there you go. Sometimes we're just not people. We just aren't him. They aren't him. We aren't him. You have to find him. And yeah, one singular person doesn't make a team. Obviously, just joking aside. So yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. I'm not sure how to feel about this game, honestly. I think this is a very, very hard one to call. I think I picked Nemesis in my predictions, if I remember correctly. But Anubis are very much in contention in this game. I really think they can punch up. And, you know, from knowing how we've seen them play over the course of the season, you know, I've spoken to you a lot about how much I love watching Dana play, honestly.
Yes.
How good I think he can be. So if he has a good day, Nemesis are in trouble. Sure, they have Raffin back, but I think this is going to be a close game.
I definitely don't disagree. I think there's a lot of good points on both of these teams, and I suspect this is going to be a close matchup. I also have Nemesis, but for me, this is like maybe like 55-45, maybe 60-40 if I'm feeling generous for Nemesis. But I feel like it's a very, very close series actually, and a lot of it is going to come down to who's turning up on the day. Is there any you know, X factor coming through? Maybe from someone like Gainer. I feel like he's probably been, in terms of the players in the server, the one that has had, of these 10, the most impactful, like, high octane moments, if that makes sense. So if he's kind of on and he's finding those multi-frags, that might certainly be enough to get his team through a couple of these rounds, and that might be actually the difference between Anubis and Nemesis today. If he's not on, obviously, you know, we're going to be looking towards maybe someone like Alucard. Beck has certainly been quite good. We saw that in the graphic as well. I thought Beck has been actually really quite impactful despite his role. So there's a lot to sort of sink our teeth into, and I think all we have to really do is, at this point, kind of wait and see. And the first onus is going to be really on Comics to make sure he just survives here. If he can get one and live, that will be better, but as long as he can survive, he can at least be a factor in this round. And it looks like there isn't going to be a quick push for Anubis into the B side, so he's able to relocate. He is able to fall across Dipsy to back him up, and then he just picks up the freebie onto Doom, who gets flashed out by Comics. So very nice setup initially from Nemesis, and in fact a really, really solid B-side hold that I think is going to give Anubis a second guess as to whether or not they want to go to B in the future, or if they do, if they want to go that slowly, because that was dealt with way, way too comfortably by Nemesis.
Yeah, that was telegraphed, right? Like very, very easily read by Nemesis. That's the main thing. The extra rotation they had into the site. They even had a third one nearby just in case. No way in. And the triple sniper on the GR side for Beck, Alucard, and Dipsy in this round. Yeah, it might be difficult to get by if they get given opportunities to hit shots freely. And there you go. Beck's going to hit one himself off the bat, and you can see how quickly he's communicated what he thinks is going to be happening off the back of that kill. Already Muffin going down. Big scalp to take early, and Nemesis have started meaning business.
Yeah, it's a bit of a spanner in the works for Anubis, isn't it? They don't have long control. They don't have box room control. So they're going to have to get something, and it looks like maybe it's going to be mid that they're going to try to work. They do have that smoke to prevent any vision coming through for now. But a very slow and steady approach coming through from Anubis, which is fairly typical of their gameplay. Starting to work their way towards short, but if they do make the call to go towards A, it is very heavily defended. You've got 3 players over there. You've got Alucard and Beck, both of whom are holding on to TRGs, so it's not going to be an easy one to get past. So the call to go B, I think, is probably the correct choice in this particular instance, but you've still got a couple of players over there, so the setup's not looking too bad. Dipsy particularly in a solid spot. We'll be able to get early information, maybe even an early pick, and there it is, on to Gainer. So one of the X factors out of the picture for Anubis already in this round is not going to make their life any easier, and with 24 seconds, they are really just stalling up in this box room and not feeling particularly confident about trying to make this move. line. So as you can see, it is not going well for them at all. The last player alive, he's stuck in the corner, nothing to do, and this is looking like a particularly perturbed Anubis at the moment, I would say. They are just not really showing up in the way that you would expect them to or you would want them to. There's just no pizzazz, no X factor, no excitement really from them. It's just like, okay, well, we've got 30 seconds. I guess we have to push. And then they get wrecked. So 2 rounds in a row, very, very solid for Nemesis.
Yeah, and you know, Beck having that tertiary TRG as well, adding an extra factor to start the round for his team, and I just built off it from then on. That's 2 times in a row now that Anubis have considered going B, committed to it. They've met relatively similar setups, which they haven't been able to entry or get by in any way. So, yeah, a bit of an unfortunate start. Pretty comfortable for Nemesis at the moment. Funny enough, not the first time I've covered Nemesis in the last couple of days. I've covered their team in a different esport as well. 2 days in a row. They came up short, unfortunately, in the other game. It was a 4 AM finish local time over in a Chinese tournament. Absolutely ridiculous. Local time.
That's crazy.
And now they're trying to do a bit more regular time zone for them, thankfully. And Gainer is going to try and get Anubis going here. Muffy is seen Dipsy, that's the tag through the corner of the wall, easy kill. And Anubis, they don't go B, and guess what? They find some success.
Yeah. Funny that, the B site was looking pretty strong. A site not quite as effective. Comics has also been spotted out, so for a missed shot from Dirty, he should be dead, and he is eventually cleaned up. It's a round on the board for Anubis, which, look, is very much within the expectation at this point that this should be a pretty close match. So not going to get too far ahead of ourselves, seeing Nemesis get off to a clean 2-0 lead. I think there's definitely a lot more to be said about things. This is, again, Anubis trying to flex their muscles. They're going to go a little bit faster this time, and like I said, if they're going to go B, I think they want to go slow, and that has very much proven to be a correct statement, as Gainer has found the 2 entries, so they just run it down, essentially, and make amends for those first couple of rounds. The faster play working out quite dramatically in this instance.
Yeah, look, it's vague conditioning that has led to them getting some success here with it being a bit faster after the 2 slow rounds, but you know, invariably, I know you agree with this because we've spoken about it a lot, and then just try and work their way back in. Gainer's going to hold on to by Alucard, but this round is done. They have a bit more control near the bomb. We just find one more. Just to make sure they kill him. Ooh, okay, a bit close. About a second there to go until that bomb would have been defused. But yeah, 2-2 confirmed. I know you agree with this because we've spoken about it a couple of times over the course of the last couple of seasons we've done watching Anubis in this league. When they play fast, they are just better. Full stop, I think.
I mean, there's certainly an argument for that. But their natural proclivity or their natural playstyle is typically going to be quite slow. So we don't often get to see it. It's Beck starting things off nicely. And I think, again, like if you're going to be up against a triple TRG, which at this point Anubis should know that they are you wanting to play slow and allow Nemesis to try to work these picks? Or do you want to try to pick the pace up a little bit? Oh, Gainer. I mean, look, if he can just tap heads like that, I mean, that's against 2 sniper rifles, by the way. He's fighting them from bottom of long, 2 sniper rifles with a rifle, and he walks away 2-0. That's just insane. That should not be legal. That should not be allowed. And this is kind of why I sort of highlight Gainer as someone that can really turn a game on its head, because, like, ordinarily, a normal player can't do that. And he dies, and this round goes the way of Nemesis, because at that point, it's a 5v. So, you know, if Gainer's online, Anubis are a real threat for Nemesis today, and it does seem as though Gainer is
to Cross, and hang on a second. I say Cross is fine, he does, but teammate got taken down in the meantime. Nade damage as well comes flying through to make it a 2v2. Bomb may be planted, but Rapid versus Gainer here is a big fight. Can we trust Gainer for another headshot in the corner, or is Raffin going to clear him properly? Push forward now. His peak, it works out really well, and he's avoided Gainer in the meantime, and then that's when Dipsy comes in to help. So that is a really nice recovery from Nemesis. That round did not look possible. Remember how it started. Remember how it started. We were waxing lyrical about Gainer, but at the end of the day, they are going to lose the round.
Yeah, that's the trouble. You can't really rely on just one guy to kind of get the whole job done. But unfortunately, life is not that easy for Anubis at the moment, unless your name is Gainer. Doom should have a freebie here as Dipsy pushes his way out of the box room without too much help. Raffin happy to get the trade as Doom just sticks around a little bit too long. So, you know, even in a lot of these instances where it feels like Anubis are kind of fighting for control, fighting for these rounds and fighting for this map, it, to me, kind of feels like Nemesis has maybe just got their noses in front. That extra 5%, that extra 10%. And as a result, are looking like a slightly stronger team, a slightly stronger prospect at the moment. But obviously still very, very early days.
It is. But again, is on 9 kills in this one. So if we keep counting that as we go along, even if we get some tack pauses and we get that scoreboard reset, remember that number, because I think it's going to be a big one to keep track of. When Gainer can hit 2 headshots like he did from long, that is why don't get me wrong, I don't think he's as good, but it's why I coined him the mini famous, like in this CFWL league, because he can do that. He can do very similar moves, and similar pure aim as well with the HK. There's the immediate entry, there's the immediate headshot, there is Nora helping him out. So box from hold from Beck and Raffin does not go well. And another 2-man advantage to try and work out, and with Dirty dropping in through the map, they're not going to be seeing that coming a mile off. Comics and Alucard are both focused on different positions. Dirty gets a double, and we're at 3-3.
Bit tit for tat, isn't it? He was going to Eagle Eye against Nemesis as well in the next map. I feel like both of these teams are quite happy to play that. So we're going to continue to have a really close affair as Dipsy is able to double down. This time they've gone back to just a single TRG Nemesis and allow those rifles to sort of work a little bit, and that seems to have played out quite kindly. B-side does get a little overrun though. Alucard is still kind of here to try and reinforce it, or at least stop the push. Beck around behind will get caught here by Doom, but the shots are missed, and Beck just puts him down quite unceremoniously. It's now a 1v2. Dipsy overstays, gives it the 1v1. Alucard has got the advantage here, and he's got the health as well. He's spotted Dirty, and there's an easy kill for Alucard in the end, and a comfortable round win, although it could have been a little bit cleaner. We do get it over the line.
Yeah, as you say, it was a little bit of an overpeak from Dipsy. It wasn't much, but it was enough to gift over a 1v1, and gifting over a 1v1 is always nervy. Big, and that's also big from Alucard. He gets a little bit excited after that collateral and wants to jump in for another. Well, it does mean he goes down, but look at the damage that's been done. Am I going crazy, or did he hit a third player? I feel like that was the damage that had come through. I'm not sure if we got a replay of that, but I feel like that extra damage that came through, I didn't see where else it came from. So I'm wondering if Alucard got a double kill collat, but hit the third player too. I'm not so sure. Either way, doesn't matter. They've won the round in a canter because of that start to the round by their map.
Well, Dipsy started this one off nicely as well, and you know, from what was a really close-looking game, we're now potentially going to find ourselves at a 6-3 lead for Nemesis at halftime, which is probably not what I would have predicted given how things were playing out. Beck is waiting for another opportunity with that TRG, so we're back to the triple sniper setup. It's been very flexible on the behalf of Nemesis. I think I'd be looking at Anubis and sort of anticipating Probably just the double sniper setup even on that GR side. Once they do get there, they have to get there first. And they'd love to get there with 4. So they're going to put themselves in a position to work the A site. They have a player set up down on long. That is Dirty with the TRG in hand, and the remaining 3 are going to make their way through short. There is a smoke waiting for them, so Alucard will have a pretty easy time of finding that opening kick, but gets traded back on down, and Rafton makes a bit of a meal of that fight on long. So now on the shoulders of Beck to try to slow things down and allow time for the rotate to come through, which he does a good job of. Decent trade from Dipsy on the kill from Comics. And so we're in a 1-on-2, which Nemesis, again, are favored to win. But maybe Doom can pull something off and give Anubis at least a 4.
It's possible, but he's in the open. And we've got the big box to play behind. There's Lieutenant going toward his position. In the end, caught by Dipsy comfortably. And a nice little streak there at the end of that first half from Nemesis. I'll get a 6-3 on that one. And I would say that's relative par for the course for them on this map. So we'll see if they can close now on the BL side on their map pick. Nor not having the best of times, unfortunately. Only 1 kill on the board. It's Dirty and Gainer with 21 between them. But guess what? Nemesis across the board are a little bit more consistent. 13. Crazy 2 players here with 21 kills between them, but they're not in the lead of the game. In fact, far from it. But they do start the second half well, with the snipers in particular.
Yeah, Muffin. Hoping for an opportunity here against Alucard, and he does get it. That's going to be the C4 drop, so they put together a pretty routine round for Anubis. 5 players alive, and if every round could go that way, then they'd be comfortable. But I imagine it's going to be easier said than done to put together rounds like that. Nemesis will have a little bit more to show us here on the BL side of their map pick as we go forward in this second half. Beck already spotting out Muffin and putting him under quite a degree of pressure. Does eventually manage to finish him off. It's advantage now to Nemesis, and we'll see what they get to do with it.
Walk up A. Good gainer again. He's on the GR side, and he can fire off even more of his skill. And Card is going to find Dirty, however. Good angle from Nor, looking to try and play information before he goes for the swing. Trying to catch a bit of information first. And Rapids hard then gets caught. Can try and work his way forward. He gets the trade kill. He's going to get it quickly. Good move to make that Card. Comes in the open, Doom pushes forward, catches him nicely. Alucard is now stuck between 2 separate angles, Doom gets both, and Anubis are well set early GR side here.
Yeah, well, that's 2 pretty solid rounds out of them. Almost done enough to equalize the numbers. It's going to be a big fight over A long to kick things off by the looks of things, or at least if Nemesis do decide to make their push. 3 players dedicated here, so you would be expecting it. Are eventually going to commit. Now they know Muffin's on reload. A few shots headed in his direction, but he gets that reload off, and now he's found himself a couple of picks. He was left alone at the bottom of long, inevitably. So Nemesis take him down, and then Alucard finds a kill onto Gainer on short, and now the round's going to open back up. Beck waiting for that swing from Doom. It could have started so well. It did start so well, and it might still go pear-shaped.
Alucard taking his fight on short, just about gets it done. But look at his health. He is dragging his feet across the floor right now. Dirty has a great chance with clutch. Alucard's going to be open. Any tickle will remove him, and there we go. So 1v1. Rapid, was he seen there by Dirty? Certainly was, as he tries to reface that angle. He knows what's up. Rapid looks like he wants to try and take that fight heads up. Only 3 kills in the game for Raffin. It would be a great time for him to get 1 more here. Increase that to 4. Get Nemesis up to a 2-round lead again, or we could be back even at 6 apiece, and Dirty holds his ground. Raffin didn't feel like he was really certain of what he wanted to do there, and because of that gets caught.
Find ourselves at 6-6, which is not really the way Nemesis would have anticipated things going after such a solid first half, but they're going to keep trying to chip away at it. Dipsy now the one to grab the opening pick. 4-on-5 for Anubis to try to defend this A site potentially. I don't know if this is actually going to be a commitment though. You've still kind of got Dipsy and Alucard both sitting in BL spawn, waiting for any kind of push, and they're not getting it. So this might just be a case of waiting the timer down and then still hitting A. I think they've got the position to do it. They're quite progressed on short, but they're really hoping to see Anubis maybe look for some information here. See if they can find another pick, make it a 3-on-5. That would almost sort of seal the deal. But they're not really being given anything. Anubis being very disciplined in this round, at least for now.
Yeah, incredibly so. Doom is now going to kind of go searching for information to see if there's any late long presence. He sees nothing, and that means he can go back and help Nor at a certain timing. He'll keep holding it for now though, and Nor's timing is going to be good. Forward, he wants 1 more, but getting a second from there is very difficult when there are multiple players on the stairs looking to reface that angle. So some information for Anubis. Now 40 seconds left in the round for them to make their move over, and Dirty clicks back as Dipsy clicks Dirty. Very, very tight. Bit awkward. They have an opening now. Just going to get by Doom. HK drawn. Having to worry about long, having to worry about short. Very awkward for him. How many can he click at this range? First shot is nice. Covers it to a 2v2 and doesn't overface before he waits for his teammate Muffin to come and help out. Understand why. He was giving the plant to Nemesis, but makes sense to try and play out the 2v2 together.
Push coming through now. Comics going to be in a bit of a spot of bother. Stuck between a rock and a hard place for now, playing safe to Doom, but he's been given so much space up long. Dipsy went for a big flank, and he does get that 3 kill on the Muffin. As a result, he'll double down, swaps out to the rifle, and gets the better of Doom. So another round goes the way of Nemesis, but very, very close affair at the moment, and Nemesis are kind of feeling that pressure, so they're going to call the tack timeout in order to have a bit of a chat. And it seems like they've put together some mood lighting in the boot camp today.
Yeah, looks kind of nice actually.
I actually think it's just the light,
I think it might be. You're right.
but it looks like blue and orange mood lighting.
Maybe the sun's in the right place with the orange curtains that you can see. I don't think the cut curtains actually are orange, but they're being illuminated orange by the sun.
Yeah,
It's making it look cool. Whereas Raffin, bless him, is in his own house. No mood lighting over there.
yeah, living his best life. No lighting at all for Kevin.
That is true.
It's just a floating head.
I'll be very happy they've managed to get that one sorted, because Anubis are clearly meaning business on this second half. He has a lot to say in this tack pause, as you'd imagine.
Dipsy always has a lot to say in these tank pauses. I do enjoy watching him because he gets a bit animated sometimes. Whoa, now the lights are back
What the
on.
hell?
Comics might, I think Comics just turned the light on.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like lights go on during the game, lights go off during the timeout. Give everyone a rest. Give everyone's eyes a rest.
If we didn't see Comics literally go to the Switch, I would say we're
That's
seeing
what I-
some electrical issues or some lightning outside or something crazy. But yeah. That's been the UK recently. Very, very hot weather.
Right.
And because it's so hot, it builds up after a few days, and then you get these crazy thunderstorms.
That's like where I live, but for my entire life, actually. It's a very Brisbane thing, is an afternoon storm after a very hot, sort of sweaty kind of day.
Yeah. The upcoming 10 days for the UK in London, 28, 27, 29, 28, 30, 30, 30, 30, pretty consistent. And so is Dipsy and Comics. They're going to get 2 to entry this round.
Yeah, Nemesis on the path to victory with those kinds of entries. Raffin as well with a clean shot in onto Muffin. Will open that A site up for the control of Nemesis. Gainer waited for by Comics will open the ball as well. Doom an easy kill for Raffin. That is a super clean round. Nemesis should be very happy with that one. 8-6 now the scoreline. Rounds away from closing out map 1, and look, if they could do it cleanly and make it like a 10-6 or a 10-7, I think Nemesis could breathe a sigh of relief, because Anubis have definitely looked threatening. Not ready to count my chickens just yet, and that is a lot of damage from a double nade down long. Both Beck and Comics completely eating the nades.
Yeah, it's a good start to the round for Anubis. And as you say, they're not going quietly here by any stretch. They're playing pretty well. That little minuscule gap. Does a little bit of help with him, and Nor's going to get the follow-up. Always rely on Gainer to make a play like that, even if it wasn't a one-for-one. Sorry, it's not a one-for-one, it's always more, it feels like. He gets himself a quick double with a bit of help from Nor, and the aggression pays off. Catching Nemesis in transition up mid. And they're going to stay within 1.
Around the corner here in a position to have impact, and does. So the job gets more difficult again for Nemesis, and this is what I was kind of highlighting in the last round, that Nemesis, they were up 8-6, but it doesn't feel like this is a map that's going to end 10-6 cleanly. Feels like they're going to have to fight for it, and they are very much having to fight for it here, as Anubis got that last round. They've now opened this round up with an advantage. Very good chance of bringing it back to 8-8.
Yeah, I love the change up. They realise they don't want to die here on Black Widow lying down. May as well go down with a bit of a fight. Dipsy almost being seen as he traverses his way forward outside B. He might have been seen now. But Anubis have full control of the map at the moment. I think it's still advanced up long. Chance he might be called into action right now. 3 players coming his way. Gainer can recover off his contact when Muffin starts shooting. Can help out. He's got some backs turned. Only goes 1 for 1, but there's Muffin finding his kill in the end. Dirty finding Alucard. This one is done. Muffin holds on for another. 8 all it is. I said at the very beginning of this game, this feels like it's going to be a close, unpredictable match. And guess what? It's 8-8.
Yep. Might find ourselves going to OT here as well, and I think that this map could really be a big difference maker as well for Nemesis. If they can't get it over the line, they're going into Anubis's map pick with a map deficit, and a good recovery as well from Anubis in that world too. That could be a dangerous position to find yourself in. Muffin watching for the cross towards A from all the way over on B. very likely that he gets the opportunity to take a shot. And does bring it down to a 3-on-5. He gets greedy for a second, though. Probably doesn't need to be making that play to attempt the second kill on the cross. You're at the 5-on-3. Allow them to have the site. Reset yourself. Get ready for a 5-on-3 retake. Instead, overplays his hand, and I wonder how big of a deal that's going to end up being here. If Nemesis do go on to win this round, you could look at that moment and say maybe he should have just taken a bit of a chill pill.
Yeah, for sure. No doubt. Even though they've got the man advantage of 4v3 retake is not going to be easy. That makes it a little bit easier, though. Now, with Dipsy going down, Gainer finding that frag in the back. Now he's just having to make a decision on where he wants to rotate in from. He decides to go with his teammates rather than create an extra prong on the long rotation. And this is somewhat in the open. He wants to try and fight. He knows he needs to fight. Gainer gives him nothing. Alucard's in the open. He should be a dead man walking. He does very well to find two, Alucard, honestly, from that position. But Gainer's going to get the kill. The Anubis are up 9-8. What a recovery in the second half. They were 6-3 down, remember.
Yeah, and they're doing it in a fashion which makes it look like they're actually going to close this map out 10-8. His last few rounds have been quite solid. Quite over long. These can oftentimes be 50-50s. Doom is the one to kind of take that initial contact. Hasn't really seen anything just yet.
Anubis knows this is a wonderful opportunity. It's a question now of not getting ahead of themselves, playing a regular setup and hoping it works out for you. Play your best level. With utility coming into a box room and some smokes around the doors on the B-bomb site. But Nemesis not going off of that play, off of that util. As you can see, they're pretty much dead set on what they want to do. With the position of Dipsy holding for a cross on the rotation maybe later on in the round. Anubis aren't budging for now. Dirty in that window is kind of alone. Unfortunately, Anubis think this is a rotation all the way back round toward A. I don't think it's going to be, I'm afraid. With Alucard finding Dirty, this is just a guaranteed overtime from here. I don't see any way Anubis can bring this one back from this position.
I mean, look, it seems unlikely, I will give you that, but a 4-on-5 retake, certainly not impossible for them to get this one over the line. It's taken them a long time to get in position to even think about that retake, though, which I think for me is probably the bigger issue here. Outside the box room, Gainer does find that opener, and this is kind of what you need. Alucard's in an awkward spot now as well. Gainer making the difference, as he often does. With 15 seconds left on the clock, though, is there enough time for Anubis to make this happen? They're still going to find a couple more. Raffin gets 2, and Beck's been spotted out. Gainer needs to get it done alone now. He surely can't, as unfortunately he will be pushed away by Beck. It was a heroic effort from him, but the heroics are not enough this time around.
Yeah, fair play. I mean, they made that close. That was, I thought it was going to be a guaranteed hold there. But the fact they go for the big flank all the way around gives them a chance with 2 quick kills. Thing is, they may have got those 2 quick kills through Gainer. They weren't quick enough. That was the main problem, because they took so long to go all the way around on the rotation that it gave them no time to get anywhere near the bomb when they finally jumped through the box room. So, even though there were a few laboured fights, it's not going to happen for them. So, we go to overtime, and that means Nemesis now can reset. Anubis had their chance, but losing that 1 kill early and gambling 3 over toward A, thinking that all that presence they'd shown over toward that side of the map was a guarantee they were going back toward the A side of the map. It was a little bit of a ruse. It was a double pump in a way. It was a fake out. When actually rotating, they were still sticking with their original plan.
Yeah, I do think there's something to be said, obviously, for the double kill that Raffin got as well. If he doesn't get 2 there, it's also probably not going to be enough for the hold, actually, for Nemesis, but either way, we Find ourselves back at the 9-9 scoreline in the OT. Raffin to start things from the box room. Trying to put together a defense here for Nemesis. Doom stuck in the corner. Not quite going to go down through the grenade, but very nearly does. 4-on-3 here. Nemesis have essentially locked Anubis out of the site. They tried to go a little bit faster this time, Anubis, and did see that work in regulation, but this time
Beck's going to find Dirty, but Dirty found Dipsy before Beck managed to remove him. It is pretty solid for Nemesis here, but they've been a bit more comfortable. It's not like they've lost the C4 Anubis either. Just the issue, Doom is only 5 HP.
Oh, Muffin and Doom
Pick it up.
gonna try and give it a crack. 1 minute on the clock. C4's gonna be collected. Where are they gonna go with it though? Well, straight into comics is probably not the right answer, particularly when it's Muffin that goes down. He was the high HP player, so I think if anyone was going to be able to put together this round, it would probably have been him. Doom now with 40 seconds. Could just take this as an opportunity to have a chat instead. Comic's going to run into him. That is how a 1v3 starts to get put together. When you've only got 5 HP, you kind of need some moments like that. He could win another 1v1 on one of these sites, get the plant down, and then it's another 1v1. All he has to do is win 3 1v1s.
That is true. Tickled though. Alekai knows that, and there we go. Not even using the sniper, knows that it's 1 bullet. So a little bit scary for a second or two there, giving opportunities over to Anubis to make these clutches happen. But Dirty needs to start off the following round well, because Nemesis could easily do one of their moves here once they switched back to the GR side, which is half aggressive on, obviously. Could just sweep it, and there you go. Dirty does do what I asked of him. He finds Beck off the rip before the 2 minutes has been hit on the clock. Dipsy's trying to look for a response, but not giving anything. Timing is a little bit off as he shifts back and forth on the door angle. So Anubis are going to keep their 5v4 to work with to even up the game all over again.
Certainly taking their time about it. And again, that is fairly typical of Anubis' gameplay. And Nemesis should be aware of that, but Dipsy sort of falls into the trap a little bit. Ends up giving up another player. So now a 3v5. It's going to be a lot to come back from for Nemesis if they want to equalize this score at 10 apiece. Or even rather avoid equalizing the score at 10 apiece is more so what I should say. 35 seconds on the clock though. Anubis really are running the timer down. That's where mistakes can happen, but the mistake again is on the behalf of Nemesis. If Comics just sits in box room and they do play that crossfire, maybe there's a world, but instead pushes out on his own. He goes down, Raffin then loses a duel, and when that's the round over. 1 by 1. The Ants go marching for Nemesis straight to their deaths. And other card will be an easy kill for Doom in the end as well. So 10 apiece is the scoreline. Find ourselves
Golden round, baby.
Yeah,
Already.
heading in that direction, isn't it?
It feels inevitable because they've been so back and forth. They're barely able to get a 2-round lead. Here is Anubis though. And look, this could be a bit of a change-up. I'm not willing to, shout golden round. I just did, but I'm not willing to, fully predict it just yet because, Anubis, if they convert this 5v3, don't forget they only got 3 rounds on BL in the first half. They get 2 here. That's almost matching their record in the entirety of regulation. So let's see if they're able to pull something off here. I think a 2-1 would be a great start. They're not over peaking here either. They realise, look, we've gotten our first 2 kills of the round very quickly. We've gotten control of the entire map. Sit back, see when Nemesis push for aggression, stop them when they get there. But there is a risk to that if you get caught by moves like that from Comics.
Yeah, this would not be the round to drop for Nemesis. You give Anubis the advantage going into the second half of OT, and they'll once again feel as though they're in with a chance of closing this map out in their favor. We're going to default back to that same Anubis playstyle. Play slow, wait for someone to push, and I don't understand it, but Nemesis continued to push in. I get it from the perspective of you're down 3 on 4, you want to try and make a play, but like you're playing against Anubis. If there's one team you can't do that against, it is this team, because they are just going to sit in their spawn for 2 minutes and wait for you to push and then execute on the site with 30 seconds to go. That's how they play. So twice now in a row, we've seen Nemesis lose the opening player and then kind of, look, the round is tough. There's no doubt about that, but they've essentially kind of like just let the round go to Anubis by making these pushes into the setups that Anubis are holding. And I think Nemesis need to learn from that, but unfortunately it might be too little too late to do so.
Yeah, I agree. It's playing into their strengths somewhat. Need to be a little bit careful here. Muffin almost overpeaked that one and realised, let's not fight that. If I give up a 2v2 and they retake, it's going to look a bit silly. It's not a nice shot from Dipsy, but at least the fallback from Gainer allows Muffin to be set up to stop them from getting back. Alucard's been seen. Quite a good chance for defusing the bomb anyway, even if he got even a couple of kills. So Anubis, they've done well, and yeah, I think I agree with your assessment in terms of the fact that Nemesis haven't really learnt, right? They haven't learnt how to adjust and how to counter how Anubis like to play, and they should be more aware of that, I feels like, right?
I would say so. Maybe this timeout is going to help them in that regard, but with the half being, swapped over and you're going on to the BL side, it's probably a bit more of a moot point here anyway. Maybe something that helps them in the next map, but yeah, it's not been too fantastic from Nemesis, I think, in the first half there of OT. We'll see how it ends up panning out, because again, I think for Nemesis, losing this map, it puts them in a bit of a spot of bother. I know that they're not a team that, shies away from Eagle Eye necessarily, but Anubis, not a bad shout, and Alucard starting well as Anubis. I mean, they throw caution to the wind. It's so strange. They play the BL side so sort of slowly, almost painfully slowly at times, and then on the GR side, they're trying to go, all right, we're just going to send it, and that has not worked in the slightest.
Yeah, maybe my assessment earlier on was right, that we could be just going back and forth throughout the entire game. One team is better than the other, it feels like. It's a miracle. Comics will get the frag. 11-all, and whoever wins this round gets a chance at a map point. And technically, they'll have 2.
Well, another pretty slow approach to this round Although Nemesis are looking to take that long control, and they're making a good call to go A. There's not much of a defense. Once again, though, similar setup with Muffin watching this same line.
Yeah.
See if
from
he makes the
long
same
range.
mistake as he did last time, where he got the opening kill and then went for the second swing. If he swings now off Gainer's contact, then maybe gets a good play. And that works out really nicely for Gainer, as he just, again, is able to find the double. I don't know how he can continue to conjure these multi-kills, but he always seems to be able to get more than one. That puts Anubis in a good spot. Dipsy's been tagged as well by Muffin. 4-on-2 with a low HP Dipsy. And Nemesis, by the looks of things, again, are going to have to stave off yet another map point.
And I do really like that setup, right? Having to holding the long range angle like that is, you're relying on your own ability to hit the shot. Sure, at that long range tends to be a relatively easy shot with how they walk into the site. But the extra layer, the extra factor of having Gainer behind the box in the corner, it's not easy to predict at all. That's something that, even if they know about Gainer, sometimes it's hard to kill him. The fact they didn't know about him was even harder. Alucard's all alone. Him. Capturing the side by Nor, and Anubis have 2 chances. One here, and one in the golden round if we get there. At taking Black Widow away from Nemesis, which would be something. And maybe the Anubis win, we said it's definitely possible today, even though some of us predicted Nemesis, is on the cards.
Yeah, I don't think it's unreasonable at all to expect Anubis to close the series out. If they take this map, that's a 1-for-1 to start things off. Nemesis causing some real trouble. Gainer trying to recover it. A-site really under pressure here, and Muffin goes for a big old swing straight into Alucard, who's waiting with the TRG in hand. You did call the golden round, and we might be getting close to it as Gainer is taking the fight through the smoke. He's thought better of it. Now he's coming to spot him out. No,
Oh, God.
the miscoordination. They're not talking. They are not talking. Gainer is standing behind the smoke, and his mate is charging at Comics. You have to swing that together.
That is rough. Yeah, that is just another example of why some of these 2 teams might not be on the level of like a Vitality one day. Just that sort of situation where they're just not talking. Gainer can still win this. Now he's been seen, always fighting. This is a favoured angle for Comics, you'd feel. Can Gainer win the game for his team? And Gainer realises he's just fighting here is a bit silly. He knows he's still there. He knows he's still ducking and diving. What a fight this is.
I mean,
HK versus HK.
It's the kind of fight that Gainer loves, though, to be fair. You saw what he did
I know.
from down bottom along to the TRG, so he doesn't mind these long-range tap battles. But in the end, Comics is going to lose it, and again, Gainer gets it done for his team. He seems to be the guy time and time and time again, and didn't I say exactly that? If Gainer's online, if he's able to win a few of these sort of 1vx situations or gets a couple of multi-frags in some of these rounds, it might be the difference between 1 or 2 rounds between Anubis and between Nemesis, and that is exactly what has happened. 13-11 is going to be the scoreline. Anubis get over by the skin of their teeth, and I think, again, you can look at one Gainer getting a clutch here and there, but obviously there's a few instances there where Anubis do get by in a couple of rounds thanks to Gainer. I'm not going to say he's the whole reason that they win that map, but certainly does concern me, obviously, now that Nemesis have dropped their map pick and we're going into Anubis's pick next.
I mean, of course, that's a really bad thing to have as a Nemesis fan. Losing your own map is not ideal to be doing, but of course, you gotta give a huge shout. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Shout out to Anubis. Bless you. Bless me. Thank you. Anyways, let's get to the game. Man, it feels bad, like a small bit of dirt just got into my nose. So anyways, that's the same thing that happened to Nemesis, winning 6-3 to the first half and then dropping everything around to Anubis, having them to conquer the place, and then by the skin of their teeth, like by the tip of their teeth, they managed to go to overtime, but after that they couldn't find a way to close it out.
Well, exactly. You mentioned the thing that I wanted to highlight. 6-3 on global side, on Black Widow, that's a 99% one map for you, but still, Nemesis are now tasting the poison that Anubis had on 2025, which is the over-eagerness that's coming from comics, that's coming from Dipsy, that's coming from these guys, because he went in Blacklist side and he wanted to rush all sides quite fast, as if they are playing versus a tier 2 team and they thought it will work versus a double sniper setup. Anubis, usually, their setups or maybe their game style don't work as a Blacklist side. So if you won as a globalist side versus Anubis, that's the quite basic. You need to ask yourself, will I be able to win on their globalist side when they are on the globalist side? Because Nemesis, they thought that they got 6-3 while they were on globalist side, which usually we know that Black Widow is a blacklist side plan. But still, they went in and they tried to push, they tried to just underestimate, let me just say this, because they underestimated Anubis, pushing everywhere, trying to go random things, trying to go random 1v1s, just unleashing yourself, not doing any strategy, losing to a 2021 setup. The 4B and 1A side, that was a team mess setup on 2021. And you're playing versus Alucard, who's doing this setup, and he still didn't know what setup they are playing. How? Just tell me how. How Alucard doesn't know how Anubis is playing, because he was the guy who sits in B doors for 1 full year. How? That's the question for me. They lost 3 times to the same setup. I mean, Nemesis, they are... I can say that Anubis played average. No, Anubis played very good, but Nemesis helped them. Nemesis definitely helped them. 6-3, throwing the first 3 rounds, as if you are playing versus a tier 2 team, you need to be punished, you need to lose the map instantly. That's my opinion, because Nemesis, they tried to get into the game after 6-6.
They definitely did, and it didn't look really good after that. It was pretty rough, and I love that you're bringing back the old times back in 2021.
Alucard did this setup, man, like for full year.
Exactly.
For a full year.
That's
he played this.
that's
He
weird.
played this spot with me for a full year, and he was very keen. It's exactly the same setup. It's nothing changed. 1 train baiting, 1 B door holding A, and 1 guy watching mid. 3 guys over B side. Very fast, quick rotations. So you're holding mid. You're risking cat. You're risking cat with the information from mid, of course, and you still have Elong, and you push Elong again without a single smoke on ramp. You die, Mr. Raffin. Again, Mr. Raffin, you're gone again, and you die again to the same guy. Why you didn't ask for a smoke on ramp? That's the question. You guys are playing versus one of the top tier teams. It's 2nd place. It's the runners-up last season. Honestly, I haven't seen the reaction come out from them, and of course, we cannot blame like Kevin or the coach from Nemesis about this, because Kevin took the pause and this setup came after the pause. So the players needed to adapt themselves in the game. That's what I expected from them, because if you want to be going to the EWC, then you need to understand how to adapt in-game and to calm your ego down if you have 1, 2, 3 rounds advantage. Otherwise, the team's gonna punish you, especially if you are playing versus 2 annoying snipers on the global side.
That's something, and also you don't have a lot of tech pauses to just have your coach talk to you, to go over, think about other stuff. You need to be proactive in the game, and you need to adapt, as you have mentioned. You need to have like the way to just change the pace of the game, to be able to create things mid-game, and that's something pretty important to be having while playing the game. That's just like a 2021 setup. That's I don't know, it looks like the guys might be having some trouble times here. Like you don't know, maybe they didn't have enough sleep because of what happened yesterday. Maybe
he's very
they
proud
are
because it was his setup. It was his setup back then, so it's working now. It's 2026, 4 years later, and the setup is just working. Maybe 4 or 3 years later. So it's not the setup, by the way. Nemesis didn't lose because of the setup. I said that Nemesis just. I believe that Nemesis should have won this game. I know that Anubis fans might be upset, but I think that game, if you maybe 4, 5, 10 times today again with 6-3 lead to Nemesis, definitely on each round and each game they will close it and they will win it. But they just couldn't this time.
Of course, like 6-3 like having that like much rounds in your pocket to be able to just close it out in the second half. It was just so clear that they should have closed everything out. But I would say it is what it is. Nemesis are in a really tight spot here, and now it's getting closer to Anubis. So we'll see how those stuff pans out. Trav and Elfish, take it away.
Certainly a lot of words being said, but I guess we should get into the server and let the game do the talking here as we jump into the second map between Nemesis and Anubis. Nemesis down 0-1 in the map, moving into Anubis's map pick as well. You really have to question whether or not they're going to be able to come back in this series. I believe that they have the caliber to do it, and I know Eagle Eye is a map that they don't necessarily shy away from, but if Anubis can, again, find that X factor on this map, I think there's a 2-0 potentially on the cards today.
Look, one of the main things that we occasionally talked about with Anubis over the course of history in CFWL and how they tend to go about things is they, historically, in previous seasons, when they were battling the top 4 and actually looking good against teams like Vitality, the very top of the league, they would get into winning positions and chuck them and not know how to close games. Today, here's the test for them. Nemesis aren't exactly having the best of seasons of all time. They're solid, but they're not contending 3BL, for example. 3BL only losing to Vitality in the regular season. If they're serious about punching up and making something special happen here today, then if they need to win their map pick, they've already done the hard work. This is the real hard work done, coming from 3-6 behind on the pick of Nemesis. So they, as I said, as you said, sorry, Nemesis don't shy away from playing Eagle Eye, so they're going to be competent here. But I need to see Anubis win this game in 2 to prove to me that something's changed.
Well, we'll see. I don't know if you should hold your breath, Trav, but see what Noah can do. Start things off. Gain looks like he's already in a bit of spot of bother there, just dropping off the bridge. Instead of backing Noah up in the hotel, they already lose the opening player. So Noah, a lot more work here required from him, and Dirty as well is coming to play. Misses a shot, and so probably running down to probably the end of Noah as well. Nemesis just kind of sweep Anubis aside to start this round off with relative ease.
Yeah, nothing crazy about that, really. Pretty simple. From Nemesis, Raffin's going to find Muffin as well. And a card. Shows that Doom's in the open. And that'll be nothing doing for Anubis to start Eagle Eye. Nemesis, as you can kind of tell there, wanted to call a round that was almost felt like a bit of a guarantee for them to start the map cleanly. So they can continue that from here. And they're going to make a relatively fast move through middle. For this with the extra prong of Dipsy coming in as well. I don't really feel like Muffin, even though he gets his one, he gets more. There we go, run down by the pistol. I feel like even though they got the opening kill there, I mean, it's not a guarantee that they were going to get caught on the re-entry from Nemesis and the push through. That extra factor of having a different player coming from a different angle making the big difference. And Gainer finds one. He's tagged down low, getting caught. They've now seen where Gainer is as well. And Nemesis feels like are playing slightly angry, and it's helping them.
Definitely not the ideal start for Anubis on their map pick. That's fair to say. And yeah, Nemesis are out the gates strong. They have to make amends for that last map. Anubis are this kind of team where they can have a map where they just have guys that are like pulling off these ridiculous rounds here and there, and then they just can completely go missing in the next map. And I feel like I've seen this so many times, and I don't want to see it again. But we'll see what Anubis have to say about that as we're about to head into round 3, and they need to very quickly start to rectify the proceedings. Otherwise, Nemesis are really going to start to run away with it.
Yeah, when does the tac pause come in? You'd imagine it 3 or 4-0 if it gets to that point. Noah's going to push down. Wanting to make something happen. How close he is to see at the moment. Love to win $50, but first he needs to get this headshot. Playing around the smoke. Watched by Beck as well, but he manages to grab Dipsy before Beck sees him on the angle. That's a nice play by Nort. He'll be happy with that.
Yeah, nice shot from Dirty as well. Oh, Muffin's noggin is spotted, but Alucard has somehow missed that shot. Still, a second chance at it now. The two-man spray down attempt ultimately will fall to Gainer. It was a close affair. I'm surprised Doom is keen to try to challenge Alucard on an angle like that one, but we are back to a 3-on-2, which is looking like the best round so far for Anubis. But I have to say, it's a tentative round at the moment at best because Gainer is so low. Noor is tagged up as well. You still got a minute on the clock for Nemesis to try to work. I think there's a real possibility for sure that Beck and Alucard could make something happen.
Yeah, no, by no means a done deal here. Cfwl's going to be covered, and here's the aggression costing them. Again, it's been seen by Alucard, and if he swings at any point, he'll be a dead man in that position, and that's the answer. I don't see the reason for the just continued push further forward there from either Anubis member. Doom almost chucked the first map with how he played in that 2v1. He's now got to win a clutch himself. 1v2. Elevates his position, great kill, and now you'd argue he's slightly favoured, but again, tries to fake that he's peeking from low, and then peek from high, doesn't work. Beck is ready, Beck flicks up, and Anubis, again, having an Anubis moment here, I think.
Yeah, 100%. Muffin's got to go get some fresh air. He's getting agitated at the situation, as you would be. I'm a bit agitated at this as well from Anubis. Putting all that hard work. I mean, I don't know. Just the thing about Anubis is it kind of constantly feels like they're just forever going to be this, like, annoying team. They're just going to be this annoying, upset team. But they're never going to actually realize the potential. We sort of saw it one season where they had that core that managed to make top 2. And we thought, oh, okay, brilliant. You know.
We've got a contender.
We've got a contender. And then I think the very next season, they ended at pretty much the bottom of the pack. Now they're back again this season inside the top 4. They've been okay, you know, but that's very much as far as you can kind of push it. They've been decent, but a lot of the matches that they play that they do win are like super close wins. There's super close wins even against Imperium, for example, in the last week. You know, and then you look at some of the other games that they play, like they push the top teams. They push the likes of Nemesis. They push the TECs of the world. But they don't seem to be able to like consistently beat them, and they also don't seem to be able to consistently put away the the bottom teams either, which I think is the other concern for me. So I just feel like this is a team that really lives and dies by what the individuals are doing on any given day, unfortunately. And again, you know, that's good enough to maybe be like a top 4 team in CFWL, but I don't know that it's going to necessarily push you to some super high highs.
Yeah, and I feel like the answer and reason for a lot of these situations is purely a little bit of inexperience combined with, maybe you can't use inexperience as an excuse when they've been around for multiple seasons, right? But a little bit of inexperience in general, just compared to some of the better teams in the league. And the factor of them having a bit of like mind blur, mind burps, brain burps, what I think I'm going for. I've heard that term more than mind burps. Brain burps when the going gets tough, when it's high pressure, when it's close games. Just do things they wouldn't normally do. And make not just like positional mistakes, but individual firepower mistakes as well. So yeah, that is the issue with them, unfortunately. Here again, we have a round where the goal comes through for Nemesis rallying hard, but Nemesis back again. Alucard he's removed finally. Doom then tries to go through that smoke when he's in the process of what? Reloading? I don't know. That looked a bit awkward. That gives Beck a freebie, and Nemesis again have control of this one.
Yep. Anubis capitulating in front of our eyes at the moment on their map pick. Just don't seem to have an answer right now for what Nemesis are throwing at them. So the bomb's not been planted on the site just yet. That will have to come through sooner rather than later. Now he's going to start to, you'd think, bring Dirty across. Although he doesn't seem to really want a whole bar of it at all. Nor's having a bit more of a look. He's instantly spotted. I mean, this is very isolated, obviously, from Anubis as well. Nor's kind of gone before Dirty's even in position to really do anything. So it's not how you're going to win a map. It's certainly not how you're going to win a series. 4-0 for Nemesis. And it already feels like we're kind of like on the way to Canoe Compound.
It really feels that way, doesn't it? It's actually kind of impressive that it looks this easy at the moment. They're trying here with the aggression in toward tower. Again, has not really gone their way. They're left with Dirty and Muffin. Not sure I want a Dirty Muffin. But maybe Dirty can do something about Raffin. He's taken him down, brought it back into a 2v4. Comics realises he probably has a favoured duel here by running him down. Does exactly that, and we could be on the edge of 5-0 on BL.
It would seem that way. I don't know, maybe Muffin could put something together, but site's now been taken. And Anubis just don't have anything to really write home about at all. Maybe Muffin can give them something to get excited about. All it takes is 2 good shots with the TRG. It's just a question of whether or not he's even going to be given those shots. Because really not giving him a whole lot. And just trying to get the info, trying to see if he can spot Muffin out. Tuck in the corner as well. So it's an easy crossfire there for Beck and Comics to negotiate. 5-0 for Nemesis. So they have definitely locked in after the first map. Anubis have gone completely missing.
Unfortunately, it's kind of classic. It really is. I'm disappointed. I literally said before the map that Anubis, when they get into a position and you think they might be able to win a game, as Comex just reacts to gain a being there, the visual stimuli appears on his brain and gets an important kill. Look, it's like I say, gone missing entirely. Doom's going to try and change that. He gets a 2k spray down, but again, it's kind of messy and a random aggression part of the map. That's when Nor goes aggressive. Dipsy will catch him. Back to the position, and Muffin had no clue whatsoever. Dirty. The fact that he's still alive is crazy. And I think he's going to take his kill on Beck now. There he is. Bomb dropped on the side. Where is Dipsy? Where is Dipsy looking to try and trade this one? He's not managing it at the moment. Dirty has a chance. Finally has one more shot, but he continues to miss. And 2 HP left now. Is he finally going to get a chance? Tag through the corner of the box. Another tag through the box. How is this 1v1 so drawn out? I do not know. 2 HP versus probably 5 HP. Oh my god, I can't believe this is still going. Finally, Dirty takes him down. That is the messiest 1v1 I have perhaps ever seen in 2 years of this game.
Yeah, just neither of them could land a shot. In the end, it's the first round on the board for Anubis, so it's something. It's something. I don't know if it's going to be enough necessarily, but if Dipsy can start things off nicely again for Nemesis, then Anubis, yeah, very much might be again on the receiving end of another bad round here. could double down with the position that he's got. Raffin spacing wasn't great, but is traded by Comics in the end anyway. Find ourselves with another 4 on 2, which just feels like such a common occurrence for Anubis on this map, and again deleted. So 6-1 the scoreline, and Nemesis continue on their merry way towards victory.
Try and change things. He's going to get 2 this time. That's worked well. And the answer back isn't too bad, with Beck and Elric getting a killer piece, but I think even if Anubis gets 3, it doesn't feel like it's going to be anywhere near enough. To be fair, we said that about Nemesis on map 1. Also, that Nemesis on map 1. That was a different circumstance. That was before. Dirty's going to find his 1. Is pretty stuck. They are looking to play very aggressively to take him down, but a reload can come through. Now the angle is low. Or is it? Dirty only had a few bullets left. And the card is low. Should be no way out. Now finally Dirty will play it a bit safer. He knows there's a risk of being placed from the left, and finally he'll hit the bullet. So there's a second.
Yeah, I mean, maybe 3 gives you a little bit of a platform to play from in the next half. 7-2 would be a disaster for Anubis, so they really need to make sure they get this last round. Obviously, easier said than done. Already some good chip damage onto both Muffin and Noor, so Anubis a little bit unsettled in this round to start things off.
Lovely third. They'll keep them in the conversation. 7-2 is way too much, I think. But 6-3 is still like a glimmer of hope. Even though they've started Eagle Eye so poorly. See on the top from Gainer to try and help out for the cake to come through. He gets his 1. Muffin holds on as well. Get himself a second 2. Plays. Dipsy will finally be sitting in the tower, but he's all alone, and now he's not even alone because he's dead. There is a 3 in a row for Anubis to recover things. So, slight something to work with, but it still feels unlikely.
Yeah. It's a good recovery, obviously, from Nemesis. Pretty tough defeat in that opening map. Certainly looked like at one point they would be able to close that map. I mean, remember, Nemesis was leading 6-3 on Black Widow. And what a difference this could have been if they would have closed that map out as they probably should have. And maybe potentially even done it cleanly. They'd be looking fantastic here on map 2 as well. And we'd be saying, wow, Nemesis is so back. Phase 2 is theirs. But, you know, I think there's still quite a bit of a ways to go in that regard. Obviously, from Nemesis, there's quite a recovery still required in this series, even if they get through this map. You do go onto New Compound, and that is a map that we know that Anubis have played quite extensively in the past. It is a lot of the time a decided map for them. I've seen a lot of matches for Anubis go the distance on a New Compound as well. So I think it will be quite a slog still to get through this series as Nemesis. But they are going about it the right way. Getting a very solid first half under their belt. Putting that pressure right back onto Anubis and sort of making them sweat a little bit. But 6-3 was the lead in the first map as well. See whether Anubis can maybe pull this one back too.
That really would be something. If that happens, I think Nemesis need a long, hard look at themselves. To be fair, I think they probably need a long, hard look at themselves after map 1. But it's even worse if that happens again here. Hopefully no PTSD. playing a little bit forward. A bit of a feel out at the beginning of the round, nothing too crazy. Since he doesn't see any contact, he gives it up pretty quickly. And to go back in for more, though. You can tell the way he's peeking the angle, just seeing if he sees anything on the corner of the window. And that's a lovely is one, but Gainer finds the kill on Beck to recover. And Dipsy went down to Nor. Bomb dropped, but can be recovered. And now they're going to have to make a call because they've only got 45 seconds left. 2 men set up on toward A for Nemesis. If they go toward that side of the map, they could be in a bit of trouble still.
Yeah, I mean, this is the start to the half that you would want for Anubis. Obviously, still depends on how they negotiate this round. They're doing it again in very classic Anubis fashion, where they're leaving that timer ticking down so dramatically. 20 seconds left on the clock. Gainer's going to have a fight in middle. Comics, his attention obviously drawn away from that B site. You do see that smoke go through, and Anubis are not quite going to get in cleanly, but at the very least, the bomb plant should go down okay, and Gainer activates in middle for a double on a nice timing. So Anubis should be getting through this round okay. This will be when Nemesis maybe start to get a little bit unsettled. See how much Anubis can continue to slow these rounds down and see if they can bait out those pushes from Nemesis like they did in the previous map, because that really felt like it was much to the detriment of Nemesis. And they would lose the opening pick and then go hunting for information or hunting for a fight, and then they'd be down 2 players then. And that was kind of like the win con for Anubis, so it could be very much the same idea coming into the second round.
Feels like that could be the case. Guess who, though, once again, Gainer half, finding a beautiful multi-kill. It's a 2k entry, which was the main exciting part of that, but he ended with 4. But they're going to lose Muffin at the beginning of the following round. They might need Gainer again to go on a bit of a rampage. Now, with a weird timing of it. First time he's 1, there's one more where that came from, make that 2. And the thing is, he's gone so early that kind of makes it impossible for Nor or Dirty to really push through onto the site to help out. And this is the thing going to be gifted, these fights.
Yep. Pretty swift and immediate recovery from Nemesis. 7 up on the board now. Anubis maybe he's starting to get hot under the collar. I think if they were to lose another round here, they'd love to have some time out. Did they use their timeout in the first half? I think they might have. So it might not be an option going through the second half here, but they are very much teetering on the precipice of a third map. 3 rounds to go for Nemesis. Anubis, again, not really providing us with a huge amount of pace in this BL round. There's really not a lot being done. Just kind of milling around in middle, hoping to see if they can find themselves a fight. Nothing being given by Nemesis at the moment.
Comics hears what's in front of him. And he's going to try and make this aggressive move forward. Sticking himself around that aggressive B lane position. Now the the push out from Anubis is being planned. They're going to go for it right now. Muffin is advanced. Many players around this A1 site. 4 in fact. Maybe that won't matter to them whatsoever. Beck finds one, only one though, and they completely sweep them. They went into the stack there of 4, but the timing of which they went for it completely surprised the first player, and it all fell apart from there.
Well, 5-7. Gap goes back to 2. But Anubis do need to put on a string of rounds here to look competitive in the map. I will say I think they've been maybe a little more fortunate on this BL side than they were on the GR side. So perhaps there is a wind of change in effect. Gainer 5-1 as well. Highlighted how impactful he could be. Tentative times for both teams, but Anubis up to their usual tricks. That slow play style. 1.5 minutes left in the round now. 2.5 minutes is what they have. So they've used a minute to essentially just chill out in middle. See if they're going to get given anything by Nemesis, and this time that is not going to be forthcoming. So it will be Anubis's job to try to push their way in, and it seems as though they might be walking right into the line that Dipsy is holding, and this is pretty much a shoot and you're going to hit angle. If there's someone there, there's nowhere else really for them to be. Meanwhile though, push comes through, 1-for-1. Now Dipsy finds a way to double down. They haven't traded him down very effectively at all, and you've still got Dirty just kind of hanging out here in middle, seeing if he can cut off any rotates. His timing is not too bad. I thought he was maybe going to get spotted out by Beck and Raffin, and maybe he has been. He certainly has not been shot, but he has to turn around and be aware of what's coming behind, which he's not aware of at all in the slightest. That leaves Muffin and Noor solo. Good kill for Muffin to grab, brings it back to 3, which is a little bit more manageable, and with 25 seconds left on the clock, if the next kill goes the way of Anubis, then potentially this opens right back up. It will not, though. It goes the way of Nemesis. It's Muffin for the 1v3 attempt, but Raffin will put him down, and Nemesis will go to 8.
I thought they was going to find that kill on Raffin and then you'd have at least a glimmer of hope against Alucard, but no. Nemesis hold on. And yeah, I feel like the conditioning of Anubis of playing these slow rounds, if they had won that round, I made it, what would it have been? It would have been 7-6. That would have been the perfect time to then throw a fast round into A or something, right? Throw a really fast move and catch them off guard. Now they're 1 round away from being map point down. Now it feels like they probably won't risk that. We'll see how it goes.
Patience a real virtue at the moment, again for Nemesis on this defense. They push down B long. Anubis starting to make their way towards A. Gainer's already tagged up pretty substantially. It all looks like he wants to be the one to lead the charge. He's got the C4 in hand. That's a good adjustment as he gets the better of Raffin. Also spots out Alucard's feet. The toes get tickled. Noor needs a bit of help though, and he's not really getting it. Muffin and Gainer have to get in the mix. Not Dirty watching the side, but this is just a discombobulated offense. Noor is fighting for his life. Gainer only now starting to swing to try to assist him. They've got to get together, and I think Dirty also probably has to have an impact, and he does. He connects that shot onto Dipsy, so that was looking awkward for a moment for Anubis, but they are starting to recover it, and they get the plant down. It's Beck solo. He's been spotted out now by Noor as well. You'd think. Swing comes through. Confirm it. Oh, Gainer pops his head up. gives away his life as well, which leaves Dirty solo, and he's been tagged as well. This is 3 1v1s given to Beck, and Nemesis will go to 9, and Anubis, well, they don't deserve to win this map.
No, absolutely right. I mean, when you start this far behind, you can't afford to lose any of those clutches, any of those close rounds, which you know you have control of. And they have, I'm afraid. They have very comfortably there to Beck. Oh, Beck is incredibly clutch, isn't he? I think that's one of the main things that was highlighted before the series, is that we're seeing incredible work from Gainer. We're also seeing a very good series and season, I should say, from Beck. And, yeah, another example of how good he can be in the clutch. Maybe the map's not done just yet, but yeah, it's just going to be a prolonged finish, I think, to this one, with 2 entries coming through for Anubis, playing a little bit faster. Obviously, that works.
Oh, Muffin turns onto Beck. Nemesis trying to speed that up a little bit too much in the mid round. It's all on the shoulders of Raffin here to try to win a 1v4, and after what we've just seen from Anubis, I wouldn't be too surprised if he could do it. But a good call made by Anubis to go scurrying back over to A. It's a quick rotate. They'll certainly be beating Raffin there. And get that plant down and put some time pressure on him. There's one. 1v1. Gonna kind of cross a reinforce though, and this time double of it. So Raffin down 6-9 the score. Anubis hanging in there for now.
Just one needed though for Nemesis. Nothing going here. Happens in the open. It's a very awkward fight for Raffin. I think he knows that he just doesn't like this one. Alucard tries to help him, but because of that, it doesn't work out. But all of a sudden, Nemesis have forgotten how to play the game. So their setup is pretty poor. And Anubis will punish. So a couple of rounds in a row feel likely unless Beck and Dipsy can recover a 2v4.
There's another one.
It was so funny just how, like, awkward their setup looked over toward A there. It was like it was... There was no communication about who was playing where, who was watching what, who was taking what fight when. So awkward. You get rightly punished for it, but losing the map would be a surprise from his position.
Well, Nemesis obviously a little bit concerned about whether or not they can actually close this one out. So wanting to have that chat. Don't want to replicate what happened on map 1, that's for sure.
You can tell Dipsy just the way he's like moving around right now and how active he just is. It's like he just feels uncomfortable. Yeah, he's agitated and he wants the game 1 and he wants map 3.
We'll see how much Anubis can lock in here. Alright.
Here we go.
Yeah, 2 rounds required for Anubis. I mean, it's definitely not impossible. It's going to take a couple rounds, though, that's for sure.
Oh, nice
out
pick.
of the picture early. This, yeah, I mean, this is how it starts. This is how it could come together.
Really
This is
so.
down to play out.
I think the main thing that I'm kind of realizing now, and sure, look, different scorelines produce different pressure and different outcomes. I get that. But Anubis will be kicking themselves that they were so out of the game at the beginning of the map, right? Like, this has turned into a close game. If they had found even one of those rounds that just completely looked like they had this would be 8-all right now. And then there's still the Next one charges his way through, though. Okay, that 2k is big. Don't forget, he clutched up 1v3 to get Nemesis up to 9. Maybe it'll once again be Beck to make the difference. 2v2. Bomb in their possession, too.
How do they get to the C4? I mean, they've got to go... Oh, they've got to go through. And they are going to go through by the looks of things. They don't even need the C4. Alucard's going to drop. Muffin gets it to a 1-round difference, and Nemesis surely cannot let this happen again.
Well, overtime could certainly be happening again now. But as we said, situations are always a little bit suspect. Today, though, overall, I think Nemesis have been a little bit more suspect. Even if they win this game 10-8, it's like, they've got a bit too close for comfort.
100%. It's a very Anubis-coded game, though, isn't it? 13-11 map 1, 10-8 or OT map 2. Just, I don't know how they continue to allow that to happen. Anubis straight down the center of the map. Raffin's going to drop. They have an open B side as well, although they don't have a clear way to defend that. So they're actually going to wrap back around into A. This is a wild round. This is craziness for Anubis. They've just got to get past Alucard. They're trying to stand and deliver. He is holding the fort down for the moment, but eventually does get overwhelmed. And Dipsy and Comics, I mean, putting together a potential hold here. I thought it was going to be impossible in a 4v2, but they find themselves a couple of kills, and now it's a 2-on-2 again. Comics is obviously desperately low, but a mistake here from Anubis in trying to plant a C4 could give Nemesis another kill.
They're going to get it down now. Oh, and there you go, exactly as you described. Just Comics waiting, biding his time, knowing that his HP doesn't really matter when you're holding from a range like that. Dirty, what have you got? Can you somehow make this happen? Can you actually get Anubis back to overtime from this deficit they were in? If Dipsy goes down, he might have info that Comics is low. He's got a pretty decent position as well. He knows where both these two players are coming from. There's one, it's a twin. In comes the pistol. In comes the pistol, and he's got it one. Look at the celebration for Muffin. Anubis have done it again, and Nemesis, they've done it again. How have they let this slip?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think the thing is, obviously, though, as well as Anubis, you've got to be aware that you can't be carrying on like that. You've only just got it to overtime. The map is not done. The series is not done. They still have to lock in. But yeah, this is not good for Nemesis. I can't wait to hear what the desk has to say about this. This is the second time in as many maps that they've allowed that to happen. From a winning position, Nemesis, you surely can't lose 2 maps in a row. And yet, here we are.
I'm laughing because of our colleagues' messages in our chat. It's fine. I'm not going to repeat it. I'm not going to say anything. It's just funny. The frustration, I think, is evident for everyone, not just the Nemesis players right now. Dipsy, you can tell how he's reacting to all this. Head in hands for Alucard. Oh dear. What have they got then, Anubis? It's kind of funny, isn't it? I mean, Nemesis deserve all the criticism in the world, it feels like, for having let both these 2 maps slip to an overtime. But we know how Anubis have historically played in these scenarios. They always tend to lose a little bit. Getting back to overtime, fantastic. They deserve credit too. It's not just like, no, it's only Nemesis who have played badly in this situation. They've done very well, Anubis, to recover. But we just know historically what these Anubis players play like when they get into these sort of games, these sort of close games, these tight moments where they have an opportunity to win the game here and now. Let's see if they can do something a little bit different here on the switch over to GR. Overtime number 2 underway.
Creeping onto the line. Nemesis waiting for him. Still gets himself at least one. Early info is not going to be enough for Anubis to hold the site down. Dirty, not able to capitalize nor finish off. So Nemesis do get themselves a little bit more success this time around.
They're better half though. So
yeah, it's obviously early days. So don't get too far ahead of yourself.
Muffin has been obliterated by utility. Those nades have just absolutely targeted his position, and he's gone already. And again, he's going to feel like he needs to make a play. He's been a little bit absent in the last couple of rounds, even in the success Anubis have had in their recovery. He's going to make his move around the doors. Usually he hits only good for a 1. Not even a 1 pushing forward, but he's blind on the corner. It's perfect. Dirty finds 1. Nor might get his as well. Barrel. There's the kill. Doom. Oh, Doom's behind. He's ready. He's flanking them, but somehow doesn't get that second Alucard. You felt like for sure he was going to grab that. Still, 2v2 recovered. And Nor has taken up a pretty nice position.
He's got a crazy timing, doesn't he? And Dirty might also have a pretty insane timing here too. Alucard locked in on a tower, has been spotted out. Just got to make sure you don't miss the shot. I was going to say, you've got to make sure you don't miss this shot. He does, though. Still, gets the kill ultimately, but that actually brings Dipsy back into play pretty early on in the piece. Flash is good. This will be a huge round for Nor to clutch out, and he's picked a really nice line to just get some info. He probably doesn't get the kill off of this line, but Dipsy does just spot him. Oh, the swing's going to come through. Nor looking to take the fight. doesn't necessarily need to. Can back off and play the timing. Jumps up, spots him. Knows now that he has retrieved the C4. And so will recollect himself over towards A. His timing not too bad to cross over to B, though. And so Dipsy get away with a plant. Now it's down to Noor in the 1v1. Close this out for his team. Missed shots by Dipsy. Noor very much in with a chance. Jumps out the window. Dipsy trying to salvage. Neither player hitting their shots at the moment. Again, you can tell the pressure getting to them. Wants to tap, wants to draw the peak, and he does, but it's for all the wrong reasons as far as Noor is concerned. And Nemesis this time might be getting it done in the OT.
They're so nervy, aren't they? I mean, that is so evident how that 1v1 was played out. Noor knows that he's had multiple opportunities there and has not been able to get it done. Fair play to Nemesis for recollecting themselves mentally in these tight rounds and overtime. Seeing experience there, dealing with it nicely. Again, in his own hands. Totally understandable after what's gone before in overtime. He wants to try and fight, and this is how Gainer plays the game. There we go. Finally, he's in a round in OT. And when he is in a round, that's what happens. 3 kills, all headshots. Here comes another one. Gainer could be in for all 5 here. You know what? Give it to him.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, again, a bit more Anubis unleashing themselves, you know, and we've said time and time again, they do tend to play a little bit better when that's the way that they operate. Sometimes they play within their shells a little bit, but 2-1 in the first half of OT. Obviously, it doesn't really tell us a lot. It's still a possibility that it could go either way, although Nemesis did kind of look a little bit better there. So, still kind of have to give them the benefit of the doubt.
One round is okay, considering the first half and how that went for Anubis, but just feel like Nemesis are going to find a way just to lock the second half down. Feels like this is a... I said at the very beginning, before even one round was played, this is very hard to call, and it probably is going to be very close. I didn't think I'd be that right.
All right, 11-10 to the second half of OT, and it has started well already. Doom has picked up the opener. Nothing immediately goes down, though, in response, so we are straight away back to the 4-on-4. Conventional wisdom would say that that does kind of favor the attackers, but we'll see whether or not Anubis can actually put that together. It is only Dipsy on this B side of the map at the moment. Might just get picked up straight away, which he does, so it is slowly starting to come together for Anubis in this second half.
Let's see if they just make the play together here properly. They're waiting for Gainer to come and help out as well. There is a push from Raffin. The bomb plot can come through. He set himself up around the stairs, play the headshot angles, play the advantageous angles once you've got the bomb plot down. They are doing that now. It's not really hit too much. More utility from Doom to block off the rotation and the retake. It's going to be difficult to get back into here. He goes Doom for one. Okan will find his one. And they're going to find one more, but Dirty's going to charge him down. And Anubis have made it to 11 all. Whoever wins this round, just like map 1, gets either a match point or a map point.
Still could go very much either way. You have to keep that in the wheelhouse. Nemesis on the GR side struggling a little bit more so throughout regulation. See what they can do here. Forward hold obviously from Comics. And a similar approach to the standard from Anubis. Very slow start. Same thing as what we saw from them all throughout regulation. Take mid, chill out, see what happens. Make a mid to late round call.
You do need to be a bit careful about Beck. If there's one man I feel like I could rely on Nemesis to make a play when it's absolutely desperately needed, it's been Beck today. He is trying to creep around this A-long position. But the rotation from Anubis hasn't really, or from Nemesis, sorry, hasn't really come through at all. They're sticking with that 3-man setup. And that's probably because Comics is very far pushed forward and has not really heard or seen anything. That could be about to change, though. He's got a good angle. Usually that's good for at least one. And for a player of Comics' ability, it could be more. Jump down about to come through, you'd think. With 50 seconds. The issue. It's a bit messy, but Comics will get the kill. Thing is, Doom's around the back. Comics is very stuck, like you're saying.
He actually gets away from Dirty, and Doom's like kind of hunting for him, and eventually does catch up with him to bring it back to the 4-on-4. Alucard! Gainer can't get 2 here, surely. Oh, thank God, Alucard's there to trade that down. But for a world, maybe Alucard was going to look away at the wrong time. 20 seconds, though. I mean, where do you go here as Anubis? Have you played yourself out of the round, I think, a little bit? This could go horribly wrong for them. I think it will go horribly wrong for them. They have overstayed. They've just waited far too long, unless Muffin pulls up the roof. Yeah, Winters a chance. Doom still in with it, maybe. If he can find this fight against Beck, needs a headshot, and he can't get it. That is too much to ask. So Nemesis on to 12, on to map point.
And guess what? It was Beck finishing it off.
Yeah.
Of course it was. Alright. I kind of agree with you that they kind of didn't deserve to win this map, but with the way Nemesis kind of played the end of the regulation, I feel like they both don't deserve to win it, but someone's going to have to. And it feels like it's likely to be Nemesis now. Likely to be a new compound decider. Of course, this is the game that goes as long as it does when I need to go to the bathroom and make dinner. Classic. No 10-minute break for me. Nemesis have 4 more kills to find. They're so well set up for it as well. Need to be some significant errors here for Nemesis to lose this round from here. Great angle. Does miss it on the tight line though. Back away. It doesn't need to clear Comics though. Oh, again, it's just not clean. In the end, they do find the kill on Dipsy, however. So 3v3 is possible, but guess who's here again? Guess who's here again? It's Beck. Either because they're pressing the issue and they're giving Dirty no space. He's going to find 2 clean duels, and I'm not sure Raffin or Alucard are going to give that to him. They know he's locked on the site. What can Dirty do? He's going to try and chase down Alucard, and he's got a decent timing.
Very decent timing, although the angle's not really favourable for him. Alucard has jumped up onto that windowsill. Needs to be cleared by Dirty. And will be. Takes a lot of his HP away, though, to get that fight. And now has no idea, obviously, where Raffin is exactly coming from. So he's got a lot of angles that he needs to watch. He needs to pick the timing perfectly. And he might have picked it wrong. Oh, look at the transition. Raffin surely has been spotted. Dirty didn't see him. Did Dirty not see him? I saw him on Dirty's screen. But Dirty did not see him. And so Raffin will secure map number 2 for Nemesis. And, oh, God, it's been an ugly series. I will say that. But it is going to go to 3.
Yeah. It's been excruciating, honestly. Like, again, how many times do we have to say it about teams like Anubis, and Anubis in particular, just not getting the job done when they have an opportunity to? The fact they were given a chance to even get that one done in 2 is crazy. With the reaction of Nemesis coming, having a 6-3 lead on both maps. Imagine if they lost both of them. Imagine if they actually lost both of them. Yeah. That would have been, almost a crisis moment for them to lose him from both those two incredibly favourable positions. But in the end, they're going to get lucky. They're going to get it done. And they do have new compound now to finish it off. And now they've got through a map. Now they've got to this position. I just think it's pretty evident to me That is a sort of situation where the better team, the supposed better team, even though we did say at the beginning of the game, this is a very unpredictable series, the team that you could argue is usually slightly better this season in Nemesis, probably find a way to win.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, but based on what I've seen in this series so far, they've been up 6-3 in 2 maps, you know, and they haven't closed either of those maps cleanly. They've only just closed one of those maps. I don't have a lot of faith in Nemesis. I don't have a lot of faith necessarily in Anubis either at the moment. So
no, I mean, I feel exactly the same.
I think it could go really either way. To be honest, would be where I would be sitting. So
yeah, I've just got PTSD from how many times the favored team has brought it back when they probably shouldn't have, and then like swept the 3rd map. So yeah, I'll have to see if they're able to do that again. For me, I have been thoroughly kind of unimpressed with where both these 2 games have gone. I think it's going to be very tough for them for both teams to actually reset mentally. We'll have to see anyway. We'll give it the mic over to Penguin to have a chat about the game.
Exactly as mentioned. Once again, Nemesis almost threw a 6-3 lead. But this time, they were having the lead on the blacklist side. They were having the lead on the hardest side on Eagle Eye, I would say, because Eagle Eye, in my opinion, it's a global decided match. So when you get a 6-3 lead on the latter side versus a double sniper setup, that should be the game done for you. However, that was not the case. Then we went to overtime. A lot that we can talk about Sekiro, but in my opinion, we will not have time because a lot of throws from both teams.
Yeah, it was going back and forth between both teams, and especially after the first half. First of all, it was a bit weird. Like, we got into 6-3, and man, it was that close to be even more than 6-3. But after that, all of a sudden, it all went to Anubis, and they started fighting back. We got to overtime, and like we even got it to 9-7 situation that it was Nemesis. The team, all they need to do is finding a way to solve that puzzle, but they could, which is I don't know, man. Like, when they reach this situation, it feels like they might be trying to save some strats, I don't know, but it doesn't look good, to be honest.
It doesn't look good for both teams, but Nemesis this time, at least they were kinda better, I would say. Yes, although they strode, but they still played the blacklist side way better. We've seen more organized gameplay. I would just echo Trav because he mentioned that if Anubis just didn't have the slow start that they showed us, and they got just 1 round out of the first 7 rounds, maybe 2 rounds out of the first 7 rounds, because it was 6-1 in favor of Nemesis. If this was 5-2, I would believe that Anubis could have closed this series already 2-0, but they started very slow. Let me remind you that the first time they played on phase 1, it was also Black Widow and Eagle Eye. Black Widow was picked by Team Nemesis, and they still lost it to Anubis 10-8. And then Anubis picked Eagle Eye, and they lost it to Nemesis 10-6. However, they lost this time 13-11. So it's the history repeating itself, but with different lines, with different scores. And they still see that there is a lot of problems in Nemesis, even though if you look at Dipsy's face at the end of the game, he's like, why are we doing this? Why everything is coming hard in our faces? Why we are struggling to close the games? That was the questions coming out from him. In the end, Beck played a very good and decent game. He was always there when it's needed the most. He was there on the bridge to trade. He was there on B side to trade, and also to clutch a 1v2 versus Team Anubis, and he was also there on A side when it's needed. So my opinion, Beck just saved Nemesis today from losing 2-0, and I don't think this guy can have the things to do it every single time, especially versus other teams. Yes, today your opponent was Anubis, next day is not going to be Anubis, so Nemesis have a lot of things to talk about, have a lot of things to change, but still their experience closed. I maybe talked about them in a harsh way on Black Widow, because Black Widow, it was a complete intentionally throw in the first 3 rounds. Of course, they didn't mean to throw it, but I feel that the calls were just like, hey, let's just go and end on one side. Let's go and end on one side. But in Eagle Eye, that was not the case. Anubis played better. It was this time that Nemesis is playing good. They're trying, but Anubis is better. And they got the better of them, and Dirty just got a clutch and made them go to the overtime. So Nemesis, they kind of improved their gameplay a bit since Black Widow, and this is the case for phase 1, by the way. It was the same case exactly. And now what they need to do is they need to focus and close the last map, Nemesis, if they want to win. However, Anubis, I still think it's not going to be an easy matchup for both teams. Anubis is a very, very good, well-organized team on compound with the double sniper setup.
For me, Penguin, I don't think that they improved. I think that they just tried to play, or just adapted, I would say. A couple of guys just stepped in, and based on that, I believe that they managed to at least get back into the game, or like at least Bick got into his mood and got a couple of rounds, shifted the chip around and gave them what they were looking for. So I would say that's only the first 2 games. I mean, that's not Nemesis that what I'm looking to see, to watch, but I would say that at least we'll head to a small break and get back to you with game number 3. I don't know, like I'm not happy with the results that I'm seeing till now.
Okay.
Anyways,
Wait.
so I believe that we might just skip the break and get into the game in a couple of seconds. So.
Yeah, the game is gonna be ready because we had a lot to talk about, honestly. So I don't think we need to go to break unless we kind of break down a lot of things that happened. I also had one round in my mind I want to talk about, just remember it now, where Gainer got 4 kills in A long single-handedly when the team was kind of losing. It was 9-7. They took a tactical pause. Nemesis took a tactical pause, and guess what? It was Gainer just unleashing himself, killing Alucard, killing Comics, killing the rest of the players. 4 players died into his headshots, and then it came out Doom. I mean, Doom was the last guy who was alive, and he killed the last player alive from team Nemesis. I want to highlight why this round in particular, because when we see an aggressive gameplay coming out from Anubis, you see it's not a throw, you see a risk by one player. If you compare this round to another round where I've seen Dipsy, I guess Dipsy or Beck, he was pushing to their base from the global side, from Belong, and one guy was also picking from B connector, one guy was picking from Elong. It was a bunch of risks. This is not a risk. A risk, in my opinion, is one guy risking a play. He either dies, it's 4v5, still double for you, and still you can do it, and still you can win. Otherwise, if you just risk 1 or 2, 3 players, instantly you'll die. And Trav commented on this. Suddenly, we've seen Nemesis on this round forgot how to play. So that's the big difference between the risks that's been coming out from Anubis and the risks that's coming out from Nemesis. The risks from Nemesis, they are risking their team. The risk from Anubis, they are risking an individual. One individual can risk himself. Yes, can work. Yes, it can fail, but still, the round can be on the line. It's 4v5. You still can win it. Otherwise, if Nemesis just
that's something that happened in the first game. Like I remember that you mentioned that.
Yeah, exactly. On Black Widow. Yeah, second half.
Black Widow, second half, they were just going all in as one piece. Like you're playing non-stop in a crazy way. Like you forget how you go with your stress. You forget everything. But hopefully that's not the case with the third game. So I believe the players are ready. And I believe that our casters are ready. So Trav and Elfish, take it away.
Yeah, ready to go. I mean, I don't know what there is really to say about this one that we haven't already said, Trav. I feel like it's kind of a case of let's just get into it and see what happens. Because in my mind, this is a matchup that can really just go either way. And I don't think that you can add any significant analysis to make a prediction here. To me, this is about as 50-50 as it gets, particularly today, where both teams have seen some success and some failure.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, of course, both these two teams have, gone 4-3 in the regular season. They're both in the elite group, just over TEC. And that, unfortunately, the way they both played is not really indicative of the teams we know they can be on occasion, right? So, yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. Hopefully they'll be able to show us a little bit of a better face, though, in this final map decider. Whoever wins obviously goes ahead of each other. It means something for these two.
Yeah.
New compound it is.
New compound indeed, and we did sort of even talk about this on map 1, that this is a map that I think we can say is reasonably familiar for the likes of Anubis. Seen a lot of games from them on this one.
Shots.
Maybe potentially another close game here. But early start, not a great one for Nemesis, as Dipsy's obviously out of the picture pretty quickly. And now Comics is going to fall as well, so the setup not looking like a particularly fantastic one. See what Anubis can do with this advantage that they've got. Again, I imagine this was very much going to be a BL side that defaults back to some very, very slow gameplay. So probably not going to be seeing much for the next 30 seconds or so, and then inevitably they're going to hit one of these two sites.
We were hoping that Nemesis go searching for info. It looks like they're going to stay put. Maybe they get gifted something from Alucard. What happens? And that, to be fair, right? Like, we've been talking a lot about Anubis and their slow style and making plays like that. That's what it's for. That's what it's for, right? Rather than going to two players, it's like actually going to a single player even. Time. And that means that a GR player needs to go searching for information. And that's what it does. It drew Alucard out. So, invariably, that's what happens. As we said earlier in the day, that at some point Nemesis would learn that that's how Anubis do things. And that's another example of it working for them.
Early days, but a win on the board gets Anubis underway. And that is good to see from their perspective. Pressure here. Just going to back it up. Alongside the rest of Anubis back over towards potentially that B site. Been given quite a bit of space actually towards B. They haven't necessarily got the site itself, but they have enough space to seriously think about a commitment. Beck is waiting alongside Dipsy. Not a bad setup from them, particularly if Dipsy's able to open up with the first kill. Anubis slowly getting themselves in position. There's still some doubt in their minds as to whether or not this should even be a commitment to B. It looks like it will end up just being a mid-B split, which I'm not necessarily as much of a fan of, because now you're bringing 4 defenders into play. So Raffen and Comic can maybe have an impact, and they certainly do. Raffen finds the double. Would this have been the better case if they had have just barreled their way into B? Let's find out if this entry is going to be clean. Nor gets the better of Beck. Still on the side, able to claim one, no more than that, and so kind of works, but it kind of doesn't. Plan's going to go down. The important factor being Gainer actually able to cut the rotate off from that mid position, so they do get out of it what they wanted in the end, a player advantage with a post plant. 1 and 2 favoring Anubis.
Yeah, they've let slip a few of these. Comics can't be afforded to be given a chance. And he'll be seen, but not fragged. That is the issue though. I think this players and Gainer and Muffin should realise that pretty quickly, and yes, Comics realised he had to press the issue, had to jump in, take a gamble, and that will cause his demise. So 2-0 start for Anubis, good settler for the start of new compound. I feel like they are back in the contest and seeing more pressure. He tries to peak that gap angle though, and Dipsy will get the better of him on the follow-up.
Easy peasy for Nemesis in this round. Just picking Anubis apart one at a time. Gainer is going to fall as well. So Nemesis underway. Pretty nicely. Again, I think we're going to get another really, really closely matched map here. You can already kind of tell these two teams just a bit back and forth. Very, very tit for tat.
Yeah, it's impossible to know, isn't it? See at the top right of your screen, seeing the double 13-11.
Yeah.
It's told the tale of the game, really. Neither team good enough to really press the issue home hard.
And, Raffin is there as well. You would have thought that would have been a stronger hold for Nemesis, but in the end, we just kind of just swat them aside. Now the A site has very much opened up. The rotation coming through from Dipsy, but he should be dealt with. What? Where's Dirty? Has he missed a shot? I think he's missed a shot. They now are aware of Dirty's position. Grenade's going to go through on a Dipsy, but this round actually got a little bit pear-shaped for Anubis. No! Dirty, what has happened there? He should have 100% killed Dipsy. Anubis gets away with it as a result.
And the thing with that is that probably totally turns the course of the round, right? Like, that is the key kill. He prevents all the risk. So some key misses there, I'm afraid, when the pressure was high.
Big shots!
And he's not going to do much here either. Gainer is pushed forward again, and you imagine that he's going to try and take some initiative to take some control. Because he's got some support now. There's the contact onto Nor from Raffin. Move he needed to make. Alucard might have to hop back and take another fight here, but he's going to have 3 players on his screen, and as you can see, because of that, he's now pretty much done in terms of his health, but in comes Raffin. Okay, he finally gets his reface, work out on a good time. Works out well. And Raffin's going to even find one more with the pistol off the back of it all. What a round from him. Down to a 1v1, Comics versus Muffin. Muffin started the round looking to try and end it.
25 seconds here for Muffin to get that plant down, and it looks like he'll get it relatively uncontested. Comics on his way over. Muffin's kind of taken a bit of a peek into GR Spawn there, but hasn't actually seen him. So maybe thinks that it's clear. There's a chance that Comics could potentially walk in on a timing. Muffin not always putting his attention in that direction, but having a bit of a peek. Neither have spotted one another. They're going to be on the opposite side of the box. Muffin misses a shot. Comics now knows where he is, and with 10 seconds on the clock, this should still be Comics' round. He's run out of bullets. Again, the tuck from Muffin, but it's not enough. Defuse is on. Nemesis will win the round by the skin of their teeth.
And Doom is out of there. So is Muffin. Need a bit of a break after that. I don't blame them. How many back and forths have we had in this one? Been kind of remarkable. And we've also kind of, seeing how that last round played out. We've had at least 3 1v1s that have been relatively messy due to either lack of info or mind games or missed shots, maybe all the above in one go. Probably one of the reasons, or one of the words you used to describe this Beer 3 so far was ugly.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's very true at the moment.
Well, about to get back underway here. First timeout running down. Round 5 done. Heading into round number 6, Nemesis have a slight lead. Typically, they've actually been able to close these first halves out 6 and 3. But far cry from a scoreline like that one at the moment. We're definitely leaning a little bit more towards the 5 and 4.
Raffin is an expert at taking those fights like we've been seeing in middle. See if he wants to try and go for those again. He's playing behind the smoke aggressively for a reason. But there's a chance he could get seen here pretty shortly. He's got Raffin's support now. He does the damage onto Gage. He does a push through from Doom. With that flash. Raffin's stuck in the corner, nothing doing. Good timing from Doom. And that will activate Muffin and Nord taking the space that's been opened up because of it. He's one, but he's not ready for Muffin to come in. He follows it up as well, Muffin, with a kill on deck. This is actually quite a nice round for Anubis so far. Just need to complete it against Alucard. Onto the Alucard's going to try and charge through. Headshot is easy for Muffin. And that one was nice. I liked that. It helped with the opening kill, obviously, but it all fell into place afterwards.
Yep, 3-3 the score. Anubis dive back into another round, this time looking to take some mid-control. Flash over the top. Or smoke in as well to push Alucard away. This time they're moving a little bit quicker, straight on into bracket, and maybe even straight into the A site, straight into Alucard's crosshair. He makes no mistake on that opener, but he can't deal with the second player around the corner, Gainer. James Beck, though, that's still alive, that is going to be a tender pass. He has certainly been, as you highlighted on the previous map, the most consistent of the Nemesis players this season. And again, pulls up a really nice round for his team to maintain the lead. Albeit a slight one, but a lead nonetheless for Nemesis.
It's exactly the same pattern, isn't it? Neither team is good enough to really break away from the other.
Headshot!
Which is ironic, considering you've had, like, 6-3 halves in both maps for Nemesis, which have felt like, yeah, they're in control. They've got the map one. Hasn't been a for them. This will tap away against Gainer, kill. But Nor will make sure that Anubis' advantage stays. And here we go, another example of them recovering the round and then maybe make it an even game again. This would be the first half that's a 4-4 though, as I was mentioning. So all Anubis need to do is get this one over the line. We'll have our closest half yet.
Maybe so. Or maybe Nemesis can recover this round and again pull through for a 6th. Not looking too likely if the hit is going to go in the direction of A.
Headshot!
But with that kill from Beck, again, reliable Beck, we are back to a 3-on-3. And Nemesis are starting to suspect that this might be an A hit. They're not seeing anything over towards B with the forward position that Beck has got. So Alucard and Raffen, their spider senses are tingling. Plant's going to go down. It's going to be a full 3-on-3 retake. Smoke does go forward. Blocks off middle, but that's going to bother Nemesis too much. Good grenade, though, onto Beck and Raffen is going to soften those targets up. And for 25 seconds left, Nemesis don't feel as though they are moving too quickly. They walk right into the setup, and there's nothing to be done this time around. Anubis do claim that fourth, and they do ensure that we will get our closest half of the series.
Again, it's one of those games, man. I'm not seeing anything inspirational. I'm not seeing anything that's truly surprising me. Obviously, the recoveries has been surprising. Nemesis have let a couple of these rounds slip, but it's neither team breaking clear. Another recovery round from Anubis. 4-4. You just feel like it's going to go this entire way, bit by bit.
Yeah.
And it's going to go to another overtime. Feels like it's inevitable.
That is very much the feeling that I get. Nothing has an opening pick for this round. Is that going to prompt any kind of an offensive in the direction of the A side? It would seem the answer is yes. Beck is the one that's under pressure there. He's trying to hide inside the smoke and actually does get brought down. So A is looking quite weakened here for Nemesis, and it might be the first time in this series, actually, that we get to see an advantage go the way of Anubis in the first half.
That would indeed be a turn-up. I don't trust them to finish the game, I can't lie. I don't think you can blame me either.
No, I don't disagree with that statement either, to be fair.
Even this round is not a dead cert just yet. Middle, gets his headshot on Comics, nicely done. That should pretty much confirm it now because they're walking into a gets 2 kills now. It's a run down by Muffin. All 5 alive to finish off the half. That'll give Anubis a lot of confidence going into their GR side. It's all down to them now. You know what they've been able to do. I don't know why, I kind of favour Anubis more on the BL side than the GR side to close out games, because I just think waiting out these holes and waiting out these rounds makes them overthink. Sometimes
yeah,
on BL, I feel like they just go for it, even though they do play slow. They still have a decision that they've made and they've stuck to, right? So we'll see if that comes to pass or not.
Yeah, again, I don't think there's any value necessarily in overthinking things in this matchup. It just feels like it's destined to be pretty much as close as it possibly can be, but any which way, I don't think you can really make any educated guesses. The historical context is really only so much to go off of. And, I'm not sure that this is the return necessarily that Raffen would have wanted. Such a close series, obviously, with Anubis, but if Nemesis can get it over the line, it will be a good start to phase 2. And we, heard how the desk was talking about how important this is going to be, obviously, for them. You do want to ensure that you can take phase 2, seed 2 at bare minimum to avoid seed 1, which is more than likely going to be Vitality for as long as possible in that bracket. So every single one of these matches actually does matter quite a lot. It's only technically 4 team groups now for phase 2. So can't really afford too many mistakes when there's only that few matches.
Yeah, exactly. High pressure, knowing that you just want to do everything possible to get the right position in playoffs for yourself. Not long to go. This time next month, the season will be over. The entire season.
Yeah, we'll know who's going to EWC. And who will be setting themselves up for a spot at CFS as well. So a lot to play for here in Season 2. And we're back into the swing of things for the second half. We'll see if Anubis can fare any better on the GR side of this map and some of the others previous. It's not started very well. Dirty's gone down to Alucard, who has been quietly effective in a lot of instances. And again, continues to be as he opens up the account for this round. But everything slows down off the back of that.
Yeah, annoying early loss to take for Anubis. Push through now around B. Muffin is ready. Good kill. One more. Nope, gets pushed by Dipsy. Very bold there for Dipsy to go for that immediate trade, but just kind of trusting that he knows what his opponent's move is going to be, where he's going to position himself. And it keeps him a man up.
Raffen, awkward timing for him to have a fight presented. Noor catches him, and Doom also gets Alucard. So this round is just kind of kicked up an octave with those couple of kills that come through.
Oh, wow.
Right out the
He
gates.
just pushed out middle.
Yeah, I mean, it's gone from 0 to 100, as is typical Anubis fashion, but the difference being they're actually on the defense this time, rather than the offense. Starting off again. Dirty finds himself the double gainer, another one, and this is Anubis really starting to put some pressure on in the second half. Nemesis pulling back a kill thanks to Dipsy, but there's still more members available and ready to fight. On behalf of Anubis, Dipsy, the last man standing, unlikely to be able to get this one done alone.
He's going to find him, and that is a absolute, as you say, the speed up there from Anubis was significant. That was out of left field, it almost felt like, with how they have taken these last 2 rounds in quick succession from the end of the previous to, or from the end of the round prior, sorry, to the end of the round previous. 2 in a row in quick fashion. They're 3 ahead and 3 away, but I can almost guarantee you it won't be that easy.
No, I think I would tend to agree. It's never easy when it comes to Anubis. We'll see what their... I would love to know what the average Anubis game length is. It's probably like 10-7 and 3 maps.
Feels like it should be that, shouldn't it? Oh, nice shot though. Good Muffin. He's keeping Nemesis really on the back foot right now, and honestly, we were talking earlier about Anubis not deserving to win map 2 because of how they played, even though in the end it felt like we kind of think we're in a common opinion that both teams kind of played pretty badly. I don't think Nemesis deserved to win this series. Now look, Anubis could do their thing and chuck it again, like they like to do. But just Nemesis losing leads from 6-3 twice and only converting 1. I just don't think they deserve this at all. I think they've been outplayed overall today. They've just been resting on their laurels a bit too much, and certainly on map 3, they are certainly being outplayed quite considerably.
Yeah.
Now they're on the BL side. So, Tactpaw's coming in for Nemesis. They damn need it. They are now 4 behind.
Yeah, it's their turn to show some grit and determination and come back from behind. We've seen it a couple times from Anubis once where they were, you know, unsuccessful in bringing the map back, and once where they were successful in pulling it back. But Nemesis have typically actually been the team leading from the front. So we'll see how they go when they're on the back foot. It's obviously less enjoyable, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah, this feels like a painful pause, really, for Nemesis. They know where they're at here. Now time to lock back in again.
Not if you're Muffin. He leaves the chair so fast it keeps spinning.
I know. It's clearly very well oiled. Mine doesn't do that. Mine like spins around a half, and then it's clearly the way I've sat on it for however many years. It's just like worn out in a certain way. It spins a half and then stops. So it doesn't go much further than that. We'll see how much further. Go on.
Mine's got hand rest, so it hits the desk.
Ah, yes. Oh, mine too. Mine too. But I usually don't want my armrest to hit the desk when I pull my chair back. So otherwise things go wobbly.
Wobbly. Well,
a bit wobbly. And Nemesis is wobbling right now because they're 8-4 behind. You can see the G up in the player cams there from Anubis, knowing that they are so close but yet so far. We've seen them lose games from this position. If they do it again, I'm going to be apoplectic.
Oh, that would be a sight to behold. I remember the last day of last week, Trav, you were almost at that point. So didn't quite get there, but
hey,
maybe
it was like a 10-1 map to finish it off. I was delighted, mate. I was so happy.
Maybe we can get there today. We'll see. Dipsy is going to be out of the picture early on in the piece, and that's going to be one of, let's say, 10 kills required for Anubis to close this out. There's not quite going to be a second for Dirty, as the A side is very much overwhelmed. Doom went for a push down A long, so he'll be okay. Can play for the retake with the rest of the squad, but Dirty did have to be the sacrificial lamb. I think actually would argue that this kind of puts Nemesis in a good spot. 4-on-4 post-plant. Missed shot though from Alucard. Will be backed up with the second. Muffin spotted out. Noah can't really do anything from this position, so he kind of just has to hold and hope that the duo can get something done. It's not going to happen. Alucard is doing everything in this round. No one can get past him. And so Nemesis will go for the fight.
Yeah, the opening kill was good, but unfortunately that was a little bit of the sell of where Nemesis were actually planning to go. And A wasn't really held very strongly, like you were saying. So, pretty weak bomb site. Gets overwhelmed quickly. They're all set up. Even though Nor jumped across the angle to avoid getting picked by Alucard, in the end it's just too difficult to recover. What's the setup this time? Two around the outskirts of A. It's Gainer and Doom. Nemesis are being allowed, not that they know it yet, a lot of room to maneuver up middle. The long range lines are being held. It's all going to be down to the take, I think. In comes Comics now. They're going to move forward and take that space right here, right now. And they can choose to go to either bomb site. They go to A. It is a better defended site for Anubis.
Double kill!
Oh, he just done well. How's Gainer found 2 from that? That's insane. It should definitely be run down by Comics. And, you know, there were some very low HP players there. So I don't blame Anubis at all here from being taken back down to a 2v2, because honestly it shouldn't be a 2v2. Gainer should have only really got 1. The fact he got 2 again, Gainer moment, is impressive. Bomb not yet planted, nor is right. Oh my goodness, they're on top of each other. That is so awkward. A Goomba Stomp kill from Beck could have been possible, but Nor reacts. Comics needs a clutch. Nor will go down in the end, and he is still healthy enough, Comics, to make this happen, but the line is being held. Muffin's seen him. Doesn't pull the trigger, though. Bomb pop will come through for Comics. He's worried about it being a fake, but it's definitely not the case, and Muffin's going to hit the important shot. Absolutely critical that Anubis got to 9 ASAP, and they will right here.
You're right in saying that, because who knows where this is going to go still, but the fact that they've got to 9, you'd think it probably should realistically be enough. It's just a little bit too close for comfort for Nemesis. All it takes is one bad round, one poor call, one pop-off moment from one of the individuals. And we're right back into the swing of things then for Anubis to find themselves the 2-1 today. But it's not over yet, I guess. See if Nemesis can mount a comeback of their own. Imagining that to be quite wishful thinking, obviously. Already discussed why. But 5-on-5. Start things off again. And Nemesis quite reserved to kick things off here. Don't have a lot to say for themselves at the moment. But they do at least take Pedal's control, so that is something.
Yeah. I refuse to believe Anubis win the game here.
Do you?
Absolutely refuse to believe it.
You're not a believer.
Let me be proved wrong right now. Please. Please prove me wrong, Anubis.
Throwing the gauntlet down at them and seeing
Oh, he's got two. How has Muffin got two from that with the pistol after missing with the sniper? That's crazy. Nora's in the corner. He should go down and will. That recovers it into a 3v3. Unfortunately, they need this kill on from Doom on Dipsy and they'll get it. 2v3 to save the game.
Well, Anubis might have heard you, and they might be delivering upon your request. As we move into the round, Beck, though, as always, is the one to step up for Nemesis. Opens up an avenue into the A site. The decision not necessarily made, though, by Nemesis to go A. And that kind of leaves this very much still up in the air. You've obviously got Gainer over there, and he is the kind of guy that closes these kinds of rounds out.
He's the right man for the job. There's another headshot. It's all down to Alucard. He's been tagged down to 1 HP. It's a sliver, and he's going to be taken down. And that, honestly, look, we've been critical of Anubis in this series. We're saying how they struggled to close games out, how they, had a chance in map 2. It's not been the best series in the world, but they've proved us wrong here. They've won that game pretty comfortably. They've won map 3 very well. We thought, map 2 was a very bad look for them. That was... They thoroughly deserved to win that. There's no question for me whatsoever. Nemesis have, again, underperformed today, especially map 1. The, minor penguin crash out on the desk for map 1 was thoroughly deserved, I think. And yeah, they've been punished, rightly punished for it. Anubis thoroughly deserved that W. And yeah, we'll see if there's more to crash out about right now with Sekiro and Penguin.
I believe, guys, that was a banger. I don't know, not a banger, to be honest. Nemesis didn't really show up in this game, and it looks like it might be that's coming from you, Trav. I'm just gonna say that out loud, like you just mentioned that he casted on Nemesis a few days ago, and they lost that time and they lost today, so it might be a Trav thing. I don't know. I don't want to jump into conclusions or like have some assumptions, but it might be Trav.
Well, at least this map, because Trav was saying that we crashed out because first map it was an intentional game plan. They rushed in, they tried to go play fast on Black Widow, and which is a thing that you shouldn't do at all. You are 6-3 lead, you can play slow, you can play on the picks. But if you're talking about Compound now, they lost 10-5. 10-5, that means that Anubis, in all aspects of the game, they were better. But Black Widow, when we talked about it, we see Nemesis better on the global side, and then they give Anubis signs of lives and maybe a chance for them to come back. But now, I've seen Anubis giving 0 chances to Nemesis to play the game. On the globalist side and on the blacklist side, completely Nemesis were out of form, out of shape, and even though the trades, if you're looking about the aim-wise, except for Beck, honestly, in my opinion, Beck was doing very good job on at least the last 2 maps moving forward on, but the rest of the team, I'm trying to remember who played extraordinarily good. But only Beck. Maybe Alucard had his moments, but it's just the quite basic moments from Alucard because we haven't seen anything crazy from him. Comics was quite also silent. In my opinion, Comics is quite silent for a while. Dipsy also had some struggles on Eagle Eye, coming back with these struggles. He tried to play in this map aggressively. He had some moments. So Nemesis as a whole, I think that these guys, they need a restructure. If this is a phase 2 Nemesis that we expected them to play way different than the phase 1, I think Nemesis is in the same danger that TEC is at right now for the World Cup.
I can, I can back you up and like agree with you 100%. It doesn't feel like that's the Nemesis that we knew. But on the flip side, and like congrats to Anubis, they're stepping up. I'm not sure if they are stepping up or like Nemesis are going down. Like it's either one of both.
The last
but
map, they
it's-
stepped up. Anubis played very good on the last
Of
map.
course,
So Anubis
of
had
course.
to take the credit.
That's
on
for the
map.
last map.
Yeah, but on the first
That's
map,
for the
on the
last
first map, Anubis didn't play the game. It was Nemesis. They gave them the game. Hey, this map was going for us. You guys tried to take this map, and we will reverse sweep you. Oh, we failed. Sorry, we're not gonna throw again on Blackwood. I believe this is the case for these games today.
I agree with you when it comes to the first game. Second game, on the flip side, it was going back and forth, and
Yes.
for the most of time, it felt like Anubis were kinda closer to winning the game, and of course, that was for them. On the third map, they just made everything look a little bit easier. Like I would say it's easier said than done to put Nemesis in that situation. And also, speaking of Nemesis Muffin, that guy was just multi-fragging multiple times. Each and every round he can do it. And I don't know if that's coming out of Nemesis not being able to communicate with it or with each other, or they have a problem, they have something, they have stuff they need to solve. We'll see.
Definitely, we cannot say this is Nemesis and Nemesis is gonna be able to. I mean, they're not gonna be in a very tough situation. Oh, it's phase 2. Let's be real. It's phase 2. They're already in the playoffs. The guys just have some bad days. It's the matter of when they're gonna be bouncing back, because usually before the playoffs you want to bounce back on phase 2, because the phase 2 is gonna give you the momentum, it's gonna give you the confidence to be able to play the playoffs, and that was the case for 3BL last season. If you watch their phase 2, it was kinda messy, but they won versus Anubis. They had a very good tough game versus Swarm Gaming, but they built on the win versus Anubis, and they went into the playoffs with a new shape than phase 1. Now Nemesis, we expected them to do the same. We expected them coming here trying to kind of restructure the team to build some momentum for the playoffs, but still, even though this loss will not affect anything, it's just a placement for them. I think that their placement for second place is kind of very, very tough. They need to beat 3BL and Vitality, and also Anubis to lose from both for them to get the second place, which is going to be hard, but still, even though they don't place as a second, they still have the playoffs to show everything and to dominate, as we've seen from them in the last playoffs.
Yeah, I believe it will be a bit hard for them to reach the top 2 spots, since the one is already secured to Team Vitality, of course, and now it looks like there is a lot of fights, a lot of shenanigans coming on the second spot. 3BL just lost. They got another match with Anubis, and of course they have a match with the Team Nemesis, which is like I believe that was like when we had like an interview with one of Nemesis players. He said that he's coming to phase 2 to take his revenge, but I don't know, is it gonna be a revenge from 3BL, from Anubis, like from the whole rosters that we're seeing here on the screen? They need to have something to stand on to turn and get back into the spot that we used to see them in.
Well, even if you look at the scores, even the win that Nemesis got, it's not an easy win. It's a very tough win, let's say. I'm not gonna say that it's a very, very lucky win. It's not lucky because it was a tough win, because Nemesis actually in this game, they started very good. They had a 6-1 lead, I believe, and then they started having some back and forth rounds between Anubis, and Anubis had some kind of streak wins, and now as a match winner is going to be Anubis, the guys that played very good, and we don't want to forget to give these guys a clean win over Nemesis. It's kind of a revenge for them, and starting their phase 2 with a win versus Nemesis, that's the thing that you will be looking for, and we will be expecting more and more from them. Honestly, I'd be rooting maybe for them for the next games.
Of course, for me, I would also still root for Anubis, but hopefully we will see which game are they gonna be playing in the next one. I believe it's not gonna be an easy game since they are fighting for their spot, fighting in the group stage, and their next match will be versus 3BL, so that one will be a pretty close one. And of course, our match MVP, it goes to Gainer. That guy got 1.50 for KD on his Pocket Plus. He was everywhere. For me, I would say it's between Gainer and Muffin. Both of them
Yeah,
were
definitely. It's solos.
performing
Solos.
pretty good. Yeah, of course. Like,
On Anubis,
like,
it's solos. So
I'm gonna close my eyes. I'm gonna pick
Yeah, it's
one
either
of
Gainer or
both,
Muffin.
like eeny,
Yeah,
meeny,
exactly.
miny, mo.
Yeah, we haven't seen anybody showing up except these guys. These two guys, honestly. On Anubis, it's just Gainer or Muffin. That's it. The guys are playing 2v8 versus all the teams. They're trying their best. Yes, the other teams have their best moments, but I'm saying when they need someone to clutch the most, when they need someone to be having such a momentum, it's definitely going to be the guy who is going to be having interviews.
Of course, so speaking of an interview and speaking of a player that we should just like carry the whole thing on his back, I believe that we have Gainer with us and he'll be joining us in few seconds. So come out wherever you are.
Yeah, I'm talking.
Hello Gainer, ازيك حبيبي? How you doing?
Hello, الحمد لله. انت عامل ايه؟ All good.
Can't hear you in this.
All good, all good.
Yeah,
Can you hear me now?
هلا.
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you now.
all
Yeah, I
good,
can hear you.
perfect. Yeah, perfect, Gainer. So of course, congrats on the win. And as always, you guys love to go into the roller coaster of event. Like you love to give us that passion of watching the full 3 games, and you always like deliver the best and I would say the best way to close a game with your smile and to watch you after winning. First of all, congrats, Gainer, and walk me through what happened after Eagle Eye. It was pretty close, and at a certain point, you were about to hijack that game and get your win. So, how does it feel to have that kind of a game? And of course, how did you mentally turn the table around versus Nemesis?
Thank you for congratulating. And like we won the series. We are happy, of course. But I don't know if it was obvious, but in first 2 maps especially, we were like trying a different play, like different style. We are not like doing the same as before. We were just testing, like phase 2, of course, we want to win, but we are aiming for like the playoffs more. And of course, like we want to go China or EWC, so it's just testing to see what suits us in phase 2. We're doing different play style. And yeah, it kind of, like, of course, we have some issues showed up, and that's good, like we will overcome them, and I hope we will be ready in playoffs.
Yeah, of course, Penguin.
I just want to talk to him after the win versus Nemesis, because you guys took your revenge for phase 1 now, and you are heading for 3BL. I believe you're going to be playing them tomorrow. So how do you build this momentum, because you're going to be playing also a team that you want to revenge on? How do you build this momentum, and how confident do you feel in the next matchup?
Just like it's not about confidence. Like I'm confident that as long as we shoot well, we will win. Like it doesn't matter anything that happens in game. As long as you shoot, you kill your enemy, even if you are doing a ton of mistakes, you still win. But of course, like that will not be the case always. That's why teamwork is more important, because you are not always shooting or doing 100%. So like we are preparing, but we still know that as long as we shoot, we will win. We lost, we will focus on our mistakes, and we know that if we shoot better, we will win. And I know that 3BL guys are really good at that shooting point, and we will like try to do our best. Yeah.
I was about to touch on that point. The 3BL actually they got some of the really good shooters in the entire I would say split, or like in the in most of the teams, since like they have the younger age players, they have like the really high stats overall. So for me, I'm not gonna ask you about phase 2. I'm gonna ask you like if he had like that kind of chance to play versus them in playoffs. I believe it should be a lot different than phase 2. So what should we be waiting from a team like Anubis versus 3BL in the playoffs, and of course for the entire thing?
Like, 3BL was like the strongest team we played against in phase 1, and like I believe tomorrow's match will be much closer. You know, like I think we will do much better, and it will be a much closer match.
It should be. Bingo.
Nothing. I just want to congrats him for the win, and of course, I don't know if he knows that you guys went through the same veto. You played Black Widow. I mean, they picked Black Widow on phase 1, and you won it, and then you pick Eagle Eye and you lose it, and the same case for now. So I love that you guys changed the series at now and you won. And the last words I would say the congratulations for Anubis. We're seeing an improvement, and I said that these guys, yes, he predicted Anubis, and I said yes, you can be right, because if Anubis is shooting today, if Gainer is shooting today, Anubis will be winning. So congrats once again, man, and I would ask you for one more words for your fans, because you guys are now closer to the second place if you can get the double wins for the next games.
I want to thank all the fans, and like I'm happy that we are kind of delivering, you know, like they are happy when they watch us win, and instead of going full insult on Twitch. So yeah, thank you, and I'm sorry for our performance before.
Thank you, man.
Right,
Congratulations, man. Thank you.
Love, man. I love your energy. Thank you again for your time, and of course, it's always a pleasure to have you in the broadcast. So hopefully we'll see you sooner. And like, yeah, we don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow, but hopefully we might see another Gainer to be here with us on the stream to have like another talk. But of course, thank you for your time. Good luck, and
thank you. And
see you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you,
man. Thank you. Yeah.
What a way to just close the series. 3 mapper, and it goes to Anubis, and of course for us, that was it for our first 2 games, and now we're heading to the competitor group. Of course, the second one we have Imperium versus TECs. So we'll head to a small break this time. Just stay hydrated, stick to your chairs, and we'll be right back.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis is 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving, now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one, Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance, he's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zenith rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox topping it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end.
A lovely third, there's a fourth. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todd's in and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse him, but he goes for the fake.
Away those lives for free. What they've done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill.
They're just going to move. And on Knights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the one. Make it two, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. Now for LCK, where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail. Knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kais will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the box.
Feels a little dicey. Diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. They're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
By Spoxy already, that might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe Unlights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Does Anubis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself two. Oh, why not make it a third? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. How does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple two. Hang on a second. This post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK. LOL indeed. Yeah, okay. Insane. What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This...
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for two. Horus and Snakefall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taking matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
The historical ways of, you know, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double two, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. Where that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets two very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final two players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. Now the force through from long. Vitality up against it. And that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will second
Hello everyone and welcome back again, but this time on our final series for today. Of course, we just had like 3 mappers between Anubis and of course Team Nemesis. We had like 2 mappers. It went to Team Vitality, and now I believe we are having a battle of the 5th seed and 6th seed in the first contender group matchup, considering Imperium versus TEC matchup since their last Balchan phase. Well, actually, that was the like last week. They both
it was
were...
28th of June. Yeah. It was at the 28th of June where the TEC played Imperium on the phase 1, where they were having just the regular season matchups. Yes.
And it went to TEC, and it was a fast one. a clear one, exactly, and it felt like Imperium didn't have a chance versus them. Also, keep in mind, TC is not an easy team to be playing against since they're always been the top 2, top 1 in our vision for a long time. But for this season, they are taking, I won't say a small break, but they are stepping down a little bit when it comes to performing, at least in phase 1. But later on phase 1, it felt like they are starting to shine more in the games.
Well, yeah, they're, as you mentioned, TC, they are kind of having some also ups and downs like Nemesis. Probably they are underperforming a bit, comparing them to the last season, of course. Last season, of course, they underperformed as well, but this season, at least last season, they had 6-1 run on phase 1. They had 1-2 run on phase 2, which put them in the playoffs as elite group. Now they are starting phase 2 on the contender group. They're going to be playing one of the relegated teams on season 1, which is Imperium, the team that had a very, very good start. Yes, you can see that they lost 2-0 versus Vitality, but it was golden rounds both. Yes, they lost 2-1 versus Triple Galaxy. It was also a golden round for them. They had a good and amazing upset versus Untitled. They beat them 2-1, and of course they beat Strong Gaming in a good reverse sweep. Anubis Gaming and Titan Esports Club didn't have much success with them, but yet they have one map with Anubis. Titan Esports Club, it was the last team that they played. It was the last week, as you mentioned, 28th of June, where they played only 2 quick maps. It was Eagle Eye pick by TC and Imperium. They just instantly went for sub-base, but I think this matchup this time it should be different, at least from TC's side.
I believe from both sides. I'm not sure if they are going to be playing with the same map, same play style, same everything. That was the closing match in the regular season, and as you have mentioned, we went to Eagle Eye, we had sub-base, and also we had another longer map. I believe that we had Black Widow as the decider, but other than this, we should be going to a different map pool. You don't want to put yourself in the same position versus the same team in 2 weeks, like 2 consecutive weeks. It won't be ideal for you, and that's for Team Imperium, of course. But for the other side, TEC, it was like a long time since we saw them, and man, I would love to say that they were sharp.
Well, yeah, last time they were better, they were improving. However, they had one of the most tilting series on the regular season, or maybe on phase 1, which was the series versus Nemesis. They were leading first map and they were going the last map. They needed only 1 round. Kiko disconnected multiple times, so they had to replace him. They had to play they had to play few rounds without him, which costed them the game and also went to the overtime. And then they replaced him, of course, with Freakies. He tried to his best, but the guy, he just woke him up. Hey, wake up! We're gonna be playing against the runners up. So he couldn't have that much good games. We can't blame him at all. But it was unlucky for them regarding this game. It was so tilting, in my opinion, and they lost versus them. It's not Unnights the last one. I believe it should be flipped by Unnights and Nemesis. In the visuals, it was Nemesis, the one I'm talking about. So, yeah, I mean, sorry, Imperium. The last one should be Imperium. So, Nemesis game, it was unlucky. They went to Imperium game, yes, they beat them 2-0, but it was Imperium. So now we are asking TC to show us the performance that we are expecting them to go, because they were the 3rd place. That means that they are fighting for an Esports World Cup spot.
And they still got a shot in it. Still, they need to be closing in the number 5th or 6th seed to be able to play in the playoffs. And according to the scores, to the games, they are just few inches away from getting into the playoffs. And I believe, they might be having a little bit of extra mile to take. But for a team like TEC, they can just take it, and you won't be worried from them. Or like on them, at least they have the I would say the experience, the players, everything that they might be needing to have a long run. I believe one of the most iconic things that happened in CFWL, it was Team Vitality coming from the lower bracket to win
Yeah.
the whole thing. That was back, I believe, in 2024. I hope that I'm correct with the year. I'm starting to lose a little bit when it comes to the years, but like they were on point. Those guys are always the team to do those stuff. So if any other team can do the same thing, I believe it's gonna be TEC.
Well, TC, yeah, they were LCK back then. They played versus 3BL. They were down 0-2 on the finals, on the season 2, 2024 finals. And then suddenly they reverse sweep 3BL and they beat them 3BL, which is right now Vitality. And then also they played, yes, that's the phase 1 results. Now they corrected. Imperium is the last team that they got the win on, and now they're going to be playing. And circling back to what we said, yeah, and then TEC, they had a good games versus back then it was LCK again, or maybe other organization, and they played again versus the same roster, and they were down 0-2 again, but this time it was the regional finals of 2025, and they reverse sweep them, securing their spot in the CFS by passing the group stage. So always when you discount these guys, or maybe when you're just saying, okay, these guys, they are underperforming, they cannot win, they suddenly pop off and just shoots everybody and kills everybody. So we should be expecting this, especially that TSC gonna be starting on the contender group this time. So it should be an easier and weaker games comparing it to the elite.
I mean, I can't say it should be easier. I believe it's gonna be more competitive since both teams who wanna have a spot in the playoffs. I don't wanna discount Imperium. They had their games, and especially winning versus Knights was a pretty big deal for them and for me, because I'm the only one who believed in this fairy tale. But other than this, Imperium, like on a daily basis, they are trying to improve, they're trying to play, and I've watched those guys for like, I don't know, almost a year, and of course watching them on stream, off stream, they are trying their best to find
yes.
some solutions. And the thing is, they are just 5 guys trying to make something happen, which makes me love their story a lot. But I would say it's not gonna be much love on the prediction side. I mean,
No more love,
TEC
man.
just swipe them 2-0. Like, guys, don't get me wrong, like I always have faith in them, especially after what happened in the early season. But
Yeah.
TEC, they're on steroids right now.
Yeah, TC cannot give this game at all, and I believe that if they want to be starting a fresh start, a new start, they want to be rocket jumping into the contender group, from the contender group into the playoffs, then it should start with Imperium game. They should have a clean 2-0 win from them. It should be an easy game like what happened in the regular season or phase 1, because it was 10-14-8 both games. So TC, good matchup for them. Imperium, I know it's a very, very tough game for them, but still, if you're going to be playing the best team at the beginning, that means that you should learn a lot from it and then take this into an experience for the next game, so you'll be able to get your wins. You're going to be playing Alliance, you're going to be playing Swamp Gaming, you're going to have a lot of another games. So it's quite tough matchup for Imperium. We cannot discount them. Yes, they can do it, but talking about the experience, talking about the circumstances for TC, they should win this game, and I believe that they will go 100% fully serious. Flex mentioned before that he said that sometimes we usually didn't prepare for the weaker teams, but he said the weaker teams now are pushing us to the edge, so we need to prepare for them. He said this after loss versus 3BL 3-0, and then he came back and winning them 3-2. It was a very, very close matchup versus them, and he almost got knocked out by 3BL on season 1. And then he mentioned this. He said we didn't get to practice versus them, and we didn't get to prepare ourselves versus them, but now we need to prepare for everybody because they are improving.
Yeah, and also another thing about like that part, I remember on the last time we had a conversation with him, he was talking about after the match with Imperium, of course that was last week, that like, yeah, we prepared for Imperium, we didn't just go with the flow and play our casual, normal play style that we always go and do for. and like yeah, we went in and we watched their VODs. We had sessions about Imperium, and that made me happy
Paid
that
off.
there is a lot of teams that starting to step up and making like the bigger teams to put in the work to
Exactly.
be a part
That's what we need.
of this sport. And of course, like man, I want to speak a little bit more about the games, about the maps, about everything. So before we head into that, let's head to our map V2, and we are going to sub-base Eagle Eye Port. Man, like
It's the same.
it feels like
Same cookie.
that's yeah, exactly that's the same. They're going for, I don't know, a rematch, trying to test their limits, maybe. I don't know.
It's good. It's good. It's
'cause-
good. It's good. I'll tell you why. Because Anubis had the same games versus Nemesis. It's exactly the same first. Of course, not the 3 maps. I was talking about the first 2 games, but they had the same 2 maps and they had a different outcome. Now Imperium, they picked sub-base again. It was also the same pick, and Eagle Eye was picked by TC again. But let me tell you something. It was flipped because the one who won the coin last time is not the same team right now. So sub-base is picked and it's gonna be played right now as the first map. It was before Eagle Eye first, and then sub-base. Eagle Eye was won by TC 10-4, and then sub-base 10-8 by Imperium. Imperium was very close. I remember this game, and they took a tactical pause and they got some rounds, but yet they couldn't close the game. So now you're gonna be starting with on sub-base. You're gonna be starting with the global side. I hope that the now at least can close this game and put us at least to map 3, and whoever is the best wins, as we've seen from Nemesis and Anubis was way better on the last map. So maybe the same maps, but we can see a different outcome, just as we've seen from Anubis and Nemesis last series.
So walk me through sub-base. As we always know that TEC are one of the teams that played a lot in sub-base, of course.
Scary, man, sub-base.
And international, and like they had their wins, they had their losses. So how should they be playing in sub-base for this game, at least versus Imperium? And what do you think are their strata they are going to be following, at least when they're playing, let's say, on the GR side?
Well, if you're talking about TC and they're going to be starting on the global side, I mean, they're not starting on the global side. When they go on the global side, TC just follows one strat. They are denying the space for the enemy team, and they're going to be trading the areas the enemy team has. If the enemy team has woods control, they're going to be trying to get information or probably push machine and flex usually, and he loves to do it. And if he's not pushing it, he will just try to deeply deny the lockers area from the enemy team. And if the enemy team is having the lockers, he will try to get his play, just do his work and just try to solo push probably the woods. And by the way, last time we've seen TC playing sub-base, they played completely different. Of course, I'm not talking about Imperium. When they played it versus 3BL, they played completely different. They showed us that they have other strategies. Then they played 1 A top, 1 woods, 3B, and the A top guy was holding it down, so they had nobody watching it down. And Hunt, when we had him on the interview, he said that I didn't know what's going on until I just needed a couple of rounds to understand how they are playing. So this shows that TC have a lot to show in sub-base. They either can leave it down and place heavily stacked around woods or heavily stacked around B, because versus 3BL they played heavily stacked around B because 3BL loves to push B side. Maybe Imperium, they love to push woods, so they will be playing probably heavily stacked around woods. But how they're going to be playing? Definitely they need to deny information and map, try to trade map controls by themselves when Imperium is trying to take a chance. That's why Imperium usually falls. If Imperium plays very fast, they can win, and they usually do. If they play very fast, that's why they had a closer game than Eagle Eye, because in sub-base they were playing fast. They were trading wood. I mean, they were taking lockers. They don't give them time to take woods control. They instantly push to B side, so they take the side and they have a better game plan versus them, and they actually put them into 10-8. So if they continue playing the same, I believe that Imperium can have a very good game.
Well, of course, and to back down, not back down, to say another thing that they also they have done before, that they just give you control and they go control of the side. They go and try and just hold radio, play on the stairs, have their like smokes, have their setup, wait for anyone coming from the tunnel to just catch him down and play with the numbers advantage. But all of those are just conclusions me and Penguin are talking about. Like, we have seen them do it, we have seen them trying to execute it, but the thing is, are they gonna do it on this map? We'll see how it goes, but I believe that Jordan and Trav are ready, so they will bring us into the game and bring the action.
Yeah, let's see what we get today, Trav. Actually, a matchup that we've seen pretty recently because it was one of the last games that we got to see in Stage 1. TEC versus Imperium was a 2-0 for TEC, but it wasn't like the cleanest of 2-0s. That second map went 10-8. Sure, map 1 was a 10-4, so it was like a bit cleaner. You thought, okay, well, maybe this should be a clean 2-0. I still felt as though TEC did get pushed by Imperium, so I'm not necessarily coming into today and kind of calling this a foregone conclusion just yet.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you entirely. You know, the season that TEC have had, they're going to be angry with themselves. Like, this is not the TEC we know. Not the TEC that has played countless previous seasons, whether it's as Gaming Gladiators, as LCK, and been top 2, been a challenger to Vitality, been one of the top teams in the entire league. For them to be in the contenders group here in this format is diabolical for them. And look, Imperium have improved, don't get me wrong. Imperium have certainly kind of surprised us in a good way this season. And look, they're very good at sub-base. TEC could very easily lose this match, but I refuse to see a world in which TEC lose this game. And I think they're going to be really, really ramped up in terms of their motivation to try and get back to where they think they should be.
Yeah, let's have a look and see how it does play out, though. And the start is a pretty good one for Lionclaw, as Frapsy, for some reason, decides he just wants to send it up the stairs out of A. And that pretty much is your A anchor gone. Don't think that Imperium are going to be too pleased with how that has played out, because they have completely lost the A site. Laz on his way down, trying to get a bit of a look in, but Lionclaw able to spot him. Takes him out. Nexon with a good trade. I'll give him some credit there. Plant now going through. And Nexon's actually been given a bit of space here. I'm not sure Fox is prepared for that. Certainly not aware of it. And so will fall. Maybe catching TEC with their aggression a little bit. And now behind him does get 2. That's a nice clean spray from him. So good recovery from TEC in a round that was looking like it might be close.
Next round. A little bit of damage done, but in return to Spoxy as well. So, no real surprise in this one. Trying to accentuate the push ever so slightly. Going back toward B. Rotation is relatively quick. So they make the move, and they're not really hanging about here, TEC. Showing presence, they're not being quiet about this at all. Down. Flex will jump across the angle. Nexon is wary of that smoke being played with by Lionclaw. One kill from Damp has forced TEC to move elsewhere. They're going to have to recover from a disadvantage again.
Not a bad way to go about it. Laz just gets completely caught off guard. And it's all on the shoulders of Frapsy, who does get himself a couple of 1v1s here, but the second against Zane is not going to be a comfortable round, or comfortable fight for him, I should say. This round, of course, becoming very concerning for Imperium now, as Spoxy able to double down, and I think it's probably not just this round, but in fact this game that is maybe starting to look like it could be pretty tough. We're seeing a couple of these individuals on TEC really ramping up nicely in those first couple of rounds, so that has definitely got me concerned for the health of Imperium going forward.
A little bit of a difference maker there, right? These last couple of rounds. That's why Imperium are maybe trying to force the issue a bit in this one. Take with aggressive, the Lionclaw will take Laz, and then next one gets jumped on by Flex. He hasn't fallen back in time. And that means Flex is given the opportunity And yeah, TEC, I think it goes without saying that individuals are plainly better than Imperium and should be considered as such. Just depends on the day if we see underperformance. How they're able to break through in these sort of rounds, but maybe not this occasion. Hold on, gets given a chance at a second, but does miss it. Down to Jaguar, but gets caught by Lion Claw. Now they know where at least one of these last two remaining players are. Another push down toward A working out. They haven't committed to a plant yet. C4's not down to the side. Kiko has a whole 1 minute 30 to play out, so holding on the stairs for now. There'll be a standoff until one of these 4 players makes a mistake.
Well, the issue is that the bomb isn't actually in the site itself, so there's nothing really that can push this round along. Damp gets that kill onto Kiko, and so Lionclaw now on his own. He's going to find it a little bit more difficult to get this one done, though he does have a minute to work with. So let's see if he can get up to some funny business. First fight against Frapsy does not go well. In the end, Imperium have themselves their first round of the series. That didn't take long to get underway, which is a good sign.
How far forward is he? He goes through really aggressive support as well if it went awry a little bit, and he's found flex too. One of the things that was a factor in the first season of 2026, where Imperium didn't get a single match win, was how much Jaguar underperformed as an individual. Maybe you're not expecting the world from him, but still, he was a liability on occasion. And he's had a much better season here. The entire squad has had a much better season, so they deserve a lot of credit for that.
Minute 14 left in this round, and TEC seem unsure what to do. I don't necessarily blame them, considering they're pretty significantly down on numbers. So we have to try and make something happen. I mean, there's a lot of HP players here for Imperium, so it's not as if this is an unwinnable scenario for them. A couple of quick kills come through for Dezane, and all of a sudden we're now back to a 2-on-2, 50 seconds left on the clock. And TEC in a winnable position. I mean, they actually have the health advantage now, which is crazy considering.
Well, it's not the first time. I don't think it's going to be the last time either. First 3 rounds have all been TEC at a slight disadvantage and then recovering it somehow. Here we go again. Kiko will try and stay active and use some of his utility. Would like to see him just sit in one place and just lock down an angle properly. I'll choose that now, thankfully. They should get caught. Just about does. And that bomb can just be used because Kiko's not really going to deal with it. In the end, it won't be, as perhaps he was worried that Nexon might need help. But Nexon will win the duel, and Imperium will recover things. Round they probably should have won, but we'll find a way to in the end.
Good recovery. 2-2. So, you know, another one of these maps which isn't exactly easily being dominated. Which is probably what you would originally have thought TEC should be able to do. They are doing so in this round. But scoreline is still close. I think you still have to give some credit to Imperium for making it at least interesting enough. .5 seconds on that clock. Not much for Jaguar to do here. So,
just talking, I think.
Yeah, having a chat.
Rest in peace, Kiko and Lionclaw. Maybe doesn't matter. Imperium to answer straight back. One thing I think I feel like I can rely on is Imperium's BL side. They've been quite impressive on this map. When they're having their poor season, they've always looked pretty serviceable on sub base.
Yeah, I think that's a valid point.
TEC looking on this form, the M14s are farming at the moment. The spray and movement. The shots all connecting at the moment for Titan Esports Club. Makes Imperium feel like they are fighting Titans at the moment with how they're entering them in these rounds that even when they feel comfortable in, they're not converting comfortably. He will finish it off. 4-2 confirmed.
Progressing nicely then on this BL side, but you probably want to be getting at least 5 or 6. So still some more work to be done for TEC. Flex is a bit aggressive early on in the round. Might have been seen there by Nexel on that fight, not really ensuing. Laz putting his way out into wood, and Nexon's there to help him out. So this time TEC do get overwhelmed early on in the piece, and that's not been too surprising. Had a couple of 3-on-5s where they've lost the first couple of players. The recovery is not going to happen at the hands of Lionclaw. And it's all on the shoulders of Flex to try to win a 1v4, which certainly seems to be wishful thinking. Will cop a half flash. Now spots multiple members. They are certainly giving Flex a bit of a chance in here. He got 2. Probably 2 more than he should have, but in the end does get taken down to secure another round for Imperium.
Yeah, should be something to build upon now. It's been one of those back and forth games again, which you're just expecting one team to grab and just press the issue a bit harder. TEC haven't played that slow, it has to be said. They've been pretty unpredictable. Volatile is the wrong word, but take space like this very often. And did Flex's teammate jump in front of him there and cause him to miss? I feel like that could be the reason. And they got it, thankfully. Damp is going to drop, but Jaguar's here. Jaguar's looking clean. Again, Spoxy recovers against 1 though. That's Fatsu to go down. He's going to take space into A very, very quickly. Laz will find him at least, and that gives him a man advantage back. His aim's in a very weird position where he is and waiting for Nixon's rotation. Another push through caught by TEC, and they can go wherever they want now still.
They're going to go back to A, which is where Jaguar and Laz are somewhat posted to defend. They're not actually watching the site though, and so the cross is free for Dezane. That's a fast plant down, but I'm not sure he'll be ready for the fast approach here from Imperium. Knows he's under a bit of pressure now. Call back across to no success at all. Jaguar with another quick retake. 2 kills. And 4-4 will be the score.
I think my crash out of the week is going to be, what the bloody hell? How come none of these teams are good enough just to win, like go up 7-0? Again, the big TC, a team that's been, you know, so decent over previous seasons, is going to be good enough to run over a team that's a single win early on this year. But things have just changed. Things have changed in the second half of the year. TC are looking a lot worse. Imperium are looking improved. And that is causing another close game here. nearly every single time it feels like there's been some kind of significant advantage that has been pegged back very, very quickly. Flex has survived on, I think, 1 HP. I can barely see the yellow orange bar on his name. He'll go down eventually to Laz. He's not exactly healthy himself. Going to be down to Spoxy, the clutch king, to try and make something happen here in a 1v2 to win the half.
Yeah, otherwise Imperium will have an advantage going into the second off of the GR side, no less. That said, Spoxy probably is the one to live up to that moniker of Clutch King, because he was very clutch in the past. This time he's going to maybe even walk into the setup of Frapsy and Laz. You'd much prefer to see him just plant this one on B, but instead, he's completely played himself.
He has. And I feel like that happens very often. Now, look, I'm not going to pretend like I know how to play the game. I'm not skilled at Crossfire. But I understand the reason why you push for a kill. Because it's a 1v2. You want to try and set yourself up by getting a kill and then playing out the 1v1. Makes total sense to me. That's not sense. When he had a free site on B, plant on, and he's going to try and play out the 1v2. It's not a guarantee that your opponents are going to be playing the 1v2, the 2v1 perfectly, and we're playing together and playing off each other's contact and jumping at you. Like, usually that's what happens, but Spoxy's talented enough to hit a quick scope and then immediately pull out the pistol and get a quick headshot. So, I don't know why players more often in this game don't give themselves those opportunities and look to try and press the issue further and overthink things. It low-key is a pet hate of mine when I see players clutching in this game.
Ooh, that's not a bad shot on Zane. Enough to actually finish him off. He's still happy to play a pretty bold position there, but does kind of pull Flex down to the A site as well to reinforce things, which will certainly open up the middle of the map. Imperium have an important decision to make, and it seems as though it will ultimately end towards B. See what Lionclaw can do. He's going to be pivotal. Can't afford to go down for free here. Would love to grab 2 and bring Kiko into play. Himself at least 1. There's the spam through for the second. That's actually not that bad, but Kiko gets immediately deleted. So for all the hard work Lionclaw was able to do, he's still not able to secure a player advantage. That will be the job of Flex. One. Gets both. As Zane and Flex line up and Imperium go to 6. And at what point do we start having to talk about this possibly being a map that Imperium can win?
I mean, it's their pick, and I told you it's kind of their specialty in a way. A bit like how Eagle Eye is. If there was ever a season where Imperium were to beat TEC, it is this one. And how much have they learned from just that game they played the other week? I know they lost, but you can learn what to do differently to maybe affect the result in a more positive fashion. Messy one for Kiko as well. Laz is feeling it right now. 10 kills for him and Nexlon. Performing well as a duo. Could be a dunk.
Yeah, you'd have to think this will be an unrecoverable round as well for TEC. So, chance that Imperium is going to go up 7-4. And I'd say if that does end up being the case, this is about the time where we need to see a timeout for TEC. This map is definitely not going the way they would have anticipated or hoped or wanted. No timeout. So despite a good start, TEC were up 4-2 at one point. They're now down 7-4, and Imperium are getting within closing distance of this map. One more round, and I think TEC is in big trouble.
Yeah, I think if it goes 8-4, they'll be calling the pause. Either that, or they'll just don't want to play sub base, and we'll just let it run out and go to Eagle Eye, their preferred home. Let's see what they've got here, though. 7-5, still very much game on. Damage from Lion Claw early. Jaguar is playing up close.
Kiko on the push out into mid is going to try something a bit unorthodox. I don't know if he saw Laz working his way into the vent there, but he is going to be able to get in behind 3 players in wood. This should be at least a couple of players dead at the hands of Kiko, and not only that, but also information as well. Frapsy trying to ball damage, Laz down 2. So TEC with a solid round to get back their 5th, but they still have got a lot to do to recover this one.
Yeah, for sure. Early chip damage on Jaguar again. He tends to be the guy taking the damage early round every single time. TC staying in touch for now. And they know that if they're able to find sub base, then 2-0 is very, very possible again for them. Eagle Eye coming up second. Imperium, though, have tended to impress on sub base. As is going to make his way a bit further back to prime some utility and show some presence. Actually, it's been heard by Kiko. Kiko is with Spoxy, and Kiko might choose to make a play. His demise, you can tell he's a little bit wary of that, knowing what could be coming along the other side. He does go for the move in the end, and it does cost his life. So try to go for it at a different timing, doesn't pay off. The Imperium could be about to hit 8 if they find a way to convert this from here.
Easier said than done, obviously. It still needs to be locked in. 4 and 5. Beneficial, though. Very much pulling the rotate away from B, too. Which actually playing into the hands of TEC here. Spoxy with big fight. Just doesn't even seem prepared for the fact that someone already progressed through wood. Imperium have rolled over TEC.
For the pause, instead deciding to fight back very, very quickly. And Spoxy will get himself a double. More like the Spoxy we know and love. That's a positive KD again.
Imperium, not done yet. push their way in through wood to mid. Oh, doesn't want to go down here. That is a crucial mishap potentially for TEC, though. They've got fast rotators. They've got Spoxy in position. And he does get the information that they're on their way over towards A. Damp should be a freebie here for Spoxy, and he might be able to line himself up for a second, but overplays his hand, and now a plant down. Imperium 2 versus 3 on the post plan is certainly not unwinnable.
And look at Frapsy. He's pretty far ahead of the game here. I'm not sure if he's been seen. Of course, they're taking a lot of damage as he pushes down to the side. Next one, Frapsy will both deliver. And all of a sudden, Flex can't even get anywhere near the bomb. He's 1 bullet from death. He's done. There's no way in. And Imperium once again impressing on sub base. 9-5.
Yeah, I mean, TEC, that's a bit of a fumble from them once again. As soon as Zane goes down there, you kind of know that that round opens right back up for Imperium. Sure, some good shots, but right from TEC, Flex gets himself the double. It seems like it's inevitability, really, that Imperium are going to be able to pick this map up. It's maybe not going to happen in this particular round. But the way things are going, 9-5 is not going to be recoverable. And it could still go wrong in this round as well if that plant does get secured by Imperium and make a mistake. Not happening just yet, but one. Frapsy putting together a second. Yeah, I'm concerned. Damn. If he hits another shot here, it could really make the difference. He knows Lion Claw is pushing at his back, but can't get it done in the end. That was almost another 2v4.
Yeah, that would have been pretty unbelievable for TEC, I'm sure. We'll win 3 in a row from here. Very ready for that. Great move from Jaguar. A lot of time to pull it off as well. Zane now is in a whole world of hurt because he's got no help on the site. Flex goes down to Jaguar 2 in the meantime, so off screen that 5-2 is confirmed. Nowhere near consistent enough on sub base. This one is a done deal. That'll be confirmed as well. 10-6, very confidently completed by Imperium. We said that they've improved this season. We've said that TEC have regressed this season, and that is a very clear example of that. Sure, it's the pick of Imperium. It's the one map that they've kind of made their own, even in their poor seasons before, where they barely even got a win, or they barely even got a couple of maps, I should say. And yeah, they proved it here. They proved they deserve to be fighting against TEC at this level, and they've got a map. They've got a map to work with. Eagle Eye's coming up next, but first the panel.
Of course, man, like they won and sub-base, and it was a very convenient win. They had like a really good score in the first half, and then in the second one, while they're attacking, they just happened to be eating TEC alive, and man, that was unnecessary, I would say.
Well, yeah, I mean, we talked about Imperium needed to play fast, and they did play fast on the Blacklist side and even on the Global side where they rotated to a side. Actually, the fact that you're winning the Global side versus TEC on sub-base, that means that you're having a huge advantage. Because we know that sub-base is Blacklist sided map, and also you're playing versus TEC, a team that's heavily pressuring you when they are playing on the Blacklist side, because they have Spoxies, so it's a very good sniper that can just cover some areas. They have some good entries, they have Kiko, they have Zane, but that was not the case today. They started very strong. TEC, we see them 2-0, and then suddenly flip from coming out from the guys from Imperium, and they played really well. The Blacklist side from TEC, they played fast. They tried to bring back the maybe 2023-2024 play style for them. It didn't work out very well, Because Imperium, they had the better aim, they had the better rotations, and also they had the better retakes. They did a very, very good rotation compared to the Imperium boys. And when they switched to Blacklist side, I asked them to play fast. Do not stop, and they did deliver. They kept playing fast, they pushed it down fast, they had some fast air down setups. They didn't just try to play the basic map, because if they play the basic map by experience, it's gonna be definitely TC winning, because they will understand by time where are you, what are you planning for. But that was not the case with Imperium. They didn't give them the chance to, and they usually hit the side instantly when they get the chance to.
Yeah, also another thing that I love about Imperium is this particular map, that they were winning the 1v1s, the 1v2s, the clutch rounds. They were taking it, and of course it feels like TEC are falling apart, and even at certain points when they were 5v3 or like a little bit of the times, the TEC had a lot of numbers advantage. They just find a way to fumble it out. Only once I believe that TEC won it, and it was on the final round. Of course, the one before TEC won. Other than this, all clutches, everything was going to the side of course, Imperium. That team is actually giving me some improve watching them perform, and at least getting a round or like a set versus TEC is something to hold on. Like, you're not winning versus an easy team. This game actually matters. You lost in the previous week. Of course, it was a little bit of a different map.
It was
V2.
2-0.
I believe we have Port. It was 2-0, but like a different map V2. The third map today is Port. The third map
It was Black Widow,
that time it was Black Widow, exactly. So a little bit of it changes for the map V2, but at the same thing, you need to keep an eye on, I would say, two players. I would say, first of all, Laz, and I would say Jaguar. Jaguar being the IGL and having this KD is something to be recognized.
Yeah, it's a blast from Jaguar. He's playing very well, and he's historically known as a good sub-base player, because I remember Jaguar when he was on his peak when he was playing in Anubis. He was just getting 25 to 30 kills on sub-base. He was just one of the best entries that's been playing the game on sub-base back then, and now he's delivering again, and he's pushing his teammates forward. And yes, you mentioned that they never won a set versus TC. Now they have the chance to. They have one map. And in my opinion, Imperium, they don't think about set wins right now. They need the serious wins, because they had set win versus Anubis and they couldn't close it. They had set win versus 3BL and they couldn't close it. They almost got 2 wins versus close to 2 golden rounds. Now it's the time for them to close a series versus one of the top tier teams. Yes, they beat on Knights, but okay, on Knights were top 4. We want to see them beating top 3 teams. I'm talking about season 1, of course. So next lane is gonna be our MVP with 1.36 KD. Honestly, he's one of the best players on Imperium. He's always the guy delivering with Frabsy as well. As Laz, the addition of Laz just improved Imperium and actually made the gameplay more fast, because he knows how to play fast. He knows how to get the trades. He's not an entry, but you feel that he's an entry, because on the global side, we've seen him multiple times. He's pushing woods, getting the kills. He has no fear, and that's what Imperium needs. So I'm looking forward if Imperium can just flip it and just win 2-0 and just out of the predictions, because we all predicted TC. Now Imperium are 1-0 ahead and they're a set point win.
It'll be the flip of the century, I would say. The Imperium finding a way to turn everything around in 1 week is such a, I don't know, such a way to just close and get closer and closer to be part of the playoffs and knock out the team that actually closed on the 3rd spot on, of course, the season 1. So a lot of stuff are on the line in this next match, and I believe it's getting to be ready. 10 players in the server. Me and Penguin are here waiting till the game start to write our notes, and I believe Trav and Elfish are ready to take on game number 2. So guys, see you after the game.
Yeah, let's see what kind of a conversation is going to be happening after the game as well, because again, and I've said this many times this season, there is a chance at an upset here today. And oftentimes, we end up getting a little bit disappointed when that's a possibility because we, get excited. We think, okay, maybe Imperium could get this one done, and then it inevitably ends up being a 2-1 for TEC or any other number of teams that have been in that kind of same situation. So my question to you, Trav, is, are we going to have yet another 2-1 for TEC type situation where they come back, they sweep the series, we go, okay, well, what was all of that for from Imperium? Or can Imperium maybe get themselves an upset here today?
I would love to say I think they can do it, but I just refuse to believe, especially going into Eagle Eye, right? I refuse to believe that TEC, which is their bread and butter, their meat and potatoes, all the different famous combinations of food you can think of, which are tasty and everyone loves. There's no reason for me why this doesn't go to port. If they do lose this game, it'll just be another conversation piece about what on earth TEC are doing this season. Like, where have they gone? I'm already feeling that way, them losing a map to Imperium, even if it is a good Imperium map, even with Imperium's improvements. But, yeah, it'll be even more prevalent, the conversation, if they don't win here.
Well, let's see what they can do. Starting things off on GR side, Damp has been tagged down, and that grenade is just going to eat him alive. We're just going to prompt a bit of movement from Nexlon, who decides, look, I'm not going to be able to hold the A site myself, so I'm going to take a fight anyway. And actually catches Kiko on a pretty good timing. So pulls it back to 4-on-4. Not a shabby start, I guess, all things considered for Imperium. Perhaps he having a bit of a look into middle, catches to Zane, who's carrying the C4, and he is going to need some backup ASAP, or he will be getting traded down immediately. And already that is coming through. The Jaguar is there to assist, gets one onto Flex, trades out the next one onto Lineclaw. And you know what? That's not a half bad round from Imperium.
Yeah, I'll take that. Absolutely. Good start. You can see, a little bit concerned if there's going to be more expertise like that. Imperium. Yeah, I don't see a world in which some of these calls that TEC know they can just go to and rely on for so many seasons. The best teams in the league can usually not hold against some of TEC's moves on the line. So we'll see. We will see, that's for sure. But Imperium started well. And bit by bit, they'll continue to put the pressure on. But I just think, again, it'll be one of those maps. There's an example of finishing the could have. This Boxy's out of there pretty quickly. That could have been, and should have been, an early 5v4.
Yeah.
I think we're still going to get back and forth.
I would assume so. It's kind of what I thought we were getting on sub-base, though, and then it actually ended up being reasonably clean for Imperium when they got into that second half. So maybe not going to quite count my chickens just yet. It's already a decent bit of damage onto Spoxy. So we'll take it.
A lot of communicating from Nexlon. You can see him in the player cam there. A lot of information over to his teammates. The question is, how many can he get from his own position? One, good movement. Jaguar is there to help out as well, but now Nexlon is alone. He's not all alone. He's one more player on site. That's Damp, but he's going to drop down and find the quick trade. Now he's all alone. Definitely all alone, but for good this time. And Flex is going to find him. So that was winnable, I feel like, for Imperium there. The setup wasn't awful. TEC just paused it relatively well.
Laz again in the pole position to have an early fight. Maybe not expecting them this quickly. He still hits the headshot. Can't double down. Kiko and Dezane are able to find themselves an entry apiece. But of course, Imperium also found themselves a couple of kills, and they have got a nice flash through to slow that progress of TEC.
Good kill from Kiko. We'll make that one. He's low P though, and Now Dazane has to force his way up. Once again, it's Damp having to try and recover things. This would be a bit of redemption. Bomb is actually not in the possession of Dazane right now, or Spoxy. Spoxy's gone. Can Dazane cross his angle? It's a favoured fight for him here. There's no way Damp wins this from now. Yeah, too much damage done. Again, it's not really comfortable, is it? Like, it's not TEC showing the dominance we know they can show. 2-1 though. Job done is all that matters for now. Get those pounds on the board and increase that number at the top of your screen.
Yeah, I think it doesn't really matter necessarily how these rounds play out, as long as they are getting over the line, particularly early on. You know, it maybe becomes a bit more of a factor, that momentum, as you start to close maps out or get close to closing maps out. But for now, it's just about getting yourself a little bit of an advantage somewhere. And then going from there. But slow start to this round again. Jaguar is going to drop early, so it's another 4-on-5 that Imperium have to try to deal with. Having a bit of trouble. He does get himself at least one, which is actually pretty good given the circumstances. He was certainly overwhelmed. So to take one from there is not bad, but Imperium just don't seem to have that same sense of timings on this map of sub as they do on sub base. See next on there, lucky to be alive when he pushes out into mid. It's just off the back of a missed shot from Spoxy. Otherwise, this would be a 2v4. There's no doubt in my mind right now that TBC are looking a bit more comfortable than what Imperium are.
Next about to get swung, and that is a good little bit of rebuttal from Nexlon. Thing is, when his deck is he kind of knows that's coming, and because of that, he posts up, holds the line, carries the advantage again. Bomb plot can come through with 16 seconds to spare as well. No panic on that one. And Damp and Laz with the dead in this position. Doesn't overfight here either, Dazane. I like his movement. I like his timing. Predict this one. There we go. Easy as pie. And TEC are showing some of their superiority all of a sudden. As they so should.
Yeah, 3-1. Imperium having real trouble holding on to the opening player. Laz again going to be under pressure. Player Sweet cracks there to help him out. They need to trade that better. That needs to be a little cleaner for Imperium if they want to win this map. Unable to do so, obviously, in this instance. And yeah, that may well cost them the deeper this goes. Because that's really your opportunity. And you had the players where you needed them to be, but you just didn't get anything from it.
And that's going to be a clean sweep to finish it as well. This looks like attack for Imperium. I don't think there's much they can say to fix what's going on here, though. This is just a stylistic difference and stylistic outplay for TEC having this map in their pool. They know this one should be a W. And I think Imperium probably know this map should be an L. And they're going to have to play map 3. Just extending the... Might as well just go to map 3 right now. Can we just, like, call that? Executive decision.
I'm not sure that that's possible, unfortunately, Trav.
You sure? I feel like we should have the power between the two of us.
Yeah. Would be pretty quick days in that case.
Not sure what's left for Imperium after this tactical pause. There's not much they can really talk about that will fix. They are underdogs on this map. Might get a couple of rounds in a row here, but I feel TC just have full understanding of how to beat most opponents on Eagle Eye. Remember a couple of seasons ago, Eagle Eye was it even in the pool? I think it was, right? And it was like
yeah.
just never played by anyone.
Yeah, probably 2 years ago it was less popular than it is now.
Yeah.
But it certainly is much more popular nowadays, for sure.
No, I remember I probably would have been only LCK I would have seen playing it back then. Maybe not even them. I think it was just mainly when Mexico was banned out. It was like you just wouldn't play Mexico or Eagle Eye, right?
Pretty much,
all
yeah.
the time.
Yeah.
Now, a little bit difference, of course. New Mexico is a little bit different, so more teams occasionally pick it and play it. It's still the rarest pick of the lot, but more common now. Nice shot from Dragon. No chance at all. Response from Nexon is decent. You keep yourself alive too. So 4v4 recovered.
Spoxy brings it back now to a 4-on-3, and so the woes seemingly continue for Imperium. He's just going to go into Frapsy's position. He is liable to multi-frag here. It's a nice position if he hits some shots, and there he's found the double. He's got the backup now coming through from Dam 2. If he does fall, trade should come through. It's Nexon actually from behind that will get that. And Imperium have got themselves their second. I will say it wasn't the cleanest of rounds necessarily, but definitely does the job.
Early damage here. Imperium once again getting caught early. Flex down low, they've not been able to be traded, and that means that this 5v3 for TEC is pretty comfortable. Guaranteed. Oh, nice quick shot from Spoxy again. That's 2 rounds in a row now that Jaguar has been at the mercy of that kind of exact shot from the sniper of Spoxy. That weird corner, which is unpredictable, but it's only usually ever good for one. You can see there, and Flex to easily catch that. A very, very long way away on the corner of the tower. So 5-2 confirmed very quickly.
Yeah, this doesn't seem like there's really much in this one, unfortunately, for Imperium. Again, that's kind of been the unfortunate state of a lot of their games. You were talking about it earlier. It's really kind of felt like a one-hit wonder.
TEC. TEC get?
Well, I mean, that's it. I think probably looking for 7, right? The way this half has been. I'd be pretty confident in saying that it probably doesn't hugely matter whether it's 7 or 6. Maybe even 5 would be enough for TEC at this map, but get as many as you can in the first half. Make it as easy as for yourself as possible. So a very slow round from TEC, isn't it?
A bit of a change up. They've been getting some opening picks pretty consistently over the last couple of rounds, quite early. But either way, it's pretty unlikely that Laz is going to get shocked by the fact they're walking up on him here. He's looking at both angles. To react very quickly, and you know what? That's the absolute maximum you can do from that position. You get one quick shot with the sniper, you switch to the pistol, get the headshot. He's done exactly that. He's done his job. He's held up his end of the bargain this round. Drawn, Spoxy should go down, and he will. So that's something to work with for Imperium. Little bit more on the front foot holds there, and they'll be alive with 3.
Three's okay. 3's playable. 4 might start to get back in the conversation a little bit. So let's see if Imperium can at least lock in this last round of the half. Do a bit of a better job in the second half and still close things out here. 2-0. Seems wishful thinking, I would say, at this stage for them, but just got to keep cracking on in. And TEC have been a team that have been susceptible this season, so it's not an impossibility. But the way that this round is playing out might say otherwise. I think 6 is very much on the cards now. A couple of clean entries. Laz to try to defend. Gets the better of Kiko. We'll go through for Lion Claw. You've got a couple of low HP players here, so Imperium can maybe think about giving this one a bit of a crack. Ooh, I'm certainly going to have a look.
Well, there's Frapsy finding Flex, and he's low from that fight earlier on. He knows that rather than hold back and play defensively. He knows he's got the advantage of Lion Claw's damage. That's more than enough. Lion's Den of the Lion Claw. And there is 6 on BL for TEC. That's totally... they would argue that's par for them on a map like Eagle Eye. And they're in full control now. A third map seems incredibly likely.
I don't think we should have really had any doubts that we were going to be going to a 3, to be fair. When we came into this, we were highlighting that this was going to be a pretty tough one for Imperium. I mean, it's a tough game to start phase 2 in as well, right? Like, you're in the contender group and you think, oh, okay, well, who are we going to be playing? We're probably going to be playing a team that, you know, feels pretty beatable. Oh, we're just going to be playing against a team that has, like, qualified for literally every international tournament of the last 2 years, has been consistently a top 3 team the last 2 years. That doesn't seem like that's a team that should really be down in this lower group, but that's where you're at for TEC. And unfortunately, that's just who Imperium has to go up against.
All right, second half underway. TEC, how quickly can you close this? We've seen a couple of 6-3 fumbles today in our previous game. I think this one feels even more unlikely than what we saw earlier.
Never say never. Imperium coming along here. He smokes Faye, then TEC's going to be in a good spot, but oh, Flex gets a shot onto Nexlon. Got multiple members of Imperium there. They do actually trade out effectively. Kiko does push down into Laz, however. So 3-on-3, and that is the C4 lost as well. Which, does TEC know? Yeah, they do. So they're going to be holding on to that C4 for now. It's a recovery mission for Imperium. If it were not, they could have just gone straight into B. They've left Frapsy to kind of anchor over towards the B side, hoping that maybe Jaguar and Damp can retrieve this C4 without him. It is a risk. It could pay off if the C4's retrieved. They do have that quick rotate to B. Frapsy now starting to come in from behind as well, actually. Ooh, has he spotted out Spoxy? Has Spoxy spotted him? Kiko turns around. I dare say Frapsy's attention is being drawn, but it doesn't matter. Frapsy's hitting his shots. Jaguar needs to trade, can't. Spoxy's there on the line. And TEC are looking good to close this round out. 30 seconds left. Frapsy's waiting for a mistake, waiting for a player to push their way forward. He does spot out a couple, but they're really not giving him the fight. That is smart from TEC.
Well, he will now.
Oh, hang on.
HP though. Yeah, Spoxy knows how to play that situation. Time was also weirdly low in that scenario as well, so try and catch him in transition either which way. So 7-3 is confirmed. 3 more needed for a bit of port to close the day. I think we might all need a bit of port.
Yeah, well, hopefully it's not too strong.
I've low-key never tasted port in my life. I've got no idea what it tastes like. It's probably horrible.
I don't know that I've ever had port either, actually, now that I think about it.
No. I've had a bit of champagne. I think I've had a bit of, like, 1 sip of wine in my life. I've had a sip of beer. I don't drink, so I only taste things. I only sip things to taste them, to see what they're like, just for the life experience, and that's all.
Gotta try everything once.
Exactly.
I think Imperium should try winning a map that isn't sub-base. That's what I think they should try. Easier said than done, obviously. Damage that's been done in this round. They've actually found themselves some kills, but Frapsy, Damp, Nexon, and Laz all reasonably tagged up. So again, a situation which isn't necessarily here for TEC. They bring it back to a 3-on-2. I think Spoxy and Kiko could get this one done.
Oh. Yeah, I felt it too. I really did. Yeah, it's a good shot from Laz. He clears Spoxy on a favourable angle for him rather than Spoxy himself. And there's a timer above Kiko's head now, and he knows that he's going to get cleared by Laz. So there's something for Imperium to shout about on BL, and they're going to need a lot more than that. You see it's still 3 ahead and 3 away.
Three ahead is a pretty solid gap, but it might not necessarily be the be-all end-all just yet. Let's see what Imperium have to say. This BL side needing to get rolling in map 2. It's had its moments, but it hasn't been anything consistently enough to make us think this is going to be doable. 150 left on the clock. They are really taking their time about this round, hoping to get something out from TEC, which doesn't, I would imagine, appear to be coming. So sooner or later, Imperium are going to have to be the ones to push the issue. Next, oh, he had a chance there against Lion Claw. Couldn't keep a hold of it.
4v4. Bomb's going to rotate back round toward the outskirts of B, just holding the lane position for a now. Giving it a bit of time. Flex going to miss his opening shot though. He's a little bit frustrated at the miss in the player cam, but he'll make up for it immediately up against Jaguar. Refacing.
Shots! Double kill!
Laz giving his team something to shout about. He's going to find 2 quick kills on the recovery, but he is very low HP. To be recovered quickly by Spoxy, but he finds first. And that kill is important because now it recovers that slight advantage. Look at this clock, by the way. The C4 has dropped on site with 19 seconds in the round to go. Laz could be caught in transition here. Spoxy's maneuverability and positioning is good, but he's not seen his position until now. And it's 1 bullet, all that's needed. Spoxy very aware of what's going on. Bomb is down. So it's given a chance here for Imperium. But Damp has been in these situations before, and he's not closed either of them so far. There's one, but again, it's Spoxy you can rely on. Damp is in the corner, and he waits for him to reface. Every single kill there for Spoxy, and the 3 that he got, was just like knowledge of trades on low HP players.
That's why he's such a solid player in those kinds of situations. He's got, let's say, oodles of experience. TEC getting closer and closer to closing this map out. Again, it hasn't necessarily been done easily per se, but the scoreline's pretty comfortable at the moment. If I don't let this blow out any further, I think you can put it down as a tick in the book of TEC, which is, you know, it's got some ticks this season. It's got some crosses. If we were to give TEC a report card, you know, some of the subjects would be an A, some of them would be a C.
Yeah.
A D.
Are you talking about this season overall?
Yeah.
For season 2, I would give them a B minus, I think.
B minus for the season as a whole.
For the season as a whole, overall, it's a little bit better because they didn't do that badly in season 1 in 2026, right? So. Maybe a B plus. There's been no improvement, right? It's been a bit of a stagnation for them, which is the issue. Anyway, there's still a chance for Imperium to win this round because they've got the bomb planted. So 3v3. Flex needs to find Laz. He will. But there's Damp waiting for the spot to move all the way around the back. Flexi will find Pico as well. Flexi has not much to say when he's in that position. He may find the kill, but Damp is always going to be in position to find that trade quickly. So 8-5. Still in the game, Imperium.
It's been quite tough for TEC to actually just go on a string of rounds here and close this out. So I'm not prepared to count Imperium out of this map until I see it go over the line. That's the thing. I think they are that kind of team that can just sort of pick up a couple of random rounds here and really make you reconsider how they're the underdog for whatever reason. There's an opener from Damp. I think the issue for Imperium in a lot of these rounds has been like they've actually been able to find an opener somewhere, but they've given up one elsewhere on the map, and they've ended up 4-on-4 and not really had the greatest of success in that transition into the science. But here, 5-on-4, they're going to try and push their way through middle. It's not super clean. Jaguar probably needed 2, and you probably also needed maybe Damp on long to come in and have a bit more of an impact. Jaguar knows that he's going to be in trouble here if Lightcore comes around the corner, and all this meanwhile, Damp is just pumping the brakes. So what was once again a decent start to a round for Imperium looks like it's going to go up in smoke. Damp is kind of stuck on long alone. He'll need to win a couple of aim duels, maybe more than that. Maybe an aim duel against 2 at the same time.
Collateral, easy. Yeah, I haven't seen that ever, I think, in the cast that I've done. A collateral clutch. I've seen many collaterals, it's not a clutch.
Yeah.
C4 dropped, but it is actually retrievable. TEC are letting Damp have it. There you go. Lion Claw and Flex are, you know, next to each other. There's a glimmer of hope here for Damp. He's going to creep his way through the window. It's pretty decent. There's a quick scope. And he's looking for one more, but Lion Claw will hold on. Just about. I could have given Imperium a bit more than a glimmer to recover this map, but TC are now up 9-5. One will secure it.
It's maybe a little bit closer than they would have liked TEC, but a round is a round. Can't be complaining about it too much. So right back into the swing of things here. There's TEC. Laz has taken a lot of space on A long. I have to imagine this has got to be a position that you want to be using. So an A split would be a call I'm expecting from Imperium. That's what we're going to get. Laz pops out exactly as expected, a little quicker than anticipated for TEC. But even still, Dezane able to triple up and maybe just about saves the day there. That looked like it was about the perfect situation that you could possibly get for Imperium, and it's still not going to be enough. 10-5, map 2 will go the way of TEC. So we are indeed going to a map 3.
Well, colour me surprised. I think that might have been the easiest prediction in CFWL history. Easier than a Vitality not losing a game in a season. Easier than a Vitality beating Imperium or something like that, right? Like, I mean, that was... There's no way TEC were ever going to let Eagle Eye go there. And it was pretty simple. It was pretty basic. There was nothing special about that game at all. There was no crazy clutches. It was a very obvious map win for TEC. And, yeah... That is, I'm afraid, kind of the simple factor of it. Imperium knew what they were going up against there, and they're not able to get it done. So, Port is where we're going to end the day. TEC need this one, to kind of confirm where they are in this season, try and prove that they deserve to not be in the contenders group, and want to try and push back up again. So we'll see if they can. But first, a quick break and the panel.
Well, yeah, another game of TEC finding a way to, I don't know, turn the things around. It feels like, for me, I would love to say that Imperium, they are like a one-trick pony when it comes to having a single strat that they would love to just execute. It's either this or one of the players that will just pop off to give you something to talk about, to see them. But like when it comes to technical stuff, they're not on their best place, I would say.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, when it comes to sub-base, we usually see Imperium playing very good because they play very fast. They play a bit chaotic, and sub-base it just favors the chaotic game pushes, and also the splits and so on. But Eagle Eye, the global side especially, we've seen. I mean, I've seen Imperium starting very slow, and the thing is, if you look at TEC, they haven't done anything special. They just kept picking them one by one. Them tried to go to tower, tried to open the map for himself and gets picked. Then he instantly gets picked. They push aside. They got completely shut down by Spokes multiple times. Even though the last time we've seen Laz having a very, very good position on a long, he was hiding behind the boxes, but yet it couldn't pay off for them. And that's Imperium when they push. But if you look at TEC, they were kind of playing the patient game. Yes, they were playing fast, but the patient game. They usually play on the mistakes that's happening from Imperium, and Imperium just fed them with these mistakes and gave them the kills and the openings that they needed. Also, the first half was not the best for Titan Esports, but yet it was the best at the beginning. But then Imperium suddenly came back, and then they closed it 6-3 in the end. And then we've seen Titan Esports just leading through the last the second half, and just Imperium getting 2 rounds. One of them was solo kills. I mean, solo individual skills from the players. So yes, Eagle Eye, as Strav said and as Alfish said, you should have expected Eagle Eye going definitely to Titan Esports. Imperium had no chances at all. They lost first time 10-4, now it's 10-5. A size improvement, but now they have the third map at least, because before they couldn't close sub-base. Now they could close, and they did close sub-base, and they will be going to port, and also they will be starting on the global side. There is no much better series of consequences to happen for Imperium in order for them to close the set more than that.
I mean, for me, Penguin, he said like the first half was not their best suit, but I would say the opposite. Of course, Titan Esports, they actually ruled the first half. Like they had a lot of fumbles at the last couple of rounds, I would say, but other than this, they were running through Imperiums. They're just like eating them alive, I would say. And on the other side, you had just a guy with a sniper that just takes everyone's apart, and he is Boxy. He is just like doing everything that you would ask him to do. And on the other side, you got Flex. Both of them are like each one of them is a side of the same coin. If you need a guy to just kill to have like 20 kills, it's Boxy. If you need a guy to give you really important kills in certain rounds, a man that can just give you a slight edge when it comes to playing with a sniper, that's gonna be Flex. So both of them are completing each other to have like that, you know, yin and yang, like the
deadly duo in
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like the one with the how is it called, like the evil, and the one with the good people. Like I can't recall it, but like they are just like that. They complete each other and they make everything look so smooth for the team.
Yeah, and especially when Spoxy is on the line, when Spoxy is hitting the shots, when Spoxy is doing his job, it is an easy win for TSC, especially on Eagle Eye. In my opinion, I still say that Eagle Eye is a strong map for TSC. It's all because of Spoxy. It's not because only Spoxy in particular, but because the sniper of TSC, because we know that A side can be a fully exposed side for you to push, even though if you're stacking 3 into a side, still the Blacklist side can find a way with some kind of flashes, some kind of smokes, and get into the side and get the kills. But if you are having a good sniper that's shutting down the first entry, you will usually succeed, and that's what Spoxy did. So Spoxy, Sad, Snare, Alucard, however he's using Sniper Dirty, Muffin is usually the guy who's playing his side. All the snipers that are playing Damp as well, that are playing on this spot, if they are having a good day, then you will see a good Eagle Eye from them. If they are not, then definitely they will struggle. And we've seen Spoxy, by the way, struggle a lot on Eagle Eye versus 3BL on Season 1 on the playoffs, versus Anubis as well, and that's why Anubis and 3BL, they beat them on Eagle Eye.
I would say that's something really interesting, and not interesting. Those are some facts, I would say. But on the flip side, it felt like you had Damp and Laz just dropping some really good rounds. Like it felt like at some point they were like the backbone of the team. Like one of them will take multi-kills, and you would see the rest of the team just falling off. Like that guy was just like giving you the numbers advantage that you would ever dream of, and in a flash of an eye, like just using your camera flash, boom, 3 guys died on the other side trying to push on a Spoxy with the sniper. Man, the decoy, or like the guy who's making like the fake noise, is making some real progress. Just
he's actually alive, and the rest is dead. Yeah,
he is alive, and you are not. And you are not.
Let's did it last round, yeah. Let's try to do it last round because he had a very good position and he got the better of Design, or I guess one of the rifles, and then Spoxy instantly get one. Design, I believe he got the second and the third.
He got two. He got two.
Yeah, in a blink of an eye, just everybody dead, and Laz was having a very good positions. That's what we're talking about, that when the individuals are not there from Imperium, it's definitely going to be very hard because, yes, we know that their strategic-wise is not that good, their experience-wise is not that good, so they need to rely on the individuals, and that's what they did on Subbase, and that's why they closed the map. But in this case, Spoxy was ready, and Spoxy was here, and he just shut down them all.
Of course, that was for Eagle Eye, but of course we are going to Port, which is another map that requires you to have really good sniper players on your team to be counting on. And on this department, I believe that TEC, they got it filled. On the other hand, Damp, is the guy you should be looking for when we are speaking about Imperium. And for me, I would love to say also that Imperium, they have a really good blacklist side. They always go with a one sniper setup with 4 riflers. They have a really good firepower plus a really good control over mid or maybe A side. It goes both ways that you would probably count on those guys to build your attack. But speaking of building your attack and all of those stuff, I believe that we are building for the third game. It's do or die for Imperium, it's do or die for TEC. So I believe we have 10 players at the server currently, and we have our casters, Elfish and Trav. Take it away, and that's for the final time in this day.
Yes, indeed, final map of the day, and the same question remains that we asked going into map number 2. We've seen a map win for Imperium. Is it going to result in anything, or are we going to see that same reverse sweep from TEC? I think now, having seen map 2 actually playing out, we very much have to be on the side of TEC to close things out here on Port.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. And look, I need to be convinced, man. I need to be convinced by either one of these two teams, and I feel like TEC is more important for them to be convincing me, because they should be arguably the better team. From previous seasons and from previous reps and everything about this particular roster has expertise that has proven their level over the course of time. But yeah, I think honestly, I need to see like a 10-4 or something for TEC. If this is a scramble and they only just get it over the line, I'll be a bit disappointed. I still will feel like they're just not there yet. And they're not they haven't ramped up in the contender stage, which they might need to. Sure, they might get a W here today, but just if it's not convincing, I still won't feel it, you know? We'll see. We'll see either way. Here's the final map of the day on Port, and we'll see if TEC can convince me or if Imperium can prove more to me how much to try and take be some of that straight away. Yeah, exactly. Big damage on both immediately. It aids the site push.
Yeah, not much you can do when both of those players go down to 10 HP as soon as the entry starts. They're just not going to hold the site. So, clean entry for TEC. Costs a bit of HP, but you don't lose a player. You smoke up or GR spawn, and what's the retake avenue really here for Imperium? I mean, yeah, flash yourself through a smoke, maybe. It's the only way, but running into 5 players all looking in the same direction, it's just like running into a blender. So it's about as easy of a BL round as you're going to see for TEC. We're hoping to put a few more of those together, but I don't imagine they're going to be quite as clean as that.
See? Oh, nice shot. Nice shot on Flex. That was a good reaction. That gives them an advantage now. And I love that. All the way through to the end. You know you won this round and you get one both with the sidearm. Imperium will hit straight back. And Port is pretty GR sided, right? So yes. They're going to need to make sure that if they get 6, I'll give them a shot. I think anything less than that, TEC are going to be pretty confident.
It's a lot to ask, to be honest. TEC going to take it slow in this round. You see a lot of time to play with. Jaguar even eating a little bit more chip damage off of that grenade. He's down below half. He's feeling a little bit worse for wear. But double sniper set up out on the BL side right now. Hoping that someone from Imperium is going to try and peek and give a freebie over to TEC. It doesn't seem like that's going to happen. The only one really making any moves at the moment is Nexlon. And obviously he's not seeing too much, but he will be aware that Flex likes to play this position. So that's why he's kind of jiggling this corner, and his timing looked pretty good there, actually. Does kind of catch Flex off guard. Not able to get the kill, but at least exchanges some damage back in that direction and evens that up. As we hit about the 1 minute mark, TEC are very quickly going to have to think about what they want to be doing here. This time is going to start to work against them.
Good angle from Frapsy again. Kill. Cleanly follows it up with another. Look how aggressive he's being. I love it. Go on, Frapsy. Get in the game. Get yourself involved. He's got 8 kills in 2 rounds. What a goat. What a king. Imperium are trying to really take it to TEC here, and I like that. Rather than just getting, you know, your 1 kill, pull back to another angle, play your checkpoint positions with the sniper, playing on the front foot. Hell yeah.
Frapsy, see if he can continue it, but not on the right side of the map to continue in this particular round at least. The nade should be a good one. Double nade in onto Flex's position is going to knock him down to about 25 HP. I've been better sent at the bottom along, and then in fact, TEC say anything you can do, we can do better, as they throw pretty much every grenade they've got onto the A site, and that'll be too much for Dam to deal with. Nexlon gets finished off in that meanwhile too. And TEC crack open the A site. I'm not sure that even Frapsy at 8 and 2 is going to have an easy time of retaking this.
As Jaguar move up together, then two, look at Spoxy go. Oh, that was clean. Steel answer straight back. Spoxy says, Frapsy, I've seen you. I'm supposed to be the best sniper here. So we'll keep answering back though, taking Flex immediately in the following round. Pressure from Spoxy, and there's the revenge. There's Jaguar on the other side of the wall as well. No way out for Jaguar. He's got to brawl his way out of this one. And he'll take the day nicely. So, recover the man advantage well.
Round's not over just yet though for TEC. Thinking about maybe spearheading their way through the middle of the map. Kiko playing for... Oh, they do spot out Dam. So that's the issue for Imperium. You give away one player like that, we're back to 3-on-3, and now there's some holes, some gaps in the defense. Next time he's going to try to plug those by pushing down long, and he does a good job of it. Catches Kiko on a perfect timing. So Lionclaw and Spoxy have to think better of their intended push towards B, and now are starting to make their way back over to A.
It's going to be good for the push-up. He'll now realise he's got a bit of space with the knowledge of Nexlon's position, which makes total sense. He's got to fight, though, to have a chance back in the round, and he will push him down the stairs. Bomb plant now available for Lionclaw. All depends on how he gets Spoxy in to help. He's finally going to kind of advance up toward the bomb site now. But do they have any knowledge of Laz coming in from behind? That is the main factor. Look at the timing. Look at number 4. Right now, that is the factor you need to worry about. With Jaguar going down, it is down to Laz. Sees Lionclaw on the corner of the site. Can he play timing anyway? I'm not so sure now. He's been seen. Lionclaw will go for the peak as he tries to traverse up toward him. That's the way to do it. And TEC will do this. Will complete that round pretty well.
Yeah, it's got to be a little bit concerning now for Imperium. Starting to put a few of these rounds together on the BL side is TEC. And that is where you start to get a little bit worried as the GR team. I'm not sure is, I was going to say, I'm not sure if this is an attack timeout. I sort of assumed that it was, but
I have no clue what the issue is. All we know is that this is a technical pause. So,
yeah,
hopefully we'll get it sorted ASAP. I can confirm that Dazane is restarting his computer. So when we get him into the server, after this very long day, obviously, we're struggling a little bit. Hopefully it's not more than a couple of minutes. We'll get back into the game.
Alrighty, welcome back on in. Thank you so much for your patience. It has been a very extended PC restart. We are back. And Praxi maybe didn't get the memo, and nor did Jaguar, as TEC have just come out the gates extremely strong. And decided they're going to run over that B site. There is some redemption in the form of Laz and Nexlon, but it's not quite enough to get a grasp on this round. 3-on-3 retake's going to be tough, and they're going to go ahead of it. See that smoke straight up, trying to make it happen. Flex alone, can't seem to lock in for that next kill, and so Imperium turn that round back on its head.
Yeah, very nice. That's very difficult to reactivate after the tech pause we've had, and both teams seem to have done so in their own way. The way TC opened the round, sure they kind of trolled the end of it, but that means I can praise Imperium for, excuse me, finding an answer at the end of it. So yeah, I'll be happy with that. Indeed. Laz is going to find Kiko at the beginning of the following round as well. And be sneaking into the lead here. Nice tight angle from Frapsy. He's been superb in the game so far. Don't forget he had those 8 kills in 2 rounds back to back. Quad kills. So his total's up to like, I'd imagine 12 or so from this point, from earlier. He's going to jump his way in, and it's a great clear on Nexlon. That could be a way back in. He's waiting for the second reface, and he'd be right to hold that because Laz is relatively nearby.
Yeah. There is a bit of a flank coming through from Jaguar, at least from what I can tell. Does look like it's played out nicely. Still on to Flex. In the 1-on-2 here, had a bit of a chance if he was sharp with the headshot onto maybe Jaguar there, but not going to be the case, and so Imperium do get themselves up to a 4-3 lead straight out of that break. They have picked up 2 quick rounds.
They'll be very happy. I think, still need 6, like I said earlier on. Feels like it's been years since I said that earlier. But they kind of do need 6 rounds to feel like they've got a relatively decent half here. You see it's still very much in an okay position. But Imperium again, battling well. They not going quietly in this first contenders group match. That's being looked for by Spoxy, and this time the start of the game, arguably, is through. Nexlon is repositioned to exactly that same spot. As you can see now, and that's the main issue. This time it's a complete sweep for TEC as they tech recover after the tech.
4 on the T side. It's not a bad shot for TEC. They sort of felt like they'd made par when they got to 3. It was a nice little recovery actually coming through there from Imperium, but has very much been slowed back down. Do have to be a little bit worried if TEC get this 5th. Nexlon's in a good spot to make an impact, but he is really relying on Dan to get the shot as well. Maybe the one for Nexlon, 2 in fact. Nico does fall, trying to trade that. He doesn't actually swing the corner, so Dan doesn't actually have to come into play at all, but now Spoxy is going to have to be the difference maker, and he cannot be. It's all Flex on 1v5, not going to happen. So Imperium lead at the end of the first half. It's not a massive lead, and it's probably not the lead that you would want on Port, but it is something.
Yeah, it is something. That's for sure. And it's something they'll take. That's all they can possibly have to work with. I mentioned that at the beginning of the series that I wanted TEC to kind of show a bit more what they're made of. And a clean half here will convince me. But it feels like Imperium are not going to go quietly. As I said last week as well, I do appreciate the fact that Imperium are a team that aren't an organisation, and you have jerseys and wear them obviously on broadcast as well. They're not obligated to. It's like they're part of an org that would maybe mandate they wear their jersey with their sponsors and everything on it. Their own shirts that they've made up.
It's for the love of the game.
Exactly. On the bright side, considering I've put my voice through the ringer over the past 2.5 days, I think I've held up pretty well, considering I've only just got over some illness as well. So
What else would you rather do, really?
Exactly. I definitely wouldn't want to be in bed watching the World Cup right now. Who'd want to do that?
Sounds pretty lame. It's not coming home. That's all you need to know. So it's not really worth
coming
watching.
home.
No.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, against Mexico at altitude, Mexico are going to destroy us. I can see it coming.
Yeah.
It's also not coming home, unfortunately, to Australia. So
No. Nor is it coming home to Germany, my second home. So this is once again the time where I will remind you that we do not care about soccer in this country. So it's all good.
Yeah, fair enough. It's more like what? Cricket and swimming and
yeah, footy,
rugby.
Yeah. There's a very small window of time where most Australians will care about soccer. It's probably maybe 4 weeks, maybe even less than that during the World Cup, and for the rest of the 4 years, that's about it.
Yeah. That's fair enough. I mean, honestly, the World Cup is the main thing that really gets me hyped for football again. Ever since I had period of grinding FIFA Ultimate Team, from like 2012 to 2019, 2020, and then I moved on with life, realizing that it was, just hurting many things, including my wallet in particular. I kind of fell out of love a little bit with watching football, but not out of love with my team, or not out of love with the World Cup. Obviously, it's special time of year.
Yeah, I mean, it's always fun to have a little bit of a geese, but I'm sure it would be much more fun if your team had a remote possibility of ever winning or even ever doing anything.
That's
which
true.
Is unfortunately just not the case for my country. Although I did get to watch Germany win 7-1 against Brazil. That was a pretty good day.
I remember where I was. Exactly. I also remember where I was for that. I remember the people I was with. I remember the room I was in. It was like a specific room in the house when I saw like the 7th goal go in or whatever. That is a day that will be forever etched in the memory of literally every person who follows football.
Yeah, I think I can remember watching that.
In general.
I can remember that more than watching the final, because Germany, I think, went on to win that final that year as well.
I think so, yeah. I think Mario Götze scored the winner, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think it was a 1-0 final, if I remember.
It was a 1-0. It was an extra time or something, yeah, like an extra time goal.
Yeah. So it was like quite a non-eventful final, let's say. But then, you have the opposite side of that, which was the 7-1 going the way of Germany against Brazil, which was quite an extreme match. But speaking of,
I mean, that's memed everywhere now, isn't it? Like that's just become a thing in every single scoreline in any single esport or sport. If it's 7-1, it's Brazil.
Yeah, especially
Crazy.
if it's against a Brazilian team. Extra irony. Tell you what, Desane's restarting his PC again, so we might have another wait here. So we might
I
take
will
a-
buy Desane a new PC right now if it gets me into bed in the next half an hour.
Oh goodness.
Desane, are you hearing this?
I don't think he is. I think he's restarting his PC.
Don't worry. Our 37 viewers will wait up. I believe in them.
Me too.
I love all 37 of you watching right now. I hope you guys know that.
That's big respect for sticking around.
Okay, we go again. We go for quick pause of our voices, and hopefully it's around 3 to 5 minutes or so. See you then.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is the second half here between Imperium and TEC. And we've just had a break, but hopefully it's going to be the last one. Yeah, well, hopefully it'll be the last one for today. As seems like Dezane is back in the server, and so he's going to give it another crack. And it seems like TEC will probably need him because they are down 5-4 at the moment, though they are moving over onto the GR side. So it should be a little bit more favorable for them in this second half due to that.
Yeah, we'll see. I do think that TC, as I was saying before we had the second Dezane PC restart, that for me, it was like, TC, I want to be convinced about it. Rating good, really into this half, but I think I'm going to be away from this. Xbox is going to find traps in the tank. That's going to change a little bit now. Midline clubbing position. Midline 2. There he is, and I know that all of them are, and Jaguar has stepped up when needed. Okay, that's pretty sick. I expected 2 there, not 3. Lion Claw, they knew where he was, stuck in the corner. And Imperium have a 2-round lead.
Yeah, let's see if they can continue to push that issue, you know, and actually take something away from TEC. Been building up that storyline all day long that, hey, Imperium can actually get anything out of it. Well, there is an opportunity for them. Up 6-4 on the final map, though they have lost the opening player in this round. It's going to make life a little bit more difficult, but Dezane is now low. So maybe a point of weakness that they can look to exploit going forward into this round.
I don't see a world in which Imperium can keep this up. TC won the first round of their BL side as well. At the beginning of the map. Push through here is on an okay timing. And that kind of only is Dezane here. He's a low HP player, so honestly, Imperium is working pretty well. He's going to just bring it to the open, and he doesn't know that Laz is already close up. Alright, here we go again. Swing coming through from Jaguar. There's a smoke up on the corner. There's no way in for flex. Hello. TEC are now truly up against this. Line Dodge going to get that corner. Normal Spoxy. Only one of them on a miracle. Imperium are 3 ahead.
Yeah, I'm kind of liking it from Imperium. Making it look like it's a real possibility today, and TEC might finally get their comeuppance for the season that they've been having thus far. I mean, first of all, the fact that they're even in this position to play in the contenders group is a little bit of a question mark, I'll say. But if they go down 0-1 in the first week of Phase 2, well, I think that some serious questions are going to start to be asked at that point. You know, how long until we see TEC come back to their best? Maybe never will be the answer.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's still 3 rounds away for Imperium. I don't think we should get too far ahead of ourselves just yet. It is close, and another round on the board here would really put that pressure onto Imperium, but it's by no means a done thing just yet.
No, if there's any side of the map and any team, you'd maybe think, yeah, well, they're coming back from this. It's probably GR Port. So it's by no means a done deal. The Imperium might start to see their names up in lights if they get close to the finish line or get to 8 or 9 rounds. Maybe even now already. You could already tell they're taking this round a little bit extra with a little bit extra care, and unfortunately, taking the round with a bit extra care could be the thing that makes them overthink, and could mean that it's easier for TEC to pick them off one by one. But there's damage for down Ponta Flex. Good start there. It's a much more reinforced B bomb site, as you can tell. But Imperium are making some decent calls at the moment. They're going to the empty... say empty. They're going to the less defended side of the map. It's not going to be the case for much longer, though. Because TEC continues to rotate players around into the right position. But oh, a great shot from Jaguar again. What's he doing right now to them, Jaguar? I told you before, he's a player that's been struggling lately. Especially in the previous early part of the season. And Kiko, Flying Claw, they're trying to wrestle this one back, but they can't do it. And they are 4 rounds behind. And now, they need attack.
Yeah, they might need more than an attack. Like, what is there really to say? Stop Jaguar from doing what he's doing? Okay, sure. 4 rounds down, you're on the GR side. It's not unwinnable. It's still not impossible for Titan to walk away with a win here, but with every passing round, it feels like it's more and more of a likelihood that Imperium are going to cause this upset. And the last roll of the dice really is this timeout for Titan. The issue I would say is that there's been no shortage of pauses throughout this game. And yeah, you know, there haven't been tactical pauses, but you can take that as an opportunity to reset. You can take that as an opportunity to have a conversation about, you know, how you want the game to play out. If you haven't been able to find a winning formula at some point throughout this game, Titan, is this 1.5 minute pause going to really be the difference maker? I'm not necessarily so sure.
Can you? I know in other games we have a rule, right, where you can't talk about strats during a tech pause. That's not a thing in Crossfire, right?
I don't know for sure. I don't think would be online because I think it would be very hard to police from the outset.
Like,
so
enforcing that is impossible, pretty much.
Yeah. Maybe when they're on LAN, maybe when they're on the stage, they're not allowed to talk, but certainly online, I think there's only so much you could really do.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. So yeah, they've had plenty of time, but you know, they have to go through the motions and call another pause. They can't just like let this momentum go unstopped. Unstopped, is that even a word? Probably not.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm struggling to perceive the English language. We're that deep into the day. I was up at 5 AM, by the way, so been a long one.
It is what it is.
That's longer than your day, which is actually a bit of an achievement when you have to change your sleeping schedule.
Yes. Well, my day's actually not that bad when I wake up at 10 PM and it's now 7 AM.
I mean, true. Fair enough. Well, here we go. TC, what have you got left? Because this could be the upset of the day. And maybe the upset of the entire season so far. Because you'd think in this game, in the contender stage, at this time of the season, this is where... I mean, Flex has given that fight to Damp. This is where TC would start to show what they've got again. And it feels like they're really going through the motions right now. And are just existing as a team and not doing the moves and the synergy that we have come to expect from this team. They seem checked out at the moment.
Yeah, I have to agree. And Imperium with a golden opportunity to put this through to series point if they can close this round out. Damp's going to be the one to try an entry. He spots Zane out, waits for the re-peak. The swing will come through. And now Kiko is just, there's nowhere for him to go. He can't go backwards. He has to take the fight. He'll be dealt with by Damp. That is now a 2-on-5. And TEC, the tumble down the standings continues.
Unbelievable. Actually, kind of unbelievable. And you know, I said I wanted TEC to convince me. I have been convinced. And I've been convinced the opposite way. I've been convinced that TEC are washed.
Oh, here we go. Those are fighting words. You should start a podcast. I think you should start a Crossfire podcast. Get those opinions out there. Say what you really want to say. Say what the people want to hear.
Yeah, I will. I'm not sure many people involved with the league would want to hear it though. Trying to push forward now. Great immediate trade, and they know that there's one more player on site. Zane's going to be cleared. Flex is going to be cleared. Ladders has run them down. What has gone on here then? Imperium have run right. And look, I understand there's a caveat to this one.
It's not over.
I understand. It is not over, you're right. It's Boxy alive. 1v3. This is actually very winnable. I'll get back to that point in a moment. Bomb needs to be retrieved. Spoxy has been the clutch man for TEC for so many years, but could this be where it falls? There's the information, and there's the kill for Jaguar. And how important was Jaguar? I mean, you could see the reaction on their faces. Even they're surprised it's been such a great win. Look, I understand there's a caveat to this. There's an asterisk, somewhat. That was the tech pauses and Dezane having an issue with his PC, having to do 2 restarts, stalling momentum. They had a lead, and then they just completely fell apart. But to fall apart like that, you'd expect a team that's as well versed in CFWL as that to not get affected by that whatsoever. You can see that the sunlight is shining through the windows in your home, Jordan. It is morning where you are in Oz. But I tell you what, there is no light shining on TEC whatsoever after that series, because that is one of the most. Imperium had a great season, great by their standards. They deserve this W. They deserve to be highly praised for this win. But TEC, Penguin, lay into them. Take it right now.
You have a lot to say, Penguin.
No, not gonna talk about that. Yeah, they've just been through a lot of tech pauses. Let's say tech pauses, but I mean, I don't know. Nothing to say about how TEC played this map, because I feel that TEC is kinda they are battling their inner sins. I don't know, man. They're just, everybody wants to kill the enemy team single-handedly. They are not playing as a team. They're not playing as a unit. The Blacklist side is just playing like maybe together, but it's like a scrim. There is no full executions. They're just going through a side behind the box, jump spotting, checking if there is one guy, try to kill him. It actually works, yes, but not gonna 100% work effectively every time. I haven't seen controls from them, and when Imperium played on the Blacklist side, we've seen a good communicated rounds from them, and how Damp just managed to take control of BC single-handedly, alone, solo. I don't know, it's just things are not going right for TEC and Nemesis. I started to feel worried about these guys.
Well, so you started to feel worried about TEC and Nemesis, and for me, I would say that TEC are one step away from getting out of the playoffs, and that's going to be the opposite of the entire season. Of course, Nemesis, we have a different story, but for me, I would say that TEC are not feeling themselves anymore, and as you've mentioned, like the pauses, everything is a mental destroyer. You won't be having the same energy, same power, same everything to double down on what you have, and it feels like, yeah, that's how it should be. Not how it should be. It feels like that they're one step closer to relegation.
I don't think TEC are gonna get relegated though. They're gonna get the way out of this. Probably they will get a winner was 1 or so, and then they have already 2 wins, I believe. So they're not gonna get relegated, but. I don't think TEC's goal now is not to get relegated. I believe that they want to win the league now, but how? How? Show us how would TEC win the league, and how would TEC probably be on top 3? I don't think he's still. They're like a lot of things. And actually, Langshay just summarized all of this, and he said, if you're playing for a long time, definitely you'll fall. And this is exactly what usually happens to the teams. And yes, probably they're having a weaker season. And it's season 2, but I don't think it's gonna be the end for these guys. They will still try to bounce back, and I wish we can see them bouncing back before it's too late.
And I don't know, it feels like it's super late for them. That's for Titan. On the other side, Imperium, those guys been doing wonders, and I believe we talked before about the Damp Jaguar composition, or maybe Jaguar Les combo. Like, those 3 players are just off the roof. Those guys are just doing the 1s and 2s, and the 3s, of course. They're just finding a way to close things out. Beside Jaguar is the IGL. Like, we talked about this back in Subbase. You said like he's normally dropping 20 kills, 30 kills in Subbase, but now we're not in Subbase. That shows you what this guy actually made of.
Well, actually, I was thinking about this win. Actually, this win just, I mean, it pressures. It doesn't pressure TC at all, by the way. It pressures Knights. Now, Knights needs to beat TC or to beat Imperium and Swamp Gaming, while Imperium losing to Swamp Gaming. And of course, Knights. So, I don't know. It's just the contender group is so competitive this time. With having TC on the line, we are expecting them to wake up anytime suddenly, but if they do, one of the teams will get hurt, and I believe it will be on Knights very soon. Well played by Imperium. It's not because the downfall of TC we will neglect how good Imperium played the first and the third map, and they played the second map very bad. But anyway, it's Eagle Eye. They don't usually play. They don't usually practice it. They usually play, but they're not gonna be matching TSC, one of the best teams that's been playing Eagle Eye on the region. And now they get their win. And finally, we are seeing Imperium beating one of the top 3 teams, of course, on season 1.
That's a really good thing to be talking about. And of course, Frabzy will be the whole series MVP. I've seen I would say Jaguar the match MVP, and I believe he was a match MVP for also the first map. So he's been taking like a couple of rounds to his side, of course, a couple of wins. And for me, I believe that we had Frabzy as the whole series MVP, and I believe we're gonna have him on the interview. Hopefully he's here in a couple of seconds. And of course, hey Frabzy, how you doing?
Hello guys.
First of all, congrats on your win for today. Not an easy one, of course, winning versus TEC. It was a very long series, and you had like multiple bombs on the road, but apparently you found a way to close the series and end this very long game, I would say. Like the third one especially. Yeah, a lot of pauses.
Many pauses.
But of course, yeah, walk me through what happened in the series.
First game, actually, we know before the match that we're gonna play the same maps, especially first 2. We picked the first map, our sub base. We know that we're gonna win this match. We prepared well. We know in Eagle Eye, like we're trying to improve in this map. We have many issues in this map actually, so we're trying to fix and trying to improve in Eagle Eye. Already we did, but unlucky, we still lost the Eagle Eye. When we came to Port last map, we know that we are good in this map. We know we're gonna perform well. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, of course, you have some really good. I wouldn't say not a really good record in Port, but like we have seen the potential in Port of you guys, and I mean you're almost getting your foot into playoffs. So what should we be expecting out of Imperium? This is just like the season wonder, the team that nobody expected them to be in this place.
That
now
we prepared
we're
for.
so happy.
Yeah, that's what we prepared for before the season, that we not gonna be relegated again. We got a good experience in season 1, so we prepared well. We are not gonna be relegated, and yeah, we are trying to improve to play in playoffs, and maybe we can go to top 3 or something.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I have one last question for you. You guys been through a lot in this season, a lot of overtimes.
True.
I mean, yeah, now you're getting your wins, and you said that your goal is to be on the playoffs. Who do you think you're going to be relegated this season?
Actually, this season is like so weird, but I don't know. Still, there is in contender group TC and Knights Swamp, so Swamp is still a little bit shaky. But it's so close to be relegated, I guess.
Yeah,
but,
who's with Swamp?
Yeah.
What do you think is going to be going
Actually, I don't know. Like, we
you
still
know,
have
if you beat
next
on Knights,
matches.
if you beat on Knights, on Knights needs to beat TC and needs to beat Swamp. And
True.
I guess
it's hard. It's hard for both on Knights and Swamp. It's hard for the both, but yeah, we still don't know. Maybe on Knights gonna improve that they can go to playoffs. Like, we still don't know actually. We are focusing on ourselves, you know, we need to go to playoffs. That's it. We don't care who's gonna play versus.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
That's the mentality. That's the mentality that we really love to see it. And of course, Congrats on your win today.
Yeah,
You still have
congratulations,
like long road. You still got two
Yeah.
best of threes. You have Unnights, I believe, and you have Swim Gaming, of course. And your next match will be, I believe, next
No.
week. Not this one. You're gonna be playing versus Swamp Gaming.
Swamp.
So,
Yeah, first.
what's
Yeah.
your preparation for Swamp Gaming?
Of course, we're gonna prepare well, and I guess this is the end in contender group. If we won, I guess we're gonna play playoffs. So we're gonna prepare well. We're gonna focus on our game, and yeah, we can
Prepare
do
on
it.
any servers, man.
Of course, we got the win in AA server last week. Actually,
Yeah, I know.
we lost
How
in
you gonna
EU
be
and
playing
won
them
in
again?
AA server.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, because you guys, I guess, you are practicing only on NA and you forgot about EU. You won your map.
Yeah.
I mean, you won the map on NA and you lost yours on EU, which is was kind of tilting for whoever is watching. But now you guys gonna be rematching them, so
Of course, we're gonna prepare
I
well.
think you will take care of this.
Of course.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Of course, man. Like it's my pleasure to have you on the broadcast, and of course, Frabzy, congrats on the win.
Thank
Any
you.
last words you would love to say to the audience and the guys who
I want to
support
thank the
Imperium?
guys who support us. I want to special thanks for Jaguar. He did well today. He was calling so good, and he's so sick actually. So I want to shout out to him. I
Oh,
want to shout out to them, Blaze, Nexlon. They are so good. They did well. I
Bro,
love
Les
their
is so good, no?
trusting each other. True. He did last round entry before actually instead of me. You know, I got 3K. He's
Yeah.
so good. Actually,
He's doing your
so,
job, yeah.
yeah, we are trusting each other. I want to thank my team actually. Thanks for them.
thank you, and of course,
Thank you,
thanks
man.
to your team.
Congrats.
Congrats on the win, and
Thank you.
hopefully we can see you again next week. Thank you, Frabzy.
Inshallah. Thank you.
Inshallah. See ya, Frabzy. That guy is just. I love the energy that they have in this team. It shows you that even though that they're just friends playing with each other, trying to be part of the scene, trying to be known at a certain caliber. I would say that Imperium are a very new thing to be in the league. I like to witness. I love to see it, and I love their story. It got a lot of bumps. It got a lot of stuff, but I would say that they definitely got us hooked with their momentum, with their persona, and everything. And man, like, what I really want to say, that like, congrats to them and for us. Well, let's have like a fast recap of today. I believe that we had 3 best of 3s. I believe 2 of them
Oh,
went to full
wait, yeah.
distant.
Oh yeah.
Of course, yeah, the second one and the third one. First one we had for today was 3BL versus Vitality, 2-0 to Vitality, which was a clean sweep. On the other one, we had Nemesis versus Anubis, which I believe I'm the only guy who predicted Anubis is gonna be winning, and I believe I came into the right fit again. It's just like, come on, man. I'm the guy who does all the. I can't say that Anubis winning versus Nemesis is a weird prediction, but I will just say that I'm the only guy who thought of that. It's just
Yeah.
like that.
Underdog story.
Just-
Yeah.
Under- Funny enough, and of course, we had Imperium versus TEC. And now, after Imperium win today, they have their third win on the season. And looking at the standing, they are pretty close into being part of the playoffs. That's what you would love to see. And on the other half, of course, Anubis will make sure that he's on the third spot, getting closer and closer to 3BL Galaxy. And on the other hand, Vitality are always ruling the league.
Yeah, well, Vitality is always on top, and nothing changed for them. 3BL Galaxy also nothing changed. It's just only Anubis got ahead of Nemesis right now, and they got the better of them. They have 5 wins. They're getting closer now to 3BL Galaxy Esports, but taking into consideration that Anubis is going to be playing 3BL Galaxy and Team Vitality, even though if Anubis beats 3BL Galaxy, they need to clean sweep Vitality if they want to get the second place. That's the case that if they didn't sweep both. So, and looking at the contender group, Imperium now having 3 wins, the same as Titan. That's why I said Titan Esports, they don't have anything to be worried about getting into the playoffs, because they have already 3 wins. They can get the win over Swarm Gaming. They will have 4. That means that they secured already the playoffs. It's gonna be the fight between Untitled and Team Imperium. And if Imperium gets the win over Swarm Gaming, Untitled needs to beat one of the top dogs, which is Imperium and TSC, which is gonna be very, very hard for them.
Of course, it's still a tough challenge for them, and I believe that we'll see how it goes in the next few days. But for us, we have for tomorrow, Unlights are going to be playing versus Swarm Gaming, Anubis versus 3BL, Vitality versus Nemesis, and that's for tomorrow. We're done for today. See you in the next day of Crossfire West League.